thingy you wear underneath your helmet?
Balaclava.
Balaclava.
Yeah, I was in the car on the grid.
Oh, disqualified.
And then like...
So I hit spectate, yeah? To come into the game?
Spectator, yes.
Chat, are we here? Am I here now?
Yeah, you're live.
Cool.
But yeah, I forgot the balaclava, and then I was sitting there in the car, just got rid of my harnesses, ran back to the paddock, got it, ran back to the grid. Had to strap myself in, because obviously there were no members of the team allowed anymore. It was really cool. Managed. Still raced.
Meeting. I need the Zoom link again, please. Oh, I'm in it.
20 liters.
Oh wait, you need the Zoom link?
No, I'm in it apparently.
No, okay.
But really badly, so they're gonna have to like just deal with this terrible view.
So not touching this curb, because we learned that's not how you do it. Okay. You know, that makes endurance racing way more entertaining if you learn the track as you go. Otherwise, this would be like hourly driving the same track and kind of boring, right? Like a lot better now.
Well, so basically you're saying we should do a modern version of Targa Florio.
Yeah, we should all skip practice for all of our endurance races.
How do I ride with you?
Huh?
You click on passenger.
Yeah.
And
Passenger.
then just click on Renee.
Yeah, choose my name in the list, and then...
Did I click on passenger?
Yep, yeah. You have me?
Jimmy Broadband is now riding you. Okay.
Hello.
Hello, Jimmy.
I've got a bit more time. I might adjust my lighting. Do we? Is it going to get dark in my stint?
Probably,
like... Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, absolutely.
In which case,
I always wanted to do like an online stream where we do Initial D like championship. That would have been fun. Yeah, set the course up once.
What, so night 1v1 Tokyo races?
And not Tokyo races. That's Wangan Midnight. Not Initial D.
No, Toge is fucking...
Toge!
Initial D.
Sorry. I got Tokyo. Sorry, my mistake.
No, not Tokyo.
Okay, because that would be Wangan Midnight, obviously.
No, to be fair, that you could do that as well, because, you know, Shutoku
Hi, chat.
Revival Project.
Yeah, true.
They have like, I think 190, 200 kilometers of highway now. Pretty madly if you think about it.
An LMP come in and I don't
can you
want to
hear
touch
me
it.
okay?
Yes.
Don't touch it.
I'm going to just make sure that I have... I'm going to just quickly get out of the car. And just double check I have my headlights bound, just in case.
Jimmy Broadband is no longer riding you.
I'll ride you again in the tick, don't worry, mate.
I thought Julia was enough for you, Rene.
Yeah. Yeah, but Jimmy is something special. I mean, come on.
Hello.
Aw, that's heartwarming. I hope you two get, you know, like happy together.
Jimmy and me, yeah. Of course. We would have if Corona did not destroy it. But
There's still time, my guy.
by now, Jimmy would probably live here at the Nürburgring because we would have won the first 24-hour race already last year.
Yeah, easy. I don't need to bind ABS, I have it on the keyboard.
I mean, you don't have to bind it on the keyboard. You can just get it in the game settings if you want it.
Oh, it's already on anyway, so... It stays on, doesn't it?
I mean,
Yeah.
are they currently turned on? Otherwise, I'll turn them on.
ABS is on, yeah.
It's on? Really?
I mean, for Jimmy it's on, and for you it's probably on as well. It's only ABS low anyway, so...
Oh, you mean ABS? I thought you meant headlights, sorry.
Oh, headlight. Good question. Think so.
I've got my Max Verstappen shirt on, so just to make Max think that he's safe and that I'm a friend, but really, bam!
The headlights are on now, just in case.
You got that box this lap.
To be fair, there are no hostiles for Max anymore anyway, because, you know, the Mercedes car already died.
Yeah,
so.
Pogmire is gone.
But now he's putting it into practice.
Thank you, Scott. You and René make a great couple, I know, mate.
It's a bit, you know, I was a bit disappointed when they announced the lineup for the Mercedes car, because I was really hoping, you know, in true like WWE fashion, like Hamilton would be on the car.
Of course he
and then
would,
it would have been the perfect meme.
Thing is, Hamilton is a.
I told you, Hamilton will be super sad at home because no one asked him because everyone thought I will not take part anyway.
He's a GT ambassador, isn't he? So he wouldn't do it anyway.
Yeah, true.
Ah, yeah.
So René, you got the box this lap.
Yeah, pit stop requested. 99% damage, repair body. I have no clue where that damage is coming from though, but
Don't worry about it then.
Lap from the hit earlier.
I didn't have a hit.
With the curve, maybe?
Yeah, the curb must be, because I never hit a wall or anything.
So,
I spun, yes, but I didn't hit anything. Or anyone.
The goal for this stint is to get another interview on the WEC broadcast. That's the goal.
Jimmy, can you actually write me again, please? Because so I can
Oh.
choose you as a driver. That would be great.
I was.
No, you weren't. Now you
Just
are.
do it again.
I've done it again.
Yeah.
I like just write to read the message. So.
Oh, I see. Please
Oh,
put.
you weren't.
So what you want to do now, René, is go to your fuel screen and put big number.
A big number. It's 99, a big number.
That's a big
it
good
doesn't look
boy.
a lot. It doesn't look a lot bigger than 49, but is it bigger than 49? And I'm not quite sure why they are afraid of censorship in R-Factor 2 that they dash the SM and just make S7M. I mean, we're all adults by now, right? So can we not say just SM?
No,
Is that an issue?
not allowed.
Okay.
If
Do
I
I need to
had
do anything else other than choosing Jimmy? No, right? I just choose Jimmy and that's it.
so chat, I'm a little bit at a disadvantage because I turned my gamma up thinking that I'd be driving at night, and now the road I
will be
can
killed.
barely see the roads. So it's going to be a good.
You can probably turn it up in your pit stop, in your first pit stop, Jimmy.
I'll be alright. Don't worry. I'm a gamer. That's how I, you know.
I forgot, real gamer.
Hashtag build different. Hashtag adapt,
gamer.
improvise, overcome. You know, that's how we do things.
Built different, all shoulder, no neck.
Is the car not stopping there all of a sudden?
It's Arnage, isn't it?
Huh?
Yes, it's Arnage.
Yeah.
If you take
I have
the
changed it on
outside
the
curb
monitor.
like that, why are you thinking like the curb?
Because the BMW takes the curb like that.
Yeah, it's the BMW.
Ah, okay.
Think probably has more ground effect than the Brabham BD46B.
Okay.
Last time I read telemetry of that thing, it had 4.5 tons of downforce.
So I don't have to confirm Jimmy, right? It's just like put Jimmy's name in there.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. I'm not shifting now.
don't forget about the pit entry.
The pit. Ah, no one needs that. I still have 7 liters. I might get another lap done.
No,
No.
you're not. No, you're not.
I could short shift all my way through.
No.
Okay,
No.
okay. Not do that. I'll come in.
Let's go, boys. Good job, running man. Solid.
Yeah.
Did not kill the car. I'm so proud.
That is the strat. Not dying.
Yeah, not dying was the target, right? I overtook a Corvette, and the lights just went on.
They did. Yeah, I just saw that.
That was fun. I didn't know that they do that.
So same as always. Just apparently just before we go, basically hit the throttle to go forward. So in 70 seconds, start nailing the throttle.
Pretty
Okay.
much.
Jimmy, I will rev up the car. You know the
Yeah.
one, right? I rev it up in first gear, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. My last driver swap was Nürburgring. That's a while ago. And there were so many red flags that I don't remember.
At least you got to drive at Nürburgring.
True. But I drove basically during two red, like every single time I drove, red flag came on. So it's like a bit boring.
This is our Factor 2, lads.
$30 seconds.
Let's have some fun.
Can I count down from 10 again?
I mean, if you're actual
Just use
able
your
to do
hand.
it.
20. And in 10, 9, 8, 7,
Good luck, Jimmy.
Thanks, man.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There you go. All right.
Get out my car.
Oh, I should get out of your car. Sorry. Don't want to bother you.
That's right.
Don't want to ride him.
Don't wanna ride. Thanks, Raymond.
Let's go, boys, into the night.
Oh. Warning for unsafe entering of the pit box for us. Okay.
Us.
No, no, for us, not you.
Oh, for 57.
This
I was really afraid now. What did I do?
Yeah, I don't know what Peo did.
Peo probably turned in too early, like all the sim racers do.
Yeah, but
And too early is not allowed. I think the rulebook says you can only turn in X amount of pit stalls before your pit stall. You're not allowed to basically drive through the other pits.
Bullshit.
that is so freaking dumb.
There's a rule against that.
If the entire slow lane is free, why not just do that? Then you have a car placing the proper way instead of like being angled and stuff.
You are normally the guy that always asks for more real. No, you got more.
So what am I doing with fuel map, by the way?
Race.
Just race, yeah.
I mean, if you want, you can also go into safety.
I love safety car.
All right. Why do I still see Jimmy's stream? I thought Jimmy has a new stream.
I don't know.
He does.
He restarted it on the same thing.
Ah, he's growing the same.
Yes.
Yeah, you got redirected to it.
Yeah, I will quickly grab all your stuff again.
Oh, it's bright, boys! Bono, my eyes!
Oh my god. It's like someone just holding a freaking flashlight into your eyes.
lap was a 5:41.02.
Oh, come on, make them move, you pleb. Vibing on the straights. Doo -doo 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 -doo. Nico,
Yes.
for second Mulsanne, do you do third then second there as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Really going to... Oh, you mean third and second. I'm first and
Yeah,
second.
because you carry a little bit more momentum through the left, and then you slow down a bit better and get better turning for the right. Right, I'm going to get some shut-eye though before I drive, because I have to be up, well, I have to drive for 3 hours and then sleep for 4, and then get another 2 hours of driving, and then have another endurance race after that, so, yeah. I'm gonna... Yeah, thank you. Best of luck, boys. Jimmy, keep it on the road, but with you I'm not as worried as with Renee there. Love you, Renee. Hugs and kisses.
Rightly so.
Later.
Yeah.
See ya. Yeah.
Here they go.
No, the spreadsheet currently is wrong because my stint was cut short as I didn't refuel the entire car. I'm really sorry for that. So Jimmy's a bit early. That's the only thing that changed.
Times have changed.
3:54.17.
Ah, yeah, due to like overall times.
We've got to check that for the next one because you're on the minimum driving time.
Yeah, I'm below now, but I should be fine after the after my stints. Because I still did 45
I think
minutes.
so, yeah.
It's not really bad. I mean, whether you're doing what, for instance, double
I
or
do
single.
another. Yeah, 3.
The lights are coming on, the
Yeah,
lights
so
are already
you're
on.
good.
That feels really nice. The setup is great. I just wish I was quicker with it, you know.
You should get a happy hour now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a 3:53.65.
Meow. Man, I love this shit, man. Oh shit. I completely missed my breaking point, lol.
Did you forget about the corner?
Yep.
Jimmy is like, these corners are for plebs. Not
Don't worry about it. I'm just listen. As a Le Mans tarmac specialist, it's my job to check out the runoff and make sure it's safe. And that runoff is safe.
Yes. Is it TÜV approved now?
It's very,
okay for
very
racing
safe. Very good job,
Okay.
guys. Good job.
Thank you very much. I will let ACO know. I will just
If
quickly
you could,
message
mate.
them and
Yeah,
say
if you
it's
could.
fine.
Jimmy's checked it out for you. It's fine.
But I will also mention that the runoff on the other one is a bit tight when you want to fight with two people going through there.
It's just making sure it's good, guys. And I'm doing that for you. Oh, it's going to be a crash.
Cool.
Oh, okay.
It's a public service. More or less.
He forgot.
So happy that we have Jimmy taking care of all of that.
No, I'm a modern day Jackie Stewart, you know. I'm out for the safety of the drivers. I'm not gonna. I mean, Peeves a fucking esports driver, mate. I'm not gonna be catching him.
You are keeping up with the pace.
That's because I cut a corner. A straight line the chicane.
No, even without the straight line, you're keeping up with it. It's not that bad.
I'll make the move. There you go. Good boy.
Some people say he often races like he's going backwards, but now he's putting it.
Why are we 16 laps down? Because we're not on LMP2. Come on, that was Sue, wasn't it, mate?
Some people say he often races like he's going backwards, but now he's putting it into practice.
The whole rhythm got messed up there. Now chat, say it with me, there's a corner at the end of this straight.
End of the straight. Goes right.
So I get the gearing by his community, he gets basically a track map, that's fine.
Look, every run 8 seconds behind. So we'll tell you which corner you missed.
Thanks chat. They always got my back, these guys.
W Series is still trying to practice. That's W Series. You're both just trying to.
Oh no, actual fast GTEs. Go away. Guys, if you are enjoying stream, why not react in a positive manner with that like button? Or subscribe too. Getting closer to that 770k, boys.
Some people say he often races like he's going backwards, but now he's putting it into practice.
Too early. Hello? Oh my god. Having a wild time out here, man.
Man, it's incredible how quickly it gets dark now.
But that LMP is a menace. Don't get off track. Good. I'm just doing it for the content, boys. You know how it is.
Some people say he often races like he's going backwards, but now he's putting it into practice.
Keep draft. Oh my god, what's going on? Okay. Is it like less grippy or is it more grippy now? I feel like I'm driving a lot. I'm just not stopping. Absolute F-tier driver, boys. I mean, that's another gravel track we've checked. That one's fine too. Don't worry about it.
With the brake bias, maybe that shifted.
No, it's in the same place. Just back it down, I guess.
Well, the good thing is we know that we changed the tires. We have
What's getting cooler on the track now. You can always turn the TC one notch up if you want.
Okay.
what is optimal?
The lap was a 3:56.27.
Yeah, my lights are on. I'm fairly sure they are.
Some people say he often races like he's going backwards, but now he's putting it into practice.
Prototypes everywhere, man. Oh, Verstappen's left the race. Disconnect for Verstappen.
Yep.
Oh no, he had a disconnect.
The lap was a 3:53.89.
Fucking F.
He really just told everyone in the Netherlands to get off the internet.
Yeah, bye guys.
It's like, bye. It's like all the Dutch drivers just disconnecting immediately. Okay, bye.
Half the field gone.
Yeah. And gone.
Yeah, the entirety of the Netherlands have left the chat.
Yeah, that would be fun.
It's getting harder and harder to see that little bit of yellow that I've been braking at, or braking near.
Oh, they say Max crashed heavily,
Oh my fucking god, again!
and that they're out of this.
Like I hit a bump and the car stops like turning basically.
That would be crazy, man. He was leading right from the get-go.
Wait, they crashed?
Yep, seems like it. They crashed and then he escaped, it seems, because he's in the pits again.
Silly boy.
Which means it's open again who wins, right? Let's see. It's Jeffrey Riedfeld, so basically another red line car.
Yeah, I was gonna say that has to be them. So.
And then Veloce Esports, and then Rebellion GPX Esports.
I mean, it could have been Mercedes, but they detonated their engine, so...
I am
Yeah,
glad they
and
put
there's-
esports in the name. I wouldn't know it was an esports team otherwise.
BMW Team Redline is leading GTE, so basically it's Redline everywhere.
What about us? Do we still stand a chance?
The guys, if they're out, you know, that's literally, we've beaten Max Verstappen. We've beaten an F1 champion, boys. Verstappen in shambles.
Clearly, Verstappen is not esports ready.
Exactly.
Just like Project Cars.
The lap was a 3:54.59.
I'm so sad when people people in the chat say Jimmy should go F1 and that Christian Horner wants your number, Jimmy. I'm so sad because I hope when you sign for F1 that you will obviously go to Günther Steiner because he's the coolest guy.
Yeah, obviously, you know.
Is
Can't wait to drive for a shit team.
Come on, it's like titles honor everything, but Günther Steiner, he is the man. Come on.
The question is, will you be smashing doors if you drive for him?
Yes, like Jimmy
No,
smash
don't smash his doors. Don't do that. He terminates your contract.
Fucking smash my door.
Like, seriously, that's the only reason why Magnussen and Buchon are passing. Just because
Yeah,
of
yeah.
competition.
It's just that. I love him. I think he's the best guy in Formula 1. Oh, Porsche curves. Just on his own.
40k, so.
On his own. And gone. Oh, that's the chicane at the end. What? He
Yeah,
was
curve.
way too late. Oh, he wants to take down the Porsche and overlooked it.
Too much curve.
Boom.
Oh, yeah, I just saw it. Oh, wow, that was way too.
Thank you, George, mate. I forgot how loud that fucking thing is. Thank you, dude. Thank fuck, I'm on the straight.
That's why you lost it.
They like drift the car through there. That's how they go fast. They drift.
That's good.
Also, just being good. Thank you, George, mate. Very kindly. We're still going. Man's breaking off the bump.
That was a 3:53.56.
How fast are you compared to Martin Haven, really?
What?
How fast are you compared to Martin Haven?
To which Martin?
Martin Haven.
Haven, the commentator.
I'm not sure that guy can drive.
Obviously slower.
Yeah, Max is out, lads.
Yeah, there's no reason to go back. Lost the level.
Told you it was a Red Bull shirt. It just intimidated him off the road. You hate to see it happen.
I mean, I can really see the strategy though that is behind that crash. Why do 24 hours when you can be done with the race in 6?
Yeah, I mean, like being a professional racer is all about shortening the time needed, right?
Yeah, I mean, he was leading for basically
I hate to say it, it would have been just so good for sim racing for Max to win that. Like,
I mean, it depends on, right? Like, it would be great for reach. I totally get that. It would be great for outside appearance. The quickest Formula 1 guy, also the quickest in sim, kind of makes it legit. But I would think it's kind of sad for the sim racing side, as I would love to see a sim racer carrying the team to a win.
yeah, but I think it shows with someone like Max doing it. It shows that it goes between, you know, like
Yeah, true.
there are sim racers on that team that definitely are as quick. So
I mean, the thing with Max is, like, we all know he only does this.
Yeah, which is great.
And which is great for him, but it gives off such a bad image for sim racing because you have all those pro guys and they get more close to his face. Like,
the main feed lost 3K viewers after he crashed. Christ.
Yeah, that's really sad. Or it's all the Dutch people that went offline because they said
like
might be an internet problem. Please go offline.
last year when I was commentating the RSC page, we were at 50k views per first 2 hours. The max was done with his stint went down to just 2k. It's crazy how much we're starting.
It's good, man. It exposes more people to this. I mean, people always get weird about that sort of thing, but I think it's great. Like,
I like it. I think it's great that he also says that he really enjoys it. Right? He's not doing it due to competition purpose or money purposes whatsoever. I think it's good.
The lap was a 3:53.86.
No, I think your chat got it wrong, Jimmy. I didn't say it makes him legit as a Max Verstappen, but making sim racing legit as in it's so close, because someone that practices the entire year basically to be good in Formula 1 is also good on the sim racing
Max
side.
does need to prove himself more, I think.
Yeah, that was not about Max being.
He hasn't won over the sim racers yet.
Max was like, I want F1, but I still have to grab that sim racing title.
I mean, what is Formula 1? Like, really?
Scuffed a lap already.
But yeah, it's like that was not about him becoming legit. I meant sim racing. What position are we in? We are currently in 17th overall. 17th in class, and 43 overall.
No, 42nd.
What?
Yeah, I know. I'm confused as well because on
No.
time it was being shown
That's
behind
42nd.
Dylan Pereira, but on track Dylan Pereira is being shown as 43rd and we're 42nd.
That's weird. Yeah, there should be Arduini from Axel in between.
Charles on the stream. Oh, guys, you know we beat him last year's race. Team Arts with Charles. These F1 drivers are nothing, mate. Yolo Pogmire beaten. Max Verstappen beaten. LeGreg beaten. They all shot their load too early, boys. Us, we edge. We edge for 24 hours. Can I put it on quali yet? Can I put it on quali? More Haley knows.
Are we risking it? I mean,
I'm doing 688 a lap.
Some people say he often races like he's going backwards, but now he's putting it into practice.
I will be gone for a bit, grab dinner and all that,
Hi.
and then I'll see you guys a bit later.
Yeah, you can bump it up to quali.
Yeah.
Just got 3 laps after this one.
Just that was scuffed anyway, it didn't happen.
Quali fuel is for 7 meters left.
Yes, and
As long as he has it over 20 meters.
Their lap was a 3.
Oh, the guy in front has left the game.
8.
Free place, mate.
Oh,
we're gonna go for the top 10 in this round.
yep.
More easy positions on pace alone, boys.
So next car is
That's true.
Too aggressive on those curves, man.
Timing is in front of us.
I can't really hear you very well. Pereira's a bit faster than me. Go away. Got that up. is the worst time of day for seeing. Not quite headlights. Not quite night.
Yeah, that's always difficult. At least the sun's come now.
The lap was a 3:53.37.
That's always the hardest part. The sun glaring in your face.
Oopsie.
People say he often races like he's going backwards, but now he's putting it into practice.
That was a 3:53.87.
Boxing this lap.
Yep.
Yep.
Make sure you go for the big number.
Oh shit, I haven't done that. Good job, team. Job me for fucking scuffing that up. Hey, the race. You've just tuned in to the Max Verstappen beating team. How do you feel? Ignore this corner. Ignore that corner. That was fine. But you've tuned in to a Max Verstappen beating team. We still have to like do a couple more stints, I think, to unlap ourselves enough time to actually be ahead of him in the standings. Thank you, Brakes. Very cool.
At this point, we are one stint. Actually, no scratch that high, Max.
My brakes just stopped working. Oh, I'm just bad. Cool. Good to know.
Make sure they work for the pit lane entry.
Say again?
Make sure they work for the pit lane entry.
Fingers crossed. They kind of worked. Looking forward to some non-square tyres.
That was a
Sorry, we're all out of round tires.
1.28.
We've only got square ones.
Mm.
Saves on flat spots, you know.
Okay, stint. A couple of silly mistakes in there. Hope you're enjoying the stream, guys. Say again?
The track seems a bit slower right now.
I'm just sliding a bit. I'm just like a couple of braking zones where I'll hit the brakes the way I did earlier and I'm just not getting the same bite in the tyre. Just brake a bit earlier. But hope you're enjoying the stream, guys. Remember to hit that like button and subscribble. We're almost at 40 billion subscribers. You can make the difference. GTE have TC in real life, not ABS.
Some people say he often races like he's going backwards, but now he's putting it into practice.
Cheers, Lords. Love you. I'm out. Cheeky little beer. Not quite.
Tim.
Thank you, Dilo. Cheers, mate. I know, I wouldn't mind a 52. We'll see if we can get one or not. Or I get cut track instead, nice. Hey, you Pendragon! Oh my god, sorry, I think you donated to me earlier. I saw like a thing. You did! 50 bucks! Sorry, fucking hell. Dude, sorry that I missed that. I'll get back to all of that after my stint. But thank you guys for the support. Still going. Support's been mad today. Some of you watching. Loads of new members. Loads of new subscribers on Twitch for some reason. Yeah, it's been good. So I'm just gonna try and get the end of this in one piece, and I'll be very happy. Be a good day's work. Let me do it again tomorrow. Thank you, guys. I can't give you the delta back. It just dies sometimes. There goes my lap. I was going, wait, what a good boy. You can see time difference on my HUD. Bottom left hand corner. Fucking dirty, yeah, god damn it. And a good laugh when you've, yeah, stolen.
That was a 3:53.35.
Legal line, alright. Thank you, Panos.
Some people say he often races like he's going backwards, but now he's putting it into practice.
Just turned it a fraction too late. I keep doing like the first sector for 52, and then I always fuck it somewhere.
And there's a lot of guys doing 51s.
Huh?
There's a lot of guys doing 51s.
Oh, thanks.
Sorry. Not the best motivator.
I'm not an e-sporter. I'm just a gentle shedman, ex-shedman, alright?
You're just a gamer, right?
I'm not even an epic gamer, I'm just a normal tier gamer.
No, you've got an R behind your name here. You're a racer, so...
It doesn't mean much here.
No.
Some people say he often
That was
races
a
like he's going backwards, but now he's putting it into practice.
3:53.69.
Some people say he often races like he's going backwards, but now he's putting it into practice.
Proton are catching. Go away, you fucks! We're only a lap behind Wolves, so we can do this. No, my lap. Come on, that's got to be it. Oh, easy game.
352.7.
Turn it down now, I'm happy.
Well done.
Try again later when it's lighter.
What's this guy doing? Not sure my best that was last year. Let's see Paul Allen's lap time. You only have a race, he was too scared of the content machine that is number 56. He's a fasty one.
That was a
Don't care.
353.74.
Some people say he often races like he's going backwards, but now he's putting it into practice.
Still getting caught by the Proton car, just haven't got the pace compared to the two cars behind me, even though I'm pushing F.
be a timing glitch because of the live timing is in front of you.
I'm honestly not sure what is right and what is wrong. So there's a few cars that are in different positions on the live time than they are on the tracks.
Really cruise control for the straight. My right leg's starting to go numb.
Some people say he often races like he's going backwards, but now he's putting it into practice.
They're just quicker drivers, Spencer. They got a better setup. Drivers better. Doesn't bother me too much, you know. I'm just sort of getting on with it. But obviously, you have a glance every now and then, like, oh bollocks, he's getting closer. Use my third leg. I need that fluffer, don't I? Don't be stupid. They're being stupid. Alright.
That was a 3:53.85.
Oh, you're out, Tim.
Yes.
Got about 25 minutes.
Okay.
How many laps until we're past max, boys? Yeah. Pace alone.
We update the bot to say Max has split the car.
Some people say he often races like he's going backwards, but now he's putting it into practice.
He's on the standings, boys.
Hello everyone. How we looking?
You alright?
Why is the first reaction, oh no, he's back? That really hurts, guys. Cyberbullying is a thing, you know that,
Yeah,
right?
you know, somebody has to keep up what the Ninfield is, so he's not here to have to.
That's not true, you don't have to.
Yeah, I have to. I have signed a contract. Nico is paying me money for this.
Nico doesn't have doesn't even have a single euro spare, so I highly doubt that.
I know, he's paying me the money he doesn't have.
Oh, great! Oh, he's like our country. Nice. Pay with money you don't have.
The lap was a 3:53.99.
Yay!
Not left, but then we're ahead.
I mean, then we overtook him.
Oh, you took his car.
Chat, look at that rate.
Yeah.
Look at that rate we're catching Verstappen on pace there. Time just comes down like it's nothing.
Is this the second stint of Jimmy?
Yes.
Okay. So it's Tim up next.
Look at that 52, Rene. Look at it, mate.
What?
Look at that 52.
Really? Nice.
Yeah, that now means we're 4 seconds.
Look, guys, look how we bravely close the gap on the F1 World Champion. Like he's standing
Not for a
still.
second. I had the 66. Oh, it is 4 seconds. Fuck. 4 seconds.
The heroic effort of the content machine.
We're now even less fast.
Even less last. I like that. Sounds good.
I don't want to lose a position, but I think that's also
We take all the wins we can get.
not that much faster.
We take all the wins that we can get. That gets us into 41st overall. Keeping in mind that it's 50 starters. Doesn't matter if some of them are DNF, because obviously that also means they just didn't do a good job.
We're about to lose 41st, by the way, but we're going to get it back.
But the good thing is they're not that much faster, so you might be able to bring them to the back.
Yeah. I mean, not true. The Proton car has the Proton car in front of us. Best lap time 3:48. That's 2 seconds, more than 2 seconds quicker than us.
Yeah,
Guys, only 90 seconds to Verstappen. It's 2 minutes to lap alone on pace. We're so fast right now. Verstappen is shaking in his boots. Sorry, Netherlands, you have a new hero now. 56 content machine. Yeah, I'm catching in 1 second a second, I know, right? Just how fast I am right now.
We'll have Rob playing commercials.
my goodness, that broke the questions.
It's happening, boys. Verstappen
The lap was a 3.
in ruins. It's happened, boys.
7.
We are now the F1 World Champion. That's how it works.
Yeah. overtakes him obviously gets the crown. That's exactly how life works.
Wait, so that means we now have 41 Formula 1 world champions?
What?
Yeah, well, we're the 41st car taken.
Oh, yeah.
So technically there are now 41 world
Hey, stop poking holes. My sound logic, right?
No, Jimmy, no.
That's
This
a
is so not right.
record-breaking amount of Formula 1 World Car champions. So the most legendary F1 season ever. 20 drivers.
Du bist Weltmeister.
I just wait for the press conference guy to now pop up and say, you know, the guy that asks about a monkey that can operate.
Hey, I'm a monkey. I'm a real boy.
No. Well, you know who I mean, right? Like the guy in the press conference.
Oh, the one with a really long question.
Yeah. Where everyone totally forgot about what this guy actually asked, right?
Some people say he often races like he's going backwards, but now he's putting it into practice.
What about those small victories, boys?
People say he often races
Sometimes that small victory is being an F1 world champion. You know?
Ah, yeah, gentlemen, a short view back to the past. That's the guy I was looking for.
Oh, my leg's starting to cramp. These fucking straights.
How about every time we go on Mulsanne Straight, you quickly stand up, do like a Hampelmann 4 or 5 times, and then...
Ow! Okay, I moved my foot. Oh yeah, I'm left foot accelerating right now.
races like he's going backwards, but now he's putting it into practice.
Oh yeah, stretch it. Oh yeah. Right, take over. Okay. Flawless.
first have to beat 10 laps.
Yep, that's how this works.
Just wanted to say cheers to Jim.
I can hear someone very faintly talking. I'm sorry, my Discord's not really turned up very loud.
If someone could just pass that on to you.
Yeah, we will, no worries.
Thanks, guys.
You just said, Jimmy, you remember that you asked people to go over to the stream of Brett, who was in the 12-hour Silverstone? Yeah, that really boosted the cancer donations. So he just said thank you for that.
Ah, right. No problem.
And because I saw it, they tweeted at one point that the stream from our team reached £1,000, I think.
Ah, nice.
for the nation, which made us the highest stream there to support, which was really cool.
Good job, lads. We've done it again.
Yeah, thanks everyone. That was really cool.
Best cuties in sim racing.
I might cheat with keeping broken cars on the
Not easy, is it?
Rat.
Or does that also mean that we won that race? Wait.
you've got to stay with me.
Are you getting ready yet, Tim?
Oh yeah, 3.5 laps. Sorry. I was too caught up in being the best F1 driver of all time, you know, to...
Yeah, don't forget to set up the...
Yeah, I'll do it in the straight.
Go for the big number.
That's a 10-4 and big number.
And it's
That was a 3:54 plus 1:3.
Some people say he often races like he's going backwards, but now he's putting it into practice.
Thank you, everyone. I love you. There's just a little bit of camber there. If you don't get it, there's something there. You just end up understeering the big chunder. Oh yeah, okay, good. Perfect. Driving talent knows no bounds.
Really? They showed someone from the crew that just fell off his stool, sleeping during the race.
F.
Yeah, someone, they were doing split screen with the race on the left and a shot from the studio on the right. and they film someone in their rig with one guy sitting next to the rig watching, and another guy like being like with his head on his hand, and he just slips off completely asleep.
You fucking idiot.
Oh no.
Nearly.
Yeah, but good sake, the car's not done. Good job.
He's pitting in as well. What a fuck. Oh, well, anyway. Shit.
That was a 3:55.14.
So we are slowly catching.
Catching wolves, boys!
Yes, like it's
Fuck
exactly
wolves.
the team we're after.
I mean, I'd be just as rude in LMP. There's a difference between being rude and being dangerous, though. Okay, I've got no tyre left. Save the line, Jimmy. No!
Some people say he often races like he's going backwards, but now he's putting it into practice.
The tyres go off. They go quite downhill quite quickly. It isn't like 77% health. This feels a lot worse than that. Right, in this lap.
Yes, sir.
Almost a good stint. Almost a good stint. Sorry guys, I didn't hit the wall though. You're okay. I just have some cubes for you to drive on now. I can't hear you at all. Sorry.
So let's not change tires for this pit stop.
Yeah, well, I'll keep them on.
Give them the cubes.
Cubes, only cool guys use cubes. Again, chat, when I was driving past, when I was driving by that area of the circuit, right, I noticed that barrier looking a little bit difficult. And I was like, is that barrier up to code?
Is it?
Yeah, and I thought I'll get a closer look. Because again, for the safety of my fellow drivers, there's no risk I won't take. So I went in there, had a quick little look, quick little peek. And I can tell you that that barrier it's on the edge. I think it needs a bit of work in the future. I'm doing the job no one else wants to do. It was a nice barrier.
It looked sexy, I have to admit that. I mean, the color and how it shimmered in your headlights.
Yeah, man.
I think that really caught on.
Oh, not again. The Twitch fucking notifications coming in again. Fuck off. The thing is, right? Think of it this way. I am the only driver in this entire race to inspect that barrier. And still drive. My wheel is vibrating so much. Flat spots on all four wheels.
Yeah, square tires are exactly our thing today. I think that's kind of ours.
It's not even Max Verstappen, check that, exactly. Not even an F1 champion. Exactly. No one even bothered with. Oh man. But damn it. I'm sorry about that spin. I was happy about that stint apart from that. Oh well.
That was a 4:14.85.
$52 seconds.
Oh, wait.
Some people
Good job, man.
say he often races like he's
good
going
job.
backwards.
Yep, we
but
came
now
back
he's
once
putting it
again.
into
We had a good
practice.
pace. Car's still alive. That's what counts.
Oh yeah. Yeah, 13 seconds lost is a shame. That's like an entire stint of pushing is lost in that spin. But it is what it is.
We're still not lost.
Alright, good luck, Tim.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Want that P41 by the end of this stint.
Hey chat, did you see me? Hi. Chat V. Ah. Chat is so bright in my eyes. I can't stand it. Tremendous pain. Leave the game. Please turn off R-Factor. R-Factor is now like stuck on, thank God.
Really? Oh,
Okay,
dear.
it's gone now.
Ah, there we go. So it's Tim now twice, and then it's me again, right? Yeah.
That is right.
I'm not until like 6 in the morning. Need to know when, really. Like I'm planning my masturbations.
That's fine.
Wait, what?
At least he's honest about it. We all just thought it, but he said it.
A very late addition to this car. Only
You
in the last
pulled
24
through.
hours did he join the number 11 Red Bull Racing Esports team. A late change because the driver that was
Yeah,
supposed to be
just
doing
after
it had
6,
all sorts of problems
mate.
with his wheel that couldn't be fixed in time. So subbed in at the last minute, which presumably means that he came in with much less pre-race prep, Chris, than would be ideal.
Yeah, Alex Siebel is someone very experienced, though, and I think if you were going to take the role of a reserve driver, you would probably put in a little bit of practice just in case something like this were to happen. I guess we could cross-reference a wheel issue to an injury of some sort, because basically you're not able to drive. So that's in the real world, I guess that's what we'd cross-reference it as. But Alex Siebel is someone who already knows this track very well. I believe he's...
No way! Guys, do you remember when I made jokes about turning all of this into an NFT?
Oh, what?
Le Mans 45 minutes ago posted, hashtag Le Mans Virtual are pleased to present our first ever NFT marketplace. Presented by our partners at Algorand.
Oh, no.
Wait, if our car is on there, can we not go against that?
Maybe there's something you didn't sign or didn't read.
Yeah, probably. It's like, I'm really surprised now. They really do that. nft.lemansvirtual.com. There will be opportunities to find exclusive moments and artwork on the marketplace, and there will be more added throughout the weekend.
Is it time for me to buy an NFT of me inspecting the barrier to make sure it's all right?
Yeah, nft.lemansvirtual.com.
Simrig, the photo of a Simrig that was sent over, as you said,
Oh,
said earlier on.
God, my fucking penis. Okay. Okay.
Le Mans Virtual, and we will show them throughout the course of the event. Here's another setup, courtesy of Jonlin Lull, my setup and how I watch Le Mans Virtual. That is a very good configuration.
Chat, how are you watching Le Mans Virtual?
Very dark.
Lad in hand.
And this is Fernando Lesser, who's taken a photo.
Hey, Fernando, Lesser. Oh.
It is, of course, from Porto Mrim.
You know what? That looks just like
Sierra Mirim.
BRB, boys.
I hope I said that all correctly. So yeah, do send any photos. The whole production team are laughing in my ear. Do send any photos that you do have. Where are you watching us from? Where are you following the 24 hours of Le Mans Virtual? Now, once again, I did mention the trophy competition earlier. You can win 2 tickets to the 24 hours of Le Mans.
Legendary live auction ends in 1 day and 16 hours. Legendary anime art style LMP car video.
Your own interpretation, be as a creative or just
And how if you buy them now? What happens then? How does it work?
Gemma Sumner getting the Lego out to create a trophy for Le Mans Virtual. My son has created
Yeah, it's like
a real
that's
model trophy and the full
the
podium.
Le
Look
Mans
at
virtual
that.
artwork. Highest, lowest bid, highest 500. Legendary.
and the
Unique
full
moment
podium
from
to go
8 hours
with
of
it. He's
Nürburgring
loving
Nordschleife.
racing
We
too.
didn't even
So
finish
thank
that
you
race.
very, very much.
I
That's
mean,
what
not
we
us
do
as a
at,
team. We,
Virtual
as
League
in
cars
Virtual Le Mans.
either side of the podium, which is fantastic to see, and even
True.
behind it, 24
This
hours
is
on podium.
I forgot about that.
Podium
What's
ceremony.
Wait,
So
so
you
the,
can-
the
you-
unique
you-
moment
If
from
you
the
do
8
want to,
hours of
join the
Nürburgring.
Yeah,
conversation,
it's probably the
use
red
the
flag.
That's a red flag.
Le Mans Virtual. We'd love to hear from you.
It's
Any
that one
photos,
marshal
where
on the
you're
track
watching
that
it from.
waves the red
If you
flag.
just send us photos of the sim setup as well. Who you're watching it with, and yeah. as
So I
say,
don't
join
get
the
this. So
conversation.
you can buy 5 out of 5 packages, legendary, of these unique moments. Or the ultra rare is pack of 2 moments from the pack of 2 moments in rare, or pack of 3 moments in common.
That is,
Do I really get them as a pack though? Send it to me. That would be nice.
So if you've got a glamorous location,
If I could buy some of our screenshots, like with our car on, in an art style, to hang in our like house, since we have a lot of the team stuff here, I would do that. I know that's solely digital. That's my issue with it here. Like, if someone would tell me we could have this for our house, you know, like for the bar, and then have it like Butler Palm Motorsport thingy, I would do that. But
focused on one particular name, the reigning.
no, the current driver doesn't have a stream, which is why we're currently watching the normal one.
He started from the outside of the front row of the grid and was headed by the real team racing car from pole position.
This is
for
really...
all of the Dunlop
Can I still buy this?
down into the S's
Or you
that
can
Max
claim the
Verstappen
common
easily
pack for
took the
free.
lead that he was to build on straight away.
Signing up
Also
now,
taking
man.
the GTE
Sign up
class
with
was
Google.
the Red Bull Racing Corvette, but its early race pace was all about staying out of trouble and trying to make sure that it could convert into a good result on Sunday afternoon rather than Saturday afternoon, allowing the Porsches to go by. Trouble. Panis Racing tagging WRT, who flew across the grass, getting collected by the number 4.
What? Your PIN code is used to approve every transaction. It cannot be recovered or reset.
Gradually
Really?
buried in the field. Duquesne heading a frantic mid.
So I can lock in with Google, but I then have to do it with like a code that maybe one day I don't remember anymore, and then all of this that I bought for $500 is done.
Showing good pace early on. Niklas Nielsen going by the 888 R8G BMW.
All right, boys.
Verstappen.
All right, boys. We're into NFTs
the
now.
pit lane from the lead, and then continuing in a big battle with the Veloce eSports car as they continue to race clear of the field, but on slightly different fuel strategies. They would come together and then be separated by trips to the pits, separated by trips to the barriers.
I mean, I like the artworks that they did, because they in the shop, everything is in a package, like, you know, like Rainbow Six Alpha packages or something. I think that was done nicely. So someone who did that, the artist behind it, did a nice job there. I appreciate that. But I want to see if there's anything with our car now.
Their engine, and they were one of the first casualties out of the
Well,
race.
that's great. I did redeem that free pack, and
more trouble with a car that
the images are broken.
Issues and was unable to
Best pack ever then.
rivals. That put Ben Barker's GR Wolves car out. Also out was D Station as a legacy.
In crypto, never lose a passport. Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of. Really, I'm really afraid of that. But I don't have that much anymore. I only hold a few bitcoins and that's it. So not super afraid.
And not in the best result for either. Battle for the lead, real team with the pace to go and move.
Okay, so I have these packages, and if you don't open them, you can't see them, or how does that work?
I think you have to open them anyway.
Oh no, I didn't open them. I just bought them. But it now says I don't have them. Okay, we try differently then. I'll go back and get them. No, not a few bitcoins anymore. Unluckily, back then when I really had bitcoins, when they were worth nothing, I gave them away. Wasn't a good choice looking at nowadays, but I had a few. I think one day someone actually paid something for me, like back in bitcoins. I paid something for him, and he gave me a few bitcoins back then, because we had customers that wanted to pay cars in bitcoins, but bitcoins back then weren't worth even €1. So at one point, I had like 15 to 20 bitcoins, and I gave them away.
Imagine the race team we could have.
Yep.
18 months ago,
It's like, true, so unfortunately, that is gone.
And Alpha Industries by Coles in the top half dozen as night falls. In GTE, the battle remains between the Porsche esports team and BMW.
So I can be a normal pleb and not a rich pleb.
And the Ferrari of FDA Esports very much embroiled there as well. And with only 1/3 race distance completed,
can I now claim this NFT? This pack is limited to 1 per customer. Okay, so I have it already. It's just you don't show it in my collection because this page is broken or what?
In the barriers on the exit of Indianapolis. And Porsche.
Yeah. Lucky says it. Bought a cheeseburger and a Coke for 3 bitcoins. Yeah, that were the times, right? I had that stuff and I was like, oh, giving it for friends that were more interested in it than me, because at that point I just wasn't interested in Bitcoin. So that's it. Happens.
2200 GMT. Wherever you are around the world, thank you for joining us for Le Mans Virtual 2022, the second running of the virtual version.
The page is now really slow. I think something is off with it.
And all our TV pictures have just gone off as night has fallen. It's got dark in the studio. We've put it onto nighttime running lights, and somebody turned all the tellies off. However, they are back with us. So
why does it say find something cool? I have it. It tells me I own this. Why is that? This is so weird.
Yeah, I think the website
is
a little
broken.
That'll feel like old times.
It's broken.
Yeah, that will be proper Radio Le Mans before we had TV monitors in the truck and when the TV
or everybody
crews
went
to
on that
bed
side
at
and
night time for 7 hours.
Yeah. Not great.
So, Chris, I mean, an awful lot of changes in the first third of Le Mans.
But really, we joked about it today, and then you go onto Twitter and see this announcement, and it's like, what? Really?
Half the field will be gone before the end of the race. So that is actually quite a high rate of attrition. And there have been some incidents. I mean, you saw that incident between R8G's P car and R8G's GT car. Both are still in the race, but have been delayed. But
what you doing?
We just claimed NFTs because Le Mans Virtual is selling NFTs, but for whatever reason they're not showing up in our account. So we're now really sad plebs.
In the real world or in the virtual world.
Yeah. These are some of the best drivers.
Yeah, don't worry, guys. No money was invested.
Yes, because someone already blames me for chatting about NFTs. Like, no, I didn't pay anything for that. I just wanted to see what they actually put together, but it did not work. Not even the website works. Great.
Yeah, we're going to see some mistakes being made throughout, and that's going to lead to bits of contact, as we saw.
Yeah, I can't bother to talk about NFTs. Instead, I have a Vimto and Lemonade. Isn't that what life's all about, boys? Nice little Vimto and Lemonade after your stint. Cheers, lads. Love you.
A bit of bad luck, wrong place, wrong time, and I think Max Verstappen showed just clipping at one curb a little bit too hard in 24 hours is very easily done.
Yeah.
But it comes with huge consequences, as does the Le Mans circuit is just so punishing.
It sure does, absolutely right, and you know, and it can happen to anybody. And traffic is the factor. You know, it was the factor in that accident. That's why he was offline.
Bailey.
Maybe fractionally later on.
Hello. Hello, Bailey. What's this up here?
Through at the speed with which he was, you know, approaching the corner, which was his normal high speed. So it's all those factors. And traffic
my
and
sock.
other people's accidents
are
what take most cars out
of
the race.
Bailey, can you see Bailey? He's on the floor there, punching away.
So reliable and so relentlessly tested by competition that most of them will make it all the way through a 24-hour race, even ragged by the sort of nutcases that are given them, and even more so in the virtual world, because debris on the track and other people's bits of bodywork and bits of, you know, carbon and all that stuff. People don't come limping in with left rear punctures. in Le Mans Virtual the way that they do at Le Mans. They don't pick up a puncture going out of Terre Rouge and then have the car ripped apart down.
Not the wank sock.
As they do in the real world. So the actual
My cum gin
car
sock.
damage is less of an issue.
I made a joke because I spilled some gin down the side of my bed once in the shed. I'm now explaining this to Emily. I hope you guys like this. And I said, oh no, I've got gin on my cum sock. That became the gin cum sock.
Whether you're lapping traffic or whether traffic
It's full of nutrients.
They get it wrong. Contact with other cars.
He's
as
left.
in all forms of motor racing everywhere is still the biggest.
Hey, it's soda. I'm not boozing.
There's a perfect example there with the Rebellion Williams car just ahead of us, just clipping that curb a little bit too hard. On another lap, that would have seen them going straight across into the
Posture
barrier
check.
by the pit lane.
Sure.
Yeah, they did well to catch that one. I think this is one of the battles a little bit further up.
Is that better for you? Extended?
As well.
Extend.
But, yeah, while you try to pick out which
I'm going to see if I can find my boy Bacho.
So this is McDuff. So yeah,
I'm not going just yet, but I wanted to chill out and chat with my guy. I miss him.
But that's how easily done it is. Nestor Girolami there. Just,
I am still around, boys, just to let you know. Just going to talk to the stream for a bit, so I'm going to mute up here and give us a poke if you need me.
How dare you?
An
I mean,
inviting circuit to push hard on. Here we go. We're going to see a change of position, but I think when you go and see it in person, you look at it as a track where every corner.
It's a long time to the race, guy. I don't race for another like 8 hours or so.
Your classic, really
Show the clip. I haven't seen Max's crash.
90-degree rights all the way around the circuit. So
Driving the ACC.
corners are very
Driving.
to a driver.
What are you buying?
Push that little bit harder all the time. So and they're all fast as well, aren't they? They're all very fast corners.
And look, we talk about, you know, traffic, and the driver of that GTE Porsche had white lights coming down both sides of the road behind him, and all he was thinking was, do not
Some
hit
people
me.
say he
That's
often
all you
races
think
like
when you're
he's
in that
going
position.
backwards,
You
but
know
now he's
it's
putting
about
Hey, Robert, thank you so much, mate, for the sex. Oh, yeah.
two faster cars.
Reminds me that we love Radio Batcher. I think everyone likes Radio Batcher.
Without getting mullered from behind by one of those guys who's
Some people say he often races like he's going backwards, but now he's putting it into practice.
Thanks. And he breathes a sigh of relief and carries on his own way. And you just saw there was that position change.
He's so aggressive.
To 12th place, and 14 race clutch Alpine has gone up. Now then, remember just before we did the highlights.
Emily asks how Verstappen's going. Chat, do you want to tell Emily how Verstappen is going? You come here, have a read the chat.
We saw a car going off on the exit of Indianapolis, and I thought it was the LM Cup champion car.
Camera is here. You can see Bailey, but if you stand here, you won't be able to see it.
I thought it wasn't yellow enough for ARC Bratislava, but ARC Bratislava are shown as stopped.
I think that might be a separate problem.
I think it might be a separate problem because I really do think it was the
That's what happened to Max.
When that comes up as a stop,
He's dead. He crashed. Verstappen is dead. He crashed. We're currently ahead of Max Verstappen.
That's when we'll see that shot of the car parked up in
Yeah, exactly. See, even Emily said that. Emily said, I only spun, but Verstappen crashed. Who's a better driver, chat?
Confirmation. You can get your pen out now,
and
Martin.
that has lost a rear wheel.
Another one out.
Thank you for.
Right, so ARC Bratislava number 44 coming in real life, and
nice mirror, they say.
World, Mato Homola, and it was Jakub Stofko who was driving the car. So that looks like he's either had some kind of latency or disconnect issue, or an issue with the rig, but whatever the
I'm not sure how much longer I'm going to be up, but
he's hit the barriers hard, he's torn a rear wheel off, and that, as Lewis pointed out earlier in the case of Max Verstappen,
I'm not using both mice. Why?
Further because even if the car is disconnected, it will be reconnected.
You can use
and no drive. They don't have one-wheel drive; they have no-wheel drive, so he is out. So
the only time we saw it last year was when we had
this one is the good mouse,
and that then allowed teams to get back in, including the team of Max Verstappen and Lando Norris. That was the only reason they actually got back into the race. So he's not.
No, it should be alright for now. This is that PC. This is all that PC.
When he was racing with Lando Norris last time, and the rest of the team, not just Lando, of course. There was all 4 of them out, and they just didn't really have good fortunes. Here we go on board with the Porsche then.
Now that's not the 92, that's the
Mac
91
Backham.
car. So this is championship rivalry. Mac Backham in the 91 car.
Some people say he often races like
I'm good, thank you.
but now he's
Have a little drink.
into practice.
Maybe a lovely green.
71 team red line BMW.
Lovely green tea. Would that would hit just right. That would.
Margin to go through. So we're now on board
no.
the BMW.
I think there's probably less than this one. Only one.
I think that was a case of the
Only one. Only 2.
Team Red Line
Stop looking for mugs.
fill the mirrors there of the Porsche just to make it look like he was going to make a move down the inside. As a driver, when
Thank
see
you.
that car appear in your mirror, I'm not talking from
I'll keep
experience
it.
of Alex Brundle, but I can.
Thank you, Icky, for the mouse
when you
fund.
see a car appear in the mirror like that,
Yeah, what, I'll
it
keep
can
it.
just disrupt your concentration, because rather than looking right
Some
ahead on the
people
road,
say he
you have one
often
eye
races
in the
like
mirror,
he's going
and that can
backwards,
sometimes
but
lead you to
now
take
he's
a
putting
little
it
Thank
in
you,
the
ranting
practice.
Brummy. Cheers, man.
We all know at Indianapolis there is that gravel trap on.
What's the best thing about doing this from a house rather than a shed? This, sitting in a chair. Oh shit, I think I missed a big boy somewhere. It was Gerald! Gerald, sorry that I missed that, mate. Thank you for the $50, you mad shit. Thank you for creating awesome content for all of us. The last 2 years have been a mess for all of us, and this has been a great help. It's time we start my own content channel. Thank you. Well, mate, awesome to hear that. Thank you so much for the super kind, super generous donation. But yeah, Brummy, just being here, being able to sit here in this seat, being able to like jump in the shower just next door, it just feels a lot nicer. Thank you, Lords. I will when she comes back, Lords. Thank you. Thank you, mate.
And so he was halfway through that, and I think there's going to be a driver change there. So again, the BMW is back.
You're not a new girlfriend, been with her quite a while.
The question remains when the BMW comes to its stop, how far back
You guys just didn't know about
will
the
it be,
secrets.
and will it be able to stop, fuel, tyres, driver change, come back out,
Oh,
still ahead
yeah.
of the Porsches. Even if it doesn't come out ahead of the Porsches, it will not be far behind the Porsches.
I can't broadcast the view from the stream because of annoying R-Factor 2 server problems. Do you want more or less gamma on the race broadcast?
Those Porsches as well. Mac Backham was the quickest first sector we've seen.
Now
and Chan Juven.
This is an anomaly. This is an anomaly of the timing system that gets me every single time.
I swear that Ryan Haven talks over people all the time.
It shows their best sector times of the race, not of the last lap.
No, well,
which
actually, when
is
you,
the most annoying thing on God's green earth.
when you actually look at his,
always gets me.
It will probably get me in a few hours as well.
Oh yeah, repeatedly. I mean, especially at Le Mans when the fatigue builds, you forget all of the simple stuff and all the complex stuff.
Some people say he often races like he's
I still love him. I still love him though.
but now he's putting it into
Based Haven.
But Enzo Benito leads.
Charlie, thank you so much for the 20 francs. Thank you.
As we heard from Josh Rogers.
Been watching my stuff for over 2 years. You are a bloody awesome bloke. I can't wait to see you Smash 2022. Hopefully a good sort of Smash, not the Sag sort of Smash. Oh, lisping makes me feel good.
But actually, it's worth pointing out for fans of the real world, we're used to the team doing all the work on the car. The driver just brings it in, hits his marks, either stays in or gets out, has the drink or whatever. But in the
fuck me!
Have to do.
Jesus Christ!
You have to.
Jonathan, thank you. You mad shitter.
What you want to happen in the pit lane.
Haven't donated in a big while, so have a honk of love from Canada. Thank you so much, mate.
It's the driver. It can't be done by anybody who's not.
That was a good honk.
Working the rig, so he has to change. He has to select the tyres he wants.
I've been spooked a couple of times this stream, man. It's been a spooky stream.
Whatever.
But now he's putting it into practice.
Press the button to fill the fuel tank. And any damage.
Thank you, Ollie, for the 5. When are we getting Dave Station? When are we getting Dave Station? Because I don't know.
I meant spend the time.
This is sort of Dave Station.
The driver has to pre-select all of that. Also, by the way,
Oh shit, since our last look we gained 600 subscribers. Thank you. 300 off 770k. Just gonna put that out there.
Also on that lap, as well as battling the BMW, he is pre-selecting what he needs to happen in that pit stop.
And they're doing a lot of things on the wheel as well, often.
Yes.
Just like you would have in a real LMP2 car. They'll be making adjustments on the wheel to, things like brake, as simple as brake bias.
And the first part of this stream has 275k views in it.
Some drivers
Nice.
change that most laps when they go around a circuit. We can see actually a pit stop.
Yeah, why not get it to 779k, huh? Huh?
You could see there, Martin, just before the driver who's going to jump in was getting ready to go out. He was getting himself fired up for it. He was jumping up and down, just warming himself up. It's Job van Uitert, I think, has just got out and may even join us now.
Well, that's one of the joys of actually being with a selection of hand signals. No, don't go away. Come this way. Come this way. Come this way.
It's mad.
Almost never get this opportunity in the real world to get a driver out of the car. The first thing that happens is that, as Job will tell us, welcome Job to the stage. The first thing that happens when you get out of your car at Le Mans is you go to the back of the garage and you change your engineer, correct?
Oh yeah.
Some people say he often races like he's going backwards.
Oh, Ryan. Mate, congratulations. Won his first ever endurance race this morning.
So, yeah, I mean, you don't normally
Won my Raw. Nicely. I wanted to do that, but yeah, I just didn't have enough time. Congrats, man. That's awesome. Absolute king.
On your in-lap, what did you have to do on your in-lap to set the car up, to make the pit stop happen, to make sure that your team...
You know what the mad thing is? I know, like, it's a little bit of time ago now, but last time we did this stream, it was the treble. It was my birthday. It was the biggest race in the world, and Le Mans, of course, and I gained 500 subscribers. I got to 500k that stream, which is mad. In fact, I actually have something on my a picture on my wall, which you can see on my Twitter, by the way, somewhere, of that last race. I would love a picture exactly the same as that for this car somewhere, because these races to me are amazing. This wall behind me is sort of slowly filling up with all my memories of stuff that have happened, and like, it's really nice to have it all up there. So I'd love to have one of this race as well, of our car going around.
Go full fuel, and if you swap for another driver, he gets a set of new tires. Like until now, we've only done.
Thank you, Rebel mate. Cheers, dude.
Some people say he often races like he's going backwards, but now he's...
Thank you, Aaron, as well. Big fan from Hungary. Thanks, dude. Thank you for the huffs.
Like we have a joystick on the steering wheel.
Okay.
But it's just
change everything quite quickly.
then I thought I peaked. I thought that was it. You know, I always think that I've got as far as I'm going to go. Then I get surprised again by you lads being amazing. So thank you.
I passed them. I was going on the inside there.
So if you're in your real race car, you're going box in this lap.
Thank you, Itchy.
That's all you need to.
This is mate. Long time no see. Welcome, man.
Everything else, but as you've just described,
Matt, that sucks, man. I'm really sorry to hear this. I don't know how to respond to that, but I'm glad this is giving me something to do.
Maybe not exactly in Indianapolis. Maybe you've done it earlier on the Mulsanne.
Thank you, Lords. Lord says, you know, I've entered the team into Motormouth karting event. Nice, man. Maybe you'll get... I'm not sure how that works.
When you are getting close,
I think you get drawn a random driver. I'm one of the drivers in that event. If you want to, I don't know if they can convince them to. Oh, you're actually amazing. Thank you.
You might even get a chance in the pit stop.
Nice little green tea.
Look after the brakes because the left rear is grabbing, or whatever. There's lots of gravel at the first chicane. Really look out for that, particularly when it's dark.
Some people say he often races like
Mason, thank you, mate.
but now he's putting it into practice.
In the game.
I would love to go to Le Mans this year as well, man. Take one of the cars. Oh, chat. I didn't tell you. The Skyline's done.
Race engineer as well.
Yeah, well, we actually
After
have a
all this
race
time, the Skyline is done.
sitting currently in Holland. It's a Dutch guy, and we are constantly talking with him. We update him over what's happening on track, etc. If anything's up, and he also communicates with other team engineers from other cars if they want to pass or.
Do I have a video of it or not?
But then once the other driver jumps in, basically the engineer immediately updates the driver on the current, like what's happening on track, etc.
All right, so now you've talked about the fact that you've been doing double stints up to now, because that really works well for the tyre, and that means that you don't inherit somebody else's ruined rubber.
Thank you, Bubbles.
You ruin it yourself, you've got to live with it, but the new driver gets new tyres. As we go into the night, and you want to try and give each other a little bit more rest, perhaps, are you going to look at triple stinting, and in which case will the tyre take a triple in an LMP car?
It does here. But it's not faster. So basically in real Le Mans we are limited by...
I hear you say louder, chat.
Yep. And with the virtual, until now we don't have that yet. Maybe it's something that they can buy. So also in the night we would still continue double stinting. We have done a triple with our drivers.
Automation, but real life.
Like he's going backwards, but now he's putting it into practice.
Like in the 2 triples that we did.
Yeah. Okay. So you do your third stint on new tyres, and then the incoming driver takes them for his first, and then he gets a new set too. Okay.
Oh my God! Thank you guys.
Like he's going backwards, but now he's putting it into practice.
Thank you so much for
It made, I think it made 549. So I'm saying 550, alright.
As you well know.
I will just get another espresso and probably not sleep.
Bubbles asks for PP picks. Thank you for the £20, mate. PP picks. It's a no from me, mate.
I mean, physically in the real world, you're beaten up by the car, and you have the mental stress, particularly driving at night, and the adrenaline keeps you awake.
Thank you, Wub.
In the virtual world, it's all... That's where the fatigue is, isn't it? For everybody, for the real drivers and the virtual drivers equally.
I'm looking forward to it. I drove it at 550 or 500 or so before, and it was good.
You get some cold air inside, so it's a bit cooler. But yeah, obviously physically this is a lot less hard.
I imagine it's at the.
Steering wheel strength-wise is the same, and the brake force.
Yeah, it's
the force we have to brake.
It's a dyno. I assume it's at the.
Right,
I don't have its wheels. It must be. I don't know what it is, but it was 550.
All I'm going to say is get some rest if you
it's fast enough.
Very well.
Enjoy the. I know, but the moment you say that, we just talked about that with WRT, and they lost their rear wing again. So we won't even go there.
No, it's on 2530s.
And it'd be great to see you back in the studio, back in the car, in probably not half as long as you actually think it's going to be.
I hope it's a bit longer now. So
Thank you, Raoul. Cheers for the 5. Cheers, dude.
Good night to Job van Uytert, and continued good luck to his team.
The first YouTuber I've watched for sim racing for a big part, a big part of my passion for it. Thanks for everything, man. Let's have a good 2022. We will, dude. We will. Thank you, man. Thank you, Gaming Midgets. Thank you for the 2. What's your dream car, and will you ever get one? Well, I am very, very fortunate. I never thought I'd get to say this, but I actually own one of my dream cars. It's the Skyline. I love that thing. I own 2 of my dream cars. I own the R35 as well. I've been super fortunate to do that, and there's not a day that I don't think I'm not fortunate. If I was to go any more, like, I'm not sure I can go any higher than that. It would be like a super performance GT40 for real.
They might not be able to nip away from the circuit. They always all stay in the circuit, don't they?
Skyline's all-wheel drive.
You know, even if you've got a motorhome down in the Enfield, you never get away from the noise because you are surrounded by the racing cars 24/7.
Exactly. You don't get the chance to go back to a comfortable hotel room, have a comfortable sleep, a comfortable shower, and then come back again.
Thank you, Slayers Gaming.
So that's something that they don't get.
I've been a huge fan of yours over 4 years now. Thank you, dude. I hope your channel keeps going. Channels can be bastards sometimes, but.
Because that's their team data. But it was very, very impressive.
Thank you, Soldier Guy, for 28 months. Yeah, nearly 30 months, man. What a king. Thank you, Wub Gamer. Been an age since I've been able to watch a stream. Well, thank you for coming back, dude. Any GR news? The Yaris comes on Thursday. I pick it up on Friday though.
14.5 more hours of no sleep. But,
well, yeah, listen, you know, if you're a real racing engineer, and you can ask any engineer, particularly chief engineer on a car, you know,
I need to stop. I'm like, I kind of can't really just, I don't know, other things I should be getting instead of a Yaris, but I just thought I would.
And that's just the way it is. That's where you live your life. What life it is, standing in a plastic tent for nearly 36 hours. But, you know, God love them. Somebody's got to do it, and definitely I can't. While we were talking to Yop, of course, naturally, there was all sorts of close racing going on. Paul Trustwell came up with this theory many, many years ago on Radio Le Mans. He said,
Subaru's been the most reliable car I've had.
Magnetic at night, and everybody sort of, because it was radio, and I was down in the pit lane, and everybody was all over the place. Everybody metaphorically sort of looked at him and went, "You what now?" He said, "No,
Yeah, you need a lot on the Yaris, don't you? You need to kind of try and convince HKS to give me some bits. I don't think I'm going to get any, because the bits for the car are almost as rare as the car itself, or as hard as to get hold of, I should say. £30,000 is a lot of money, yeah. Doing it on finance. The daily is Emily's, my girlfriend's Fiesta.
Some people say he often races like he's going backwards, but now he's putting it into practice.
Don't stay close to each
Did they really? Top Gear did they review on the Zenvo and use Forza Horizon 5 audio? Weird. I bet they're like, oh shit, we haven't got any audio of the car going by. Don't worry, I've got it on Forza. I love Fiesta, man.
We saw this is the Race Clutch Alpine car, isn't it? Right behind.
I'm actually racing in this. Yeah, man. I've done four stints so far, or four fuel tanks. So I started the race and I got out of the car about 45 minutes ago.
But yeah, the Axel Motorsport car, which has been in the category right from the start of the Le Mans Virtual Series, one of Axel's two Malaysian-based crews.
Well, that's what they've been known as throughout the season. They've just added that for this race.
Yeah, they got title sponsors for Le Mans, and why wouldn't you?
They're going a lot better than they have all season. You know, their best results so far.
Did you just say that?
My next relay, or my next go in the car is about 6 in the morning, I think.
Shall I continue?
Yeah, no, you have to now. You've committed to curse the commentator. I'm just waiting to see it play out.
Their best results so far this season's 13th. They're running in 7th. And nothing in the next 5 minutes is going to see them go into the barriers.
Hey guys, just wanted to check when I'm next in the car so I can get some sleep if I need to.
It's Tim for 1.5 stints, then me for 2 stints, then Bram for 2 stints, then me for 1 stint again, then you.
So what time do you think that is?
Quarter past 6 your time.
Okay. So I aim to be back here for about 6 or about 5:45.
He's got by
okay, cool. I'll do that.
And Girolami pitted from in front of that car, and so Rory McDuff now in 8th place for Race Clutch Alpine, just 1/10 behind Josh Purween in the Axel Motorsport car, and Rory McDuff is having a rocking time in that car. The number 22. He is just really number 14 rather, Race Clutch Alpine car, really pushing on.
And this is the real-time hydrogen redline car, assuming the race lead with Agustin Canapino coming into the pits in the number 1. So the reigning champions have made great progress from what was a very poor qualifying by their incredibly high.
Thank you for the invite, Andy, but I'm probably taking some time off after this race.
Kicking off once again. We have the
they said my time.
Duff and Brochek as well, round the outside, down the inside. That's the Race Clutch Alpine making a move on the Axel car.
Thank you, Albie. This kind of race my Yaris against yours. My GR Yaris. Yeah, man, don't worry. We all know the Master's faster anyway. The Master's gone to sleep for the winter now.
There are some star drives that sort of, stick their head above the parapet. But right now, Rory McDuff is having one of those.
I swear I used to race Rory McDuff in one of the Stroll leagues.
You know, it only took him 2 or 3 laps, maybe not even more than 2 laps on the tail of the...
Funny how many people that used to race against are now like actual aliens. I remember I used to race Yuri in VEC and he was like fast, but he wasn't alien fast, and now he's just insane.
He did it the committed way. He had faith, and it paid off for him. Riding on board now, 5th gear, just hooking into 6th. Oh no, not quite, into the pit lane.
Yeah. Well, that was why he was pushing so hard. It was on an in-lap. Rory McDuff back for the second time.
That's not McDuff into the pit lane yet. He hasn't got there.
That was the Alpine Esports car then that went into the pit.
Oh, Ben, I need to. I'm winding down. I've got my green tea here, chatting to my boys.
He is in. I thought I'd gone crazy there, or I thought I was just as tired as I'm feeling. But he raced with the 2Cs team alongside Oliver Rowland.
Need to work out how we're going to do this thing because they're in Discord.
He's going to carry some natural confidence into the event because of that result. And on his in-lap there, a good move around the outside at Indianapolis to get one more position before he then goes into the pit stop. So a crucial time to make a move.
Well, Kuba Brzezinski has taken over the #1 Rebellion GPX Esports car in 2nd place.
Is Alex Pelot.
Yeah. And it's a busy pit lane. Alpine Esports are in. Alex Pelot, Team Fordzilla. Just saw him. Race Clutch Alpine, Axel Sports, GPX Rebellion, the #22 car in the pits as well. So too Panis Racing. They've sort of slipped back down the order down to 17th. Franco Colapinto for WRT in the pit lane.
I need another fun now, don't I?
Slava in the pit lane as well, but that car I think will drop out of the race and become our 8th retirement of the race. W Series didn't get to start. Their car would not connect for the formation lap. Real heartbreak for the W Series entry. First time ever in the virtual Le Mans or Le Mans series. Mercedes EMG, the first racing retirement. D-Station were out of the race courtesy of somebody else's issues. Alpine Esports, the #15 car. That car went out as well. GR Wolves crashed.
Sorry, chat. I'm just catching up of the stream live chat. What they've been talking about.
GR Wolves car. Graph Racing's #39 car. Team Redline 1, 2, 3. And I think the most recent retirement then will be the 44 ARC Bratislava car. So 8 retirements in what is now nearly 10 hours, 9.5 hours of racing. So we'll wait and see how the rest continue as the pit lane empties, as if somebody has pulled the plug at the bottom of the bath.
Get out.
Only Williams Esports remain in there. Everybody else, almost everybody else in LMP have made their stops and heading back out. In our GT class, Enzo Benito leads for BMW Team Redline.
Yeah, I didn't get invited. I had to basically wait until I waited, and then these guys were like, oh yeah, sure, come along.
6.8 behind in 91. The championship.
I thought, well, yeah, fuck it. So I had about a week. I did about maybe 2 stints of practice, and that was it. There we are.
Van Doren for Proton competition. The 77 now is the better of the 2 Proton Porsches. That is now up to 5th place, and in 6th place, the second of the BMWs in the race, BMW Team BS and competition. Just ahead of BMW Team GB. BMW collision alert there.
What's that noise?
The first time.
Haven moment.
Be the last should they actually come together during the race. And the car that started on pole, Dennis Lynn back in the Red Bull Racing Corvette, sort of inexplicably slipped.
The stint link. Oh, it's old. I need to just get rid of it because there aren't actually any stints to show you.
They had a 6-minute penalty.
They did.
Now they're on a recovery.
By the way,
which effectively is a lap and 3/4 for a GTE car, isn't it?
It's a
or 2 laps.
6 minutes is a long time.
Yeah.
You know, okay, it might not be long in Le Mans.
A fucking long time.
Laps, but these are very long laps.
Yeah.
So, yeah, to catch 6 minutes back up over 24 hours requires absolutely zero contact with anyone. You can't afford any mistakes at all, and you have to be on it for the whole time.
I'm just looking to see if anyone's got Max's.
I had forgotten that penalty. Who was the other car
swinging
that
towards the
I'm now
70.
writing
Down
down
Let's
my
see.
Here's the red line car.
Whoa.
Buried in the wall.
And wheels come off. The wheel, the rear left just went. See you, mate.
56.
Yeah, so there.
Yeah, skill issue, boys.
No, it's the full chicane.
When he was in
where
the
he
car,
had to be, well, I say where he had the issues, he was faster
They
through
did,
there than
didn't
everyone
they?
else, but
Yeah,
he used to
got
got
it out of the way.
Exactly.
That's
If you've got 24 hours to recover.
Oh, I wonder if we can see that on board again.
23 and a half
I mean,
hours.
it's a little hard from that
do it
angle,
on lap
but
one.
he might
get out of all of the traffic,
So like, fuck.
spend your time in the pit lane. You'll come out you'll come out a lap and a half behind your rivals, so you'll have nobody around you for at least one lap to get up to speed, and then the LMP cars will arrive, and then all hell breaks loose. But you've got the entire race to make it up. So yeah, it's like everything else. Take the medicine as early as you possibly can take it, as early as you're allowed to take it, and then it gives you the most possible.
I don't want to see my incident. It's didn't happen.
Yeah, taking it at the start of the race is sensible because it takes you out of the pack and it just allows you to
Bonomo wheels gone
without any traffic around you.
Well, yeah, for a very short while.
Yeah, I mean, but you're in that pack, aren't you, of people? If you take a 6-minute penalty, then you're out of the sequence with all the other teams.
Guys, does Verstappen's car die? What are you talking about?
You're never then stopping at the same time as everybody else. So you're always coming into an empty pit lane because you are you're not half a stint out, but you're a couple of laps out with everybody else. So there are, the massive 6-minute cloud.
Oh, I like
does
this.
have some little glimmers of silver lining.
Good picture, that.
Mentally, you know exactly
What do you reckon, guys? I'm going to just save that for the
set yourself the target. Okay.
the bank later.
The top 10 is this far away, and once you see that gap coming down,
In the bank.
you become more motivated as a team, and it just gives you something. You're constantly chasing something rather than trying to, get yourself enough in the lead so that when you take that 6 minutes, you know where you're going to be. I'd say
you've got to beat
better.
the entire field by 2 laps.
Yeah.
That's all there is to it.
And imagine, we get a red flag or a safety car of some sort.
NFT.
Well, that's the very last thing they want.
Fuck off.
The safety car will close the field up, so it will gain them some space.
Fucking NFT it.
But the last thing they want is a red flag, because 30 minutes out of the race is 30 minutes they're not spending trying to catch everybody else up, and everybody else stays the same distance in front of them for 30 minutes, and that is one precious 48th of the race.
Yeah.
And and it's a silly way of saying, well, it's 1/48th. What possible difference can it make? Well, when you're in the last half hour trying to make a position, maybe to get onto the podium, that's the half hour that you lost behind the safety car or in a red flag. So they need it to go green for 24 hours because they need every single second of every single lap to try and claw their way back somewhere close to where they would have been. And
What am I doing in my life?
both of those cases, or I think there are 3.
I want
in
something.
all the cases of the 6-minute penalties, the penalties have been applied because the teams did not have 2 pro racing drivers in the lineup, and that is one of the requirements. If you don't have a pro racing driver, or 2 pro racing drivers rather, if you only have 1, you get a 6-minute penalty, and that makes up for the fact that the pro racing drivers are expected to be slightly slower than the pro sim racers, and as a result, by packing more sim racers into your team, you will have a better overall pace throughout the 24 hours, and that is the calculation. So 6 minutes over 24 hours, basically, they calculate is what a pro driver gives away.
Right.
I mean, that's why it's a 6-minute penalty, not a 25-minute penalty or an hour and a half. Yeah. I mean, apart from the fact that if it was a 25-minute penalty, teams would just go, okay, we're not entering. Yeah. Because you can't make it up. You couldn't possibly make 25 minutes up in 24 hours.
You can't make 6 minutes up if the fucking field's that mad.
So it has to be
one of those things people say, oh, never say never, but it's like, realistically, you can't, man.
From just fielding lots of pro sim racers, or too many pro sim racers, but that still makes it conceivable that if you have the perfect race, you will get a...
Right, hello chat, sorry I'm here, I was a bit distracted by trying to set out some other bits. How you doing, cuties? Right, so we are, what, 10 hours into the race? We are really fucking far down the order.
The reason that Virtual Le Mans happened in the first place is because of COVID infection and because there was no racing. And some of the racing drivers that would otherwise be racing...
What happened to Redline?
not be
Skill issue.
Because, literally of that, because of COVID infection, and because they can't get to the team rig or whatever, or you know, or actually...
not feeling
they're not well, They're not well. Driver change going on right in front of us at Pescarolo.
And unlike last time, we actually...
Hot swapping going on in the studio.
Yeah, we have some races going on as well, of course. One of them out in the Middle East. So, yeah, there we can see, well, we can see it. You can't, but the driver change going on just in front of us. Pescarolo. It's good to see the Pescarolo
really
in
good.
This race, isn't it?
Really, really good. For all of the years I've been going to Le Mans, Henri Pescarolo has been there. No, I don't know. When I first started, he was still racing in Group C. I was going to say as a team owner, but no, I wasn't there in the glory years of Matra, but I have watched him race towards the end of his 33 starts as a driver.
Yeah, Max just took a curb too fast and got fucking sent.
So this is his first start as a virtual team boss.
Yeah, 4 wins as well.
Or with his name above the door of a virtual team. Honestly, I don't know how involved in the entire operation Henri himself is, but the fact that it's carrying his name forward for me is no...
Well, car number, we're number 56. With a content machine.
Name involved again at Le Mans is fantastic. In the same way,
well, I mean, like,
Jackie Ick's eSport team, I would think that was
Van der Space, come on, be reasonable. Would you consider Max Verstappen, like, if you had to call him one thing, would you call him a professional racing driver or a sim racer? Would you call the current F1 world champion a professional race driver or a sim racer?
2 Pescarolos on the front row of the grid. It was an absolute
Thinking emoji.
Well, both he and Hugues de Schonak's Orica team nearly won Le Mans with Peugeots against the factory Peugeot team in 2 different eras. So, I mean, you know, and Pescarolo won the European.
We're still last. I don't think we are. They don't show any fucking
hugely successful team.
Anything.
Let's hope they become
they just show LMP standings constantly.
It's a name that is so intimately associated with Le Mans for so many decades, for generations of fans.
Are you going to convince McNish to get the Audi guys? Really
honestly, I don't think it takes...
Where's the repurpose? Yeah, but the thing is, guys, I mean, you uploaded some fine propaganda earlier on to Twitter, but I've not seen any more Twitter
We've got kids to do that.
number 56 car propaganda.
And because we don't...
The best one so far, I think, is the one that they featured on the stream.
Yeah.
Where is it?
Actually, by the time we got to Le Mans Virtual in June 2020, I had done enough online racing commentary by that stage to realise that the only thing...
Should retweet this again, shouldn't I? Really, given that we are now...
Because the people that are racing are as real as the people that are racing in every other form.
Phone is filthy.
Cover, whether it's on wheels or on runners, on ice or on tarmac or on mud or whatever. And that's the unifying fact, you know, that the people involved are as real, and for them it is as important as it is for any real world racing driver. And then to see the way that everybody else from the real side of, from our side of the fence, if you like, sort of, oh right, okay, there's an awful lot more involved in this maybe than we gave it credit for. And suddenly everybody just got carried along, and universally, when I started doing sim racing a couple of years back, everybody said, "What's it like compared to the real world?" And I said, "Well, actually, it's exactly the same as the real world." Really? Yes, except I have to do all my own engineering, all my audio setup. Everybody uses a different program for this, different
Thank you,
program
Tommy.
for that, different program for the other. I spend more time panicking, as I'm sure a lot of racing drivers do, about not getting connected properly than I do about what's actually going to happen when I am connected. And that's the biggest difference. The biggest difference is I don't have a TV crew to set things up for me. So I have to do it all myself in my own studio. And that's the biggest difference, because what you look at here is so similar. I mean, we've got the same Alcamel graphics as we have in FIA World Endurance Championship at Le Mans. We have the same... many of the same manufacturers, many of the same cars, many of the same team names, a whole bunch of driver names that I recognise. And I know, and when you're looking at it, again, you know, you hark back to sort of 15 or 20 years ago when racing games were blocky, polygon-ridden things that at the time were fantastic and deeply involving.
Don't you talk about GT like that, you shit.
Gran Turismo games, deeply involving, but now you can't imagine that anybody could ever have thought it was even remotely involving. Now it is so realistic. And actually somebody on Twitter a little bit earlier was saying, imagine what the graphics are going to look like in 10 years' time. Yeah. It is going to be indecipherable.
Well, RF2 is 11 years old, just saying.
1080i or whatever spec we are then in HD, because that is digital imagery. The, quote, real TV pictures we're seeing are as digital as the digital TV pictures we're seeing. They're generated in exactly the same way by a computer chip in a camera as opposed to a computer chip in a computer. So it is so close, and the racing is
Fucking Twitch alerts, man. I got to turn those off.
fractional little bits that are not quite.
I mean, it's kind of cool what you're saying, right? Like, and it's good that sim racing is being seen this way. I mean, like, if we're actually like talking about it, and we're talking about how sim racing has come on in the last, like, let's say 5 years, I think it's been fantastic. I think it's been amazing. Imagine, 5 years ago, taking part in a race. This has been broadcast on TV around the world to hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people watching this. And by the way, guys, thanks for choosing to come here and to watch it with me.
If we knew it was real world touring cars or real Le Mans racing cars, it's the same. It is the same. And the people involved are at least as passionate as anybody in the real world.
Max Verstappen proved that. You know, he was
Thank you, Martin,
very
man.
angry when he didn't get that pole position. We've seen him lose pole positions in Formula 1, and he gets very angry, and he's done the same. Yeah, he's not that he's an angry person.
The stake,
he wants to go and get pole position.
the stakes aren't the same, I don't think, in sim racing.
And you could see what it meant.
Not all the time, anyway. I mean, some of these guys are racing for a lot of money, but in general, the stakes are not the same.
Drivers, because they put in so much practice
But
to go into it. And
I think the idea of presenting sim racing as not sim racing is a better idea.
They always say it takes 1,500
Because then you start bringing people in. You start making people interested. If you're an endurance racing fan, why wouldn't you enjoy this race? What's the reason? For me, it would be like... Damn, the sub, thank you, mate. But for me, it would be... Perhaps like the cars aren't quite as fun to watch, but the actual racing is great. Exactly, the cars aren't real, but the racing is, man. 100%.
Driving ability had a year's run up in an LMP2 car in qualifying.
Exactly, B, man. I agree. This is exactly how it should be. This, and I don't know if you remember the IMSA broadcasts they did.
Put him in traffic.
Thank you.
Do it with all the moving machinery around him for 2 hours at a stretch, and that's where the big
IMSA broadcasts they did.
Who's been doing it half their life, literally half
that was it,
their
man.
life, to somebody who's been doing it for.
That was the shit.
And the pro race drivers coming into this world, into this hemisphere, that's their Achilles heel. They haven't been doing it half their life. They've been doing something else half their life. You know, it's going to be Valentino Rossi's learning curve, converting from 39 years of racing.
Well, no, the thing is, it's not real. And like, I think it's good to actually like.
He's raced on 4 wheels. He's got racecraft.
It's good to remember that.
More racecraft in his little fingernail.
Some people say he often races like he's going backwards, but now he's putting it into practice.
But also, like,
and so when he goes into GT World Challenge,
the racing is still fantastic.
He's going to have a massive adventure, and in the same.
Don't see it. I think don't see it as one versus the other. See it as like a merging of the two.
Learning so much every single
Thank
time.
you, JJ. Thank you for the $10, mate.
He's just going to be on this
Best of luck. Hope your first race goes all right. Remember, in order to finish first you have to finish.
It's going to be fantastic. And of course, the very next step is...
Hey Jam, sorry mate, I didn't get an alert for that saying I missed your last one. Did I get an alert for that?
Can you imagine the insanity?
No, I didn't. Who's my favourite porn star, he asks. Well,
for Le Mans Virtual 3.
I've got a couple I like. I think my favourite has to be this lovely human here.
Wanted to be in it, and Romain Grosjean wanted to be in it, and Alex Palou wanted to be it. And how many drivers are now sitting on the sidelines thinking, "Oh, I wish I got involved in this," or getting on the phone immediately going, "Get me involved in that next time."
Yeah. And you know, there are teams that were involved a couple of years ago. You're thinking particularly actually of a number of the American teams. Also, I mean, obviously Toyota Gazoo Racing not involved.
Or else treadmill manager. Yeah, I think it is. You build up like a fitness for racing, but you still need to actually like do the thing. In my experience, like I knew everything I needed to do when I got in the car in the Praga for the first time. I knew what I had to do. It was just like the confidence of doing it, and then like the experience of learning that like going out is never the same twice. In sim racing, you spend a lot of time in the same conditions. That's sort of how we like driving. We like driving in the best conditions to do the fastest laps, right? In real life, yeah, it changes all the time.
As convergence brings US teams into
and that's something that like I felt that I needed experience to sort of learn to understand better. Am I classed as a pro sim driver or a pro driver now? Charlie, do you want to know the actual answer to that? In this race, I am classed as a professional racing driver.
People say he often races like he's going backwards.
Legit.
But now he's putting it into practice.
My cock was so huge when I saw that.
As we heard from Fernando, are planning to be there, maybe not 23, but maybe 24. Ferrari will be there with a hypercar. Peugeot will be there with a hypercar. Toyota Gazoo Racing will be there with a hypercar. So you're already looking at 7-8 manufacturers in the Premier class
Fucking
in the real race. Well, why would you not be doing the virtual race in January to build yourself up to speed?
Everyone's hugely excited already, aren't they, for 2023? All these announcements coming out have just got everyone so excited, me personally. But 2023 is a big year, as you said, for all those manufacturers coming back. But also, we're launching the Le Mans game as well, which Gerard Neveu mentioned at the start of the show.
Oh God, I hope that's a good game.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Has there ever been a Le Mans game? I mean, it says...
Yes, Chris.
Games are working on. When was it? How long's it been?
It was kind of, you know...
Many years ago.
PS1 era.
Right. So a long time.
A long time ago. It was FIA.
I played it. I was bad at it. So thank you, Will. Cheers, dude. Are you winning, son? No.
You know, you can still play it. You can.
The thing is, the NASCAR game didn't give us much hope, did it? NGL.
And I mean, but now it's going to be based off this. So these graphics that you're seeing and how realistic it is and how realistic the drivers say it is, it's going to be based off the...
Thank you, Aaron. Cheers, mate.
Games, of course, working on that. So it's going to be something similar to this. This is just me guessing off what the information that we've been given, and that's the same information you've all been given, everyone watching.
And 2023 is going to be an absolute landmark year, because it's going to be the first full fat year of convergence with all
Some
of these
people say he often races like he's going backwards, but now he's putting it into practice.
Thank you, BMFR. Enjoy your Yaris. You've had one for 12 months, man. You got one that early. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, dude.
It's also the centenary of...
These 300 horsepower minimum. It's the same. Think you will go? Yeah, playing RF2 like recently. I'm just so like, it's annoying to get ran everywhere.
So if you are going
Some people say he often races like he's going backwards.
Thank you, God, Kian Butler. Just say my name. Fuck off. I tried.
It has to be.
Thank you, BG, mate. That's very kind of you.
Everything conceivable, if possible. All right, it will inevitably end up on either PlayStation or Xbox first, because that's the way the market works.
Do you know what? It will probably go out probably be on both. You'd hope it'd be on both at the same time.
No, I'd much rather Rally 1 cars. Is there anything for them yet?
One will want to have it at the expense of the other not having it, because if they deem it might be a success, you know, they will want the family to be that plays it to be loyal to their platform. You know, in the same way that you can name any number.
Colour is my Skyline. Is
one or the other.
Yeah, well.
What's the colour called?
Yeah.
You know, that's PlayStation.
There you go. And that's it. But you know, that is
The code's like TH8 for it.
To be launching a multi-platform game, to be launching a home version of this that is accessible to all ages, whether you've got a sim rig or not.
That's not.
Just playing it on a you know. A controller on your Xbox.
Blue, but I forget, like, it's got like a name.
That's where we get the next generation.
I didn't know this.
Starting, not just fans being involved. You know, if you surveyed the millions of people who had no idea that Colin McRae was a rally driver, they just thought it was.
Yes, he don't.
Wow.
You know, and
I thought you know this.
In fact, far more people know of Colin McRae because of the game than ever watched him.
Oh, it's not like it's not the fucking.
Because it was so playable. And that's the key, you know, this has to be so playable. So it's not just going to be about
So,
it can't be because nobody's got 24 hours.
Skyline R32, I'm going to find out.
It's got to be, you know,
Not R42, imagine.
All sorts of places. Now, what are we seeing here? This is our LM, oh, it's not our LM Cup Champions car, or is it? It is. Oh, no.
F.
24th place, it says on the side, and that is our LM Cup Champions car then. That's where they were in the race. Well, it is. Juan Pablo is back in the studio. Back.
Oh, JPM.
So, again, he was complaining earlier that the car spins much too easily, and we heard him talk to Haley earlier that it's in a rig that's very different in feel to the one that they are used to. Very different in cost as well, conceivably, but it's not about the expense, it's about the feel of the thing. It makes it harder to drive, and unfortunately, I'm not sure how long he's been back in the car, because the last time...
So I have the
was coming up to join
V-Spec.
45 minutes ago, their rig was empty, so their sim race...
Not a V-Spec 2, though.
The Montoyas, or at least Juan Pablo is back, his son Sebastian is not, but Juan Pablo is back in for his next stint.
For some people who can't fathom, you know, how does it feel different? You know, you're driving in a sim game.
I don't have the colours here. I can't bother. It's blue.
Albeit in a different rig. If you take one of
some
the
people say he often races like he's going backwards, but now he's putting it into
it's practice. It's going to take them a while to get used to the feel of the car, the seating.
Thank you, Angry Pum. Welcome to the rabbit hole, man. It's on here.
It's like when you go on holliday and you hire a car. You jump in it.
I had to put a name on the Le Mans game. Who would it be? TK. Surely. Tom Christensen. TH1, that was it, yeah. Dark pearl blue.
I think it's a little bit more fundamental than that. I mean, if you let's say you're going mountain biking.
You didn't just, dude. Dark outside, inside the basement. Exactly, it's consistent.
It does all the same thing. Well, it's got pedals, it's got handlebars. Yeah, but it hasn't got the knobbly tyres that you guys have. Or you've got a bunch of road biking friends and you go out for a ride, but you've only got your mountain bike. So you've got bid-fact knobbly tyres, high rolling resistance. They don't
knobbly tyres.
You know, your gearing's all wrong. You've got lots and lots of low gears, and you haven't got any big gears. That's the sort of difference. It's not that the car feels different. It's that all of his instincts for how the pedals are supposed
to work. This is the only downside to this, is that some of these pro drivers still don't take it too seriously.
And so,
like, that car was still okay. They're like, nah, fuck it, we're out. Don't want to drive anymore. Race quit.
I mean, it's hard to express, other than I'm trying to think of another, sort of sport where it's like maybe trying to play tennis left-handed instead of right-handed.
Thank you, Kieran, for your prime sub on my Twitch. Thank you, mate.
How you are going to connect with the ball is that you're doing it all wrong. The timing's out. What you expect to happen doesn't happen. It is like trying to do it with the wrong hand, or play pool or snooker with the wrong hand. It's not about the speed of reaction. It's
my boy Batcher around. I think I'm feeling the sleepy boy times.
Home, which they've built over a long time to make sure that it's perfect for their driving position, driving style. The brake, of course.
Thank you, L. Cheers, mate.
You have to go into the brake pedal to change that. It's not something you can just change in the game. You know, and that was one of the things I think that they were.
Some people say he often races like he's
I wanted
going
to just talk to him on the air for a bit,
now
really.
he's
But
putting
I
it
think
into
he's
practice.
busy.
Base model, and it's like, well, that's what you're using for the weekend, and they've tried to adapt it the best they can to get it.
About
as
Radio
close to
Bailey.
their rig as possible.
Oh, we hear us.
It's still a
Radio
long
Bailey.
way from what they're used to. So, yeah, they are driving with a bit of an injury, if you like. And
It's like trying to race Max Verstappen's Red Bull when you're in the Haas. Basically, and that's what it is. Yeah, it doesn't. Or it's like Max Verstappen trying to race his Red Bull when he's in the Haas because it's not doing what he expects. And actually, we heard Josh Rogers talk about that. You know, he's in the new Coanda setup, but they are sharing
Time
a
for
rig,
tea. That's right.
and it's not the rig.
Guys, hope you've been enjoying the stream so far. I'd appreciate if you gave us a like if you wanted to. Subscribe as well. I'm not sure if we got to that 770k or not. We were quite close last time I checked. But thank you all so much for tuning in and watching. You're all very lovely. So thank you for being a part of this. I'll be back again tomorrow morning. I'll be about 6 UK time.
Slightly compromised. They're not getting.
We're 175 subscribers away from the big 770k, so thank you guys.
Pole position and second were separated by 2,000th of a second for pole for the main race. Yeah, it does make a difference. 2,000ths of a second over 13.5 kilometers. Yeah, it does make a difference. And that's one.
Oh, God!
Oh, Viking makes me want to play that
This is every lap in
Valheim?
24-hour session.
That game was.
That minor difference.
Thank you, Mark. He's membered up. What a king.
You know, we're now 169 laps in. If you're losing a tenth, what's 169 tenths? It's a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you lose a tenth of a second in 13 kilometers just because you're not quite confident enough.
It's disturbed for your prime sub. Thank you, mate.
And you don't want it to spin, you're going to lose a tenth of a second every single time you hit the brake.
Are we one nice?
People say he often races like he's going
One nice.
backwards, but now he's putting it into practice.
I was hosting Christmas dinner. Hectic.
Second chicane.
Both got burnt. I did play some Racing Lagoon on my Twitch actually. Need to continue that.
Porsche curves a second time. Ford chicane.
When's my stint? Not until 6 in the morning. I should might put something up here.
Episodes on the track, and you're going to lose a tenth of a second each one of those. That's 12 tenths. That's 1.2 seconds per lap. Times 170 laps we're now working on. That's a lot of time. We're not even halfway through. Just because it doesn't work well. Even if you are exactly as fast as the fastest car, even if your setup is exactly the same, and that's what makes the difference. That's what makes differences.
Oh yeah.
Is this close?
And that goes to show how.
It's some more RuneScape, mate. You guys love the RuneScape, don't you?
Virtual as well. Yeah. That's literally all it is. That's what you're used to when you're.
Yeah, I mean we're still going around. There's not much we can really do apart from go around. You'll occasionally see us on the sheet there.
Very close.
Sorry that I can't bring you the
Exactly the same here. I'd say it's exaggerated.
Sorry that I can't bring you the actual stream or like the onboard of our car. RF2 is still like a bit scuffed like that.
As well.
Oh, some ducks have become a prime sub. Thank you. Thank you, Asaya and GV for becoming members.
And they don't have more money, they don't have better budget, and they don't have the latest bodywork, and they don't have the best tyres, and they don't have the freshest engines, or they don't have. Everybody has.
Thank you, Digar. Thank you for all the prime subs. I gained like 100 subs on Twitch today. Thank you, ART as well.
Even do that in the real Le Mans. So it is as close to being perfectly even, particularly in prototypes, because it is the same car.
on this?
GTs, there are different cars.
Thank you, future mate.
But in the prototype,
you have full permission. Go ahead. Not that you were asking, of course.
Level playing field. Then it is down to the
ACC is for the beginners. I mean, you can put on a lot of assists to make it easy to drive, which is a good way to start. Definitely.
So that's, you know, it is the ultimate meritocracy in racing. Ben Constantiouris is back with us, minutes early.
Late.
No, late.
3 minutes I was early, but actually you need to finish your sentence first, so I became late.
That was 8 minutes I needed to finish that sentence.
Hey, I'm bringing a fact straight in here, because you were talking about previous Le Mans games.
This is the first fact in 8 hours. Carry on.
Yeah, Infogrames made a game in 1999 for release in 2000.
Thank you, Jackal.
Because there's a father and something going on, I thought this was a
Thank you.
My father voiced it.
I'm a new member.
Wow. Did he say anything other than the champagne?
Yes, he did. He did
Okay,
lots of phrases that you would hear whilst driving around for 24 hours. You could actually do a full 24-hour race on the Infogrames game, which was on PlayStation, PC, and eventually Dreamcast.
Thank you, Maxi, as well.
Yeah.
Dreamcast. God, you are old.
Dreamcast?
Since 2000,
What was
Martin
it? What
Haven.
was a Dreamcast?
What a banger.
It was a platform. It was like a box you play games
Was that
on.
Nintendo?
Okay.
Sega.
Chris is claiming to be young here.
It's
I know
Sega.
children young enough to know what a
You
Dreamcast
plebs.
was, Ben, does.
Oh my god. Chat, get in there.
Okay, a Sega Dreamcast.
That's
so
right.
I'm sorry, I'm a Mega
Just,
Drive.
just Generics. I can.
I
mean, the rest
Some
of the
people
broadcast didn't
say he
hear Tom
often
talking
races
in our
like
ear,
he's
telling
going
us what was
backwards,
going on there.
but now he's putting it into practice.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, pilot. Hey, mate, don't worry, dude.
It is that.
I always say, my guy, if you cannot have a good race without having bad races. Otherwise, the good races aren't as good when you finally do well.
Really good selection of cars. And you
Yeah, was that Nintendo?
There are games that preceded it, including one on the Atari in 1976.
Has your dad fed you all this overnight, or have you just
I'm sure
been
my dad is sadly still watching.
on Twitterpedia?
It's not sad if you're still watching.
He was tweeting earlier, but I think he should have gone to bed by now. The whiskey would have kicked in.
I'd say this is the best time to ask his opinions on the race then.
Unfortunately, the rest of the Skype team are down now, so we can't get him on air. We can't surprise him with an interview.
Fuck's sake, when's his next bloody stint? Rory, mate. Obviously, you can't read. That's okay.
Martin, you can go to bed now.
That's all right. There's not massive text at the bottom of the stream or anything, mate. Don't worry about that.
That was a very brief flash of red there.
That's Alex Palou.
Yeah, okay. Right, I'm going to leave you
Alex
to it
Pallouant.
because, otherwise I'll be here all night, and by 4 a.m. when you are going back to bed, Ben, I will be going back to bed as well. So I'll say goodbye.
Save your words for the next 4 hours in 4 hours' time. And Chris gets the chance to speak now for the next 4 hours.
Let's jump in, Batcher, man. I was hoping we could have a chat. I just wanted to have a little chat with you before we started.
It doesn't feel like
You're my boy. I miss talking with my boy.
In the race itself.
Wow.
Of course, we were still recovering from
Verstappen gate
drama.
Yeah.
And ever since then, we have Redline, of course, have started to assume the lead, pit in the lead. That was something that happened just before I reached.
My boy.
And they are now.
Do I have TeamSpeak even on?
Strong
I
position
think I do.
In the GT class. Porsche's still, though, within arm's length, so it is still all to play for.
Joined your channel.
And in terms of the
Could it be?
LMP clalass,
Ahoy.
The Rebellion.
Oh, there he is.
Sorry, I was looking around. I was like, we jump into where? And I had to scroll up on our 10,000 TeamSpeak channels.
Where the fuck am I going?
How you doing, man?
I'm good. I've had my green tea now, so my body's like, right, it's time to sleep. Yeah, I'm in there.
You've trained it to know that when bedtime is near.
It knows that green tea is sleep time. I just thought a couple more minutes of vibe and then I'll fuck off.
Well, yeah, man, we haven't been able to speak too much because I've been out the last 4.5 weeks from recovering from my surgery. So here we are.
Selfish man.
Sorry about that.
Just get better.
I mean, it was kind of elective, I guess, but I am better now. I wasn't able to hold anything more than 5 kilograms for 4 weeks, and so I've been working up to it and going to the grocery store and lifting more and more, and some strange sensations from the damage done to my sternum.
Well, I'm glad you're feeling better, man.
Yeah, I mean, I needed to get it done. I mean, when you get a hernia, it can only get worse, and I figured I'm not getting any younger.
I thought for a moment there our car was on stream, but it was our team car. It wasn't
the
us.
other
I was
one,
like, fuck's sake! I don't think we've been on stream at all. I mean, why would we be? But that's how it is. Yeah, they're selling Le Mans virtual NFTs.
Oh no, there was they have like a store that they're selling stuff through for NFTs?
Yeah. It's pretty grim.
Doesn't it? I don't know what your experience has been when you even mention NFTs on your stream, but for mine, it just turns everybody off. Like it's like 180 degrees.
Everyone gets very annoyed. But it's just so weird. But it is what it is.
I don't know what it is. Like they think it's just something that's the future, and people will go on board with it because otherwise, I see red hot rage when it's mentioned. So
my NFT is a screenshot of when it says Jimmy Bro went above Max Verstappen in the standings. That's my NFT.
On the Minecraft Le Mans background.
Oh, yeah, that was so good. I was expecting.
I think you said where you got that from, but I was just so shocked to see it.
I was expecting them to tell me to turn it off, and no one did. So alright, I'll keep it on then.
Come on, Jimmy, take this. I thought it was either Minecraft or Roblox.
Yeah.
I need to get you to try some Roblox F1. I hear
I've seen it. Coin keeps linking it to me. It's like, go on, I might stop it, Coin. I need to give it a go, definitely. I wonder if it's. I was gonna say NFT compatible. My brain is like, I'm looking at chat.
They've got you already. They got your hooks in you.
The fucking Roblox NFT. Oh yeah, now we're doing it.
In control from a strategy point of view, and in control from a pace point of view as well.
Yeah, it's been alright. I made one mistake that I'm happy with.
I saw your lap times and I thought those were really good. And you said how much you practiced too. I mean, you did a 350. That's your best.
No, the 52 was my best, but we can pretend the 50 was mine.
That's a question.
But yeah, it's alright. I'm still happy with that. I think it was quicker than I went last year.
That makes sense. He was certainly in one of. There was only two of the cars, and he was certainly in.
I take it with doing this race, you don't have any thoughts for Daytona then.
Daytona was just sad anyway. I mean, maybe I'll do. I don't know. Like I've actually really enjoyed this one, but I wonder if having like two in such short space of time is all right. Because basically it's 2 weekends just gone.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, obviously there's other things you can always plan that you want to do, but it is. We're always excited to do 24-hour races, but boy, by the Sunday and Monday, we remember like there is something to be lost from doing it as well.
I always just love every year we've done Daytona. It started off like Bailey did it with us. That's how it started off, and now like less and less people want to do it.
No, Bailey won't touch it with a 10-foot pole.
No.
Nobody could touch him, especially with the Mercedes AMG.
Because we did it in the P2 last time, didn't we?
Yeah, and I think we got wrecked at some point. And
if I can't remember what happened in Daytona, I just go, didn't we get wrecked?
Yeah, we got wrecked by some absolute hero at some point.
On pure pace, nobody could touch that red line car, and then Verstappen goes and chucks
like it's sort of like fun to do, like it's fun to spend it with people, but I think I'm just annoyed with the race itself isn't fun.
Yeah, I get you. It's not a very exciting track just to lap, and it can be awfully lonely out there on the banking, the many bankings.
But are we 40th now? There is live timing for this somewhere. I don't know where it is though.
Well, I hope so. Hopefully someone in chat knows, because I'm just going to rely on them to tell me the information throughout the night.
But ultimately,
just Scott. Scott is the unsung hero of these streams, man. He just sits there smashing it out. Thank you, Bailey and Yog.
And all the mods too, but yeah, Scott has been his control and V keys are probably wearing thin.
Any attempt by third parties to distribute or disseminate any data will lead to legal action. All right.
No, he's done
some legal ass shit. You got that?
Not gonna inseminate this.
He has.
Why? You mind the fuck your timing?
But quite often those have ended
in disaster.
Yeah.
He's not made it to the end.
Yeah.
That's all we need to know. Max Verstappen P49.
Where are we?
I guess you got to think of it this way. He's got.
We're ahead of the other car, which is good. 40th, 16th in class.
Main focus this year is going to be on defending his title.
Some people say he often races like he's going backwards, but now he's putting it into practice.
Thank you, Mr. Speedy. Cheers, dude. Also, Fat Man for the Prime subs. People have discovered that the subs are on.
Oh, I was hearing those sounds while I was driving ACC. The Twitch sounds. I was like, wait a minute, those are gift subs and shit.
I think someone discovered it earlier, and then like there was like a train, I had like a 900% hype train on Twitch. People came like give me the. So I had like 90, 100 subs on Twitch just by doing nothing. It was like, this is stupid, guys. Please, actually, here's a good point. Give your Prime subs to this guy here, Mr. Bacho.
Or give him Stephen Bailey.
He's got enough. All right, he's got enough. He's got enough. He's tasted too much power. Yeah, Bacho or Bailey.
Like you and I might go down the pub. That's what Max does.
That's great for sim racing because someone like Lando Norris loves his gaming. But he does.
I saw Bailey the dog on stream a couple times today. That dog is so cute.
I know she's. I suppose she knows that she is, and like she'll come in like, I'm very cute, and leave, and then just like shit on the floor somewhere. Like, she's never actually done that, but like I just.
Because I'll challenge that cuteness.
And that is the rocket machine getting.
Thank you, Penguin. Thank you, Speedy, as well. Cheers, mate.
Oh, hang on.
Oh.
I think that might have just been the way the replay was clipped.
Can I give my Prime sub to Bailey the dog?
Some people say he often races like he's going backwards, but now he's putting it into practice.
Oh, we can have the Adventure Time intro with Bailey the dog and Bailey the human.
It's a bit tricky at night, isn't it? Trying to pick out
Some
the
people say he often races like he's going backwards, but now he's putting it into practice.
Thank you, Isaac. Cheers, dudes. Nothing but a big ooh woo for you. See, when I say ooh woo, it's like a northern ooh woo. Oh ah, oh heck.
I don't know if I have any good accents for ooh woo, unless like a southern accent. Ooh woo.
Formula 2, Formula 3 drivers, WCS had their own team. F4 drivers, they're
get some of that there. Ooh woo.
Oh, I'm feeling the vapors.
Solely talking about single seaters here. When they're into things like F3, they're already so competitive at simulation.
Oh, fucking hell.
I'm just so happy I can curse on your stream. I don't swear on mine anymore.
Oh yeah.
Request you to stop.
No. Well, that means we've got to do it more, obviously.
Wow, like, amp it up.
Oh, whoa.
Bailey, when I look at you, ooh, whoa.
Go and drive a Lotus 79 in Glen, but they've never raced outside of Europe. And
I'm gonna have to change the. I'm gonna put a password on this channel. I can't have him just jumping in there.
Like it woo. So he has to, because he won't type it. Like
no. Like I have a Miku emote on Twitch. He won't type it. He will never post it.
Okay, well, there's lots of
William Eports showing the stop. Yes. This is what it is now. Anyone's like stops. I'm like, good. Someone's hurt. Like someone's out.
It's like schoolyard rules,
Well, come on,
I'm gonna quit doing it. Well,
who won't? Who won't? Thank you, Sim Racer. Hi from Australia. Having a great time watching the stream. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Hope you're having fun. Speedy should join XRL Esports. Thank you, but no. I'm not really an esporter. Oh, he's still there. Williams.
And that's a proper Williams esports entry rather than the ones that Williams are running.
I only run with one team for propers, and that's my boy Dick Henson.
That's right.
Otherwise, I'm just a guest. Or, of course, the one-man band that is now GNS.
It comes and goes, I guess. Whenever Reese or Oscar or Nate or Joe or Coin feel like driving with you.
Yeah, whenever you want to, like, just Revive a dead meme.
Running your own racing team is a lot of work.
Yeah, I like the idea of just, here's the name, fuck it, go racing.
It was hard to say.
I thought about starting my own racing team.
The guys have it, we'll see.
What would you call it?
Actually, I have no idea other than like Radio Botcha Racing or something boring like that.
RBR.
And the wheel is disconnected from the car, so he can't get back to the pits. He has to escape.
GP Laps offers an interesting question, but what is the R factor? What is R?
I've never known. The racing.
Yeah, racing factor.
Oh yeah, no, I've done a few of those.
What's that then? What's the racing factor?
Well, he's done them in a different place to me.
It's like the
so
it factor, you know.
So you've got yours down the left, and he's got
Is it Verstappen crashing on his own at the Ford chicane? Is that the R factor? I love someone clipped that from the official stream, and the title was just skill issue. Oh!
Oh, there's already a Porsche ahead of him.
Wait.
Off. Did he get put off by that? That's the
that's not
61 Porsche.
Not our Porsche, good.
Alex Young, who was dead last.
I've seen some weirdness in this race, like that car that was going around hitting people not even knowing what they were.
They hit us. They hit us as well.
That's right. You and another Porsche. Like that's an old R Factor 2 problem where they've desynced to certain cars.
But I'm fairly sure they're just like, yeah, fuck that car. It's just, they didn't show us get hurt. They kept replaying the other guy getting killed. Like, we died too. Thank you, Burns. Neko says, actually, between Batcho, Nate, and Bailey, Bailey is the least followers on Twitch. What the fuck?
I'd say there was definitely more than one thing involved.
Hey, who follows Batcho? You fucking weirdo. Who's gonna follow Bailey? No, you've just tapped into the weeb audience.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's very lucrative.
Maybe 2 years ago, certainly a year ago.
Also divisive. You never know. You never know if people are just gonna be absolutely against it. Again, like Bailey never using one of my emotes, but.
So the runoff areas around there are much more sympathetic now.
We just like Atasha liveries, is all. It's nothing too crazy.
You know, well, I guess you don't know who he is, but Noriaru.
Yeah, I do.
Oh, you know him. He's making one of those cars now, I think.
Good. I saw his video a few weeks ago of him at like a meet where he was looking at the other one, and he knew all of them. He knew the origins for the shows and the cars and.
Guy's a gigantic weeb. Like, I mean, he's such a weeb. He fucking moved to Japan and started drifting. Like.
That's the ultimate. Yeah, I mean, if you think you're a weeb, you're not until you actually live there. He had a live stream on Twitch the other day, and I just haven't watched it yet because I love seeing the places he goes to and what appears. You know, there's the one I watched a couple months ago. It had there was like a Barracuda and some other crazy American cars.
They'll fucking dress up over there. It's like it's the same thing like the other way around here. Like, you get some guy wearing a cowboy hat and his fucking Camaro. Like, what are you doing?
I'm being authentic.
Kept it out the barrier though. But the lights
I've been watching a series of drag racing videos from Jamaica, and I mean, I saw these really cool RX-7s and R32, R34, and a bunch of other just kind of shitboxes too. And it's just fun to see what other cultures are doing for racing, or what cars are still running. You know,
I watched that like some Brazilian shit as well. Those are like the Opalas with the like 6-cylinder engines. That's like a really popular engine over there. Like, I think it's a straight 6, and like they just tune the shit out of them.
That's crazy.
What do we have in the UK? Nothing. My 4-pot. Remember the Rover SD engine? No, we need. They're all gone.
You have like some hill climb cars.
Oh yeah, we just Japanese cars. Boost.
It just hasn't got any better since, and I guess Nordschleife has summed it up because they couldn't even take part due to.
I only know about Opalas because of Game Stock Car and AMS.
Yeah. There's just little Camaros. Yeah.
It was just damage limitation, really. It was nothing they could do, and a real.
Check out Malaysian Toge Racing. That is so specific.
Virtual race ends in the barriers.
It's a tough one.
You imagine like going down to the pub and you're like, usually like, yo, you see the game last night, but yo, you see the Malaysian Toge Racing last night?
Well, you had some really cool friends.
those cars. And so when you've got
and you realise there's no one in the bar. It's just your kitchen, and you're alone.
I know a lot of the big cities here have like very specialty bars for sports, but I don't know if we have any that are just for motorsport or even for Formula One. Maybe there's some out there, but depending on where you're at, you could be going to the pub at 4 or 5 in the morning.
What is the well, I forget which country it is. Like, it's somewhere in Asia where like they're really into like Isuzu turbo diesel drag racing, and they're like, man shows up with like so many gauges, like gauges on his gauges. I'm talking like too many gauges. All right. It's like 20 gauges, and they're like, right, here he goes, drag racing, and it just doesn't move. The thing doesn't move, but it just, all the fucking smoke in the world comes out the bonnet. Like, and the guy's got like, you know, people do short shifter mods. We're talking long shifter mods. The guy's like, go to the first gear, he's like reaching 10 foot forward first. Second gear's behind his fucking back. Third gear's in front of him. Look.
I found some from Thailand.
Oh,
yeah, diesel drag. Well, those are drag trucks. It's usually Duramax. That's different.
Other customer teams there that you mentioned, then they would prove themselves.
Yeah, Nissan Patrol with GTR engines. That's the big thing, isn't it? RB26 Nissan Patrol.
Always go the way you want it to, and particularly at Le Mans as well. It is a circuit and a race. Sometimes chooses.
Someone linked me some Korean touring car racing a few weeks ago. I need to go through and watch it. It's much more production based.
Thank you, Gray. Oh yeah, I'll be into that. Seeing like actual boxes.
Yeah, they're at least a little closer to something we could buy. That's what I like about Super Tech U. At least for some of the classes, they're not too out of control.
That doesn't mean that all the drivers can do 9 hours. In fact, there is a limit on the amount of hours.
All right, I think I'm going to go and lay down my guy and try and get some shut-eye because I've got to be up in about 6 hours.
All right.
I hope you enjoy your time. Do you need anything from me before I go?
No, I don't think so. Unless you want, you got stuff on the screen there for me. That looks good.
Got the next stint at 6 AM. I've got your little exclamation mark on there. I've got stream. I think you have my number, or someone does. If
someone does.
If something goes wrong, it shouldn't do. I'm just going to be in the other room anyway.
There's 7 hours, isn't it?
So guys, thank you all for tuning in. I'm going to go have a little sleep. Be kind to Batcho, you always are. He's the cutest. I think the main broadcast
will deal with him if they're rude.
Oh yeah, he wades in there with fucking crowbar. Right.
They can't do it all in one.
And I'll see you in a few hours' time. See you, Batcho.
Good night, Jimmy.
Love you. Wait, how do I turn this off? There's one of these buttons here. Right. Right. There you go.
Oh, I was waiting to see if like Tom was gonna appear. And before you lost Tom, when you when your stream deck was erased or something.
I have lost Tom. Has anyone got the
high-res Tom?
High-res Tom with my picture in the background. This is for Discord. Anyone's listening?
This is an NFT.
Yeah, this is an NFT we need. If anyone has this NFT, please send it to me on Discord now.
And before someone just goes and like cuts it out of an old video.
I don't care. Do that. As long as it's there. Right, I'm gonna go try to find that. Bye.
Ben Viscal just making his way back out.
Here we are again, chat. How many have this been now? I tried to count the other day when we have like 4 to 5 24-hour races and maybe a 23-hour race that we do together throughout a year. And I think like 3.5 years of this. I'm gonna guess we've had 15 to 20 sessions like this through the night. Always fun to be here. And we got the light's low. Oh, I need to turn them. It's not dark here, but it sure is in Le Mans. We're watching for RF2 for another round with Jimmer and all. Good to see you all.
As it stands, we've got the number 1 in.
It is the real Bacho hours.
The number 4.
Welcome in there, Elios.
Red line are out. Now,
Hello, Yogurt, and all the other sweet mods. Scott, who's working hard since the very beginning. I stepped away a few times. I had to go do some shopping and do some driving as well. I was in ACC around Monza for an hour. Been trying to troubleshoot a problem with my computer overheating, but I did squeeze in an hour-long race with just the AI driving around in the BMW M4, and I've just been having so much fun in ACC. And it's probably wrong to talk about another sim race when we're watching one live too, but the racing bug has really caught me in this past week for a little bit of pickup races in ACC, which is mostly what, Spa and Monza, but also with the AI, because it's I enjoy racing with them and kind of turning up the difficulty on their pace and trying to hang with them, and I can't do as much multiplayer racing these days for all kinds of issues, my vision being one of them, and so it's good that there's a game that has okay AI. I think they're somewhat decent in ACC. I am West Coast, yes, 27 big huge.
Not going to happen. There is that quite distinctive Veloce car. Thank you to Veloce for having an all-white car. It was a risk.
Hey, Naber, thank you very much.
Also carry all white, but everyone seems
What's with the sun, the winter sun in Oregon right now? Yeah, we had weeks and weeks of rain and a nice reprieve these last few days, so that I can actually see the sun again. Get that vitamin sun in you.
But we haven't got pit stops yet from our top two, so we are still waiting.
Hey, Ali, doing well. How about you?
The gap was around a minute.
You do try. You more than try, Scott.
Pick up the pace, because in the early stages they were challenging for the lead.
There is no Bacho merch. People have asked about it, but Jimmy and I have never sat down and talked about it whatsoever. So something for another day, I suppose.
For instance, the Rebellion GPX car.
We don't even have any logos on the screen to entice you with special mugs or very logos that look very similar to Good Smile Racing.
And you may have noticed in the last 35 minutes.
Hey, Eli 546 and Zalgo.
We'd have a slight different
Ruby Rocks, yes. Well, until maybe Nürburgring 24 or Le Mans, another Le Mans 20, the 1440 finger licking at some point this year. I'm sure all the DHR lads would want to come out for that whenever that race is. Thank you, David Steiner. Tron ass high.
So you just get passing shots with no cameraman following cars. And then many of the cameras are literally put to bed.
We're in the Porsche this year, in a Porsche GTE. Jimmy driving in a class that's not the fastest, which doesn't happen very often. He preferred to be in the quick one that's doing all the overtaking and the deciding, the bullying. But this was the team that was available, and I know how much he wanted to do this race. And I'm glad that spot opened up, being here with the other lads.
A similar thing has happened tonight. The graphics department have headed off to bed, and our big TV truck has headed off for a rest. And so we are.
That's high enough res, Tom. I see it there on the screen now.
Director, producer in our ears, selecting the pictures for you.
What would you want for merch there? Would you like a bath mat, or a welcome mat, or like a sign you could hang? some clap emojis and radio button next to it.
Then that does mean we will not see for the next 8 hours what's going on in the GTE category.
Yeah, Bailey and all them, they're kicking around here somewhere. They're down in the other channels. We've been playing 7 Days to Die together, which I'm really happy about. Well, I've been recovering from my surgery these last few weeks and haven't been so talkative, but the rest of them have gotten together to play a game like 7 Days to Die, which has a server to put up and a persistent world to work on and have a common goal. And we've done that off and on with other games, Valheim and Minecraft and stuff like that. But you know how it is. Attentions come and go in these days, and there's just so many damn video games to play, and a lot of them that have very similar goals to them. But I think the difficult thing for us is just picking one. And I think Jimmy said he popped on at least a couple times to play with them. And it's not really my style of game, but I'm just happy to watch, whether I'm jumping in the Discord and seeing what they're up to, or just listening, as I was today.
toughest part.
Thank you, Elliot West.
Not just taking
Your last assignment of the semester. Oh, how far into your degree or your schooling are you, Elliot?
I'm going to say to Tom, I'm going to need him physically to come down and carry me out.
Oh, for a bit of Le Mans as long as your body lasts you? Well, whenever that is, I would think sometime in June or July. I haven't looked at the iRacing schedule, but that'd be awesome to have another one of these in a different zone.
And then 2 hours later, me. We can be both delivered to our hotel, which is about 5-minute walk away.
Yes, yeah, it's very far.
Thank you very much.
Howdy there, Burns.
And Martin will be back at 4 in the morning to keep you.
No, I haven't been out to see any racing in quite a while. I did get an invite from somebody in my Twitch community who goes to Portland International, I think with an Ariel Atom, and was asking if I wanted to ride in it. And when they first asked, I was like, "Can I drive?" Well, of course they're not gonna let me drive. I was like, I should probably say yes to that, right? I mean, Ariel Atom has quite the 0 to 60 speed, and how many opportunities am I going to get to go around a racetrack? Yeah, but no, I've missed out on a handful of Indy races ever since IndyCar started going there after the Boston race that didn't go through. That was 2019, I want to say.
It's an add-on.
28? No, maybe it was 2018, and then they went to Watkins Glen, and then they went to Portland the next year. Either way, yeah, I need to get out there one of these summer months for IndyCar.
Either he has the add-on to the add-on, or he is physically the add-on to the add-on. So we need.
That's right. Yeah, they went to Watkins Glen instead of Boston. Then Watkins didn't keep it for the next season. They went to Portland or something like that.
I'm positive that Alan is fast asleep right now. and if you're not, Alan, credit, kudos.
Looks like I'm not the only American watching this, the virtual race. No, there's plenty of us out here. I'm sure of it.
Well, if it's not niche esports, then
Destructive Panda, thank you. It's peaking right now. I was happy to see that Jimmy got the invite for this, and it's one of the few times where I messaged him because my sleep schedule was completely backwards to what it is right now, and in order to fix it, I just wanted to know that if I'd be on. So yesterday I felt like shit for several hours trying to go to sleep at different times so I could be wide awake. Of course, I have a full cup of coffee here and a complement of regular M&Ms in a very large party bag. My mother gave that to me for Christmas, and I've been slowly chipping away at it. And we'll see how many of these M&Ms I go through by the end of the day, and how terrible my stomach feels. But I need all the energy to make it through here for this 6-hour shift.
I've got another 3 hours of this to go. It's going to be quite a 3 hours.
Oliver Rowland has got in for the Real Team Hydrogen team.
You're also in the Pacific Northwest. Oh yeah, awesome, Nesbitt.
Raced it with 2Cs back in 2020.
My Christmas was really quiet. Our family was staying away from each other just so we could stay healthy, and I was still recovering from my hernia surgery that I had a couple weeks before, and my midriff around my belly button, they had to cut in there and put a mesh in, and so I was knocked out for a couple of hours. I didn't take very well to the general anesthesia. Apparently, I woke up in the middle of said surgery, and it took a few orderlies to keep me down, because apparently I woke up with other ideas on where I needed to be, and then when I was on the road to recovery with all kinds of, mostly ibuprofen and acetaminophen and Tylenol, I didn't end up having to take any of the stronger drugs, but boy, that was quite the pain. I've never had a surgery before, and so I took 3 weeks off from streaming, and I was getting a bunch of games in my back order. I played through Pillars of Eternity and Shadowrun. I finished Quake 1. I've played that from start to finish for the first time ever, even though I've been playing it off and on since 1996. Read some books, watching TV shows. So I was just taking it real easy, sitting back and letting everything heal as it should. I didn't want to go against any doctor's orders in that. I figured they're smarter, they're experts, and I didn't want to circumvent their good advice. So I love Pillars of Eternity. It got me back into CRPGs. Yeah. Like Tyranny, Planescape, Baldur's Gate, Icewind Dale. Those are all so fun, and it's cool that there's been modern versions of those games. And I'm all ready for Pillars of Eternity too, I suppose. There was a lot of reading, and it was fairly well written, and I just good story. Yeah, I've been really leaning into games that have a lot more story to them these days. I still have Disco Elysium to play through. My partner went through that game at least twice, and tells me how much she loves it. So I need to get my hands dirty with that one, and especially now that it has all the voice acting in it.
Go to sleep on there later.
Baldur's Gate had so many hours on that, and there are a lot of hours to spend, for sure, both games. And the third one, still in early access. I'm gonna wait till it's out, and give that one a try. So many stories, so little time, right? And, I feel that. I pick a lot of these judiciously. The ones that are kind of on the edge or have reviews that are like there was a Torment Tides of Numeria, I think, which is sort of a spiritual successor to Planescape Torment. It doesn't have the best reviews, so that one I kind of keep in until I run out of other ones to play. Like you said, there's only so many hours. Play any MMOs? Oh, that's a tricky question. The only one I've played is EVE Online in the last decade, decade and a half, and I was back into it quite heavily in 2021, much to the detriment of all of my other interests. As an MMO is likely to suck away all your time, and I had to take a break from that too, just because once I get focused, I get hyper focused. I don't know if the rest of you do, but when it feels like I'm paying money for a subscription, much like I did with iRacing, then I need to maximize my time inside of it. And you get to the end of the day or end of the week, and you kind of wonder, was that worth it? Did I have fun? Was I just going through the motions? How much of a grind was it? And I looked at the rest of my Steam backlog, many games deep, and I realized I need to play through some of these that I've spent money on before I go back to playing another MMO again.
I didn't read what I had written down properly.
You ran 5 EVE accounts for years. Were you doing that just so you could break even on the subscription? Because you have all of one for your research, and one for industry, one for materials, and another one to look up prices in another region. That shit's a full-time job, isn't it? Last year it was R Factor 2. You were playing a lot of R Factor 2 last year. It's cool to see that some of these games are still going. I think there's still a lot of value in R Factor 2, and watching through today, the netcode is still there, it's steeped in RF1, and the cars, the content continues to get updated through time, even under new management, and the event that they're putting on here, the deals that they made to have a very professional broadcast, as they did with the other one that we were a part of when Jimmy was teamed up with Robert Wickens and Ferdinand von Habsburg, and here they are again doing a bang-up job from what I've seen off and on. I've been listening to the stream all day. I assume a lot of you have as well.
They deserve, but things.
You having one for your carrier, and the one the Sino in your capital ships. Yeah, there are so many roles to be played in EVE Online. I only ever had one account. My attention span, while very focused, I also I didn't want to have the cash to spend on other accounts as well.
He has to just do the best he can, and I think he had a very good year last year. I think he put in some really.
I guess getting stuck in MMOs is a natural human reaction at this point. Well, don't the studies show that people that play MMOs tend to jump from one MMO to the next? Because if you were into, I don't know, Guild Wars 2, maybe you were into the Old Republic, and then Elder Scrolls Online, and perhaps New World, right? They're trying to think of games that are of common ilk, and I don't know. There's just so many that kind of come and go. Your Black Star Onlines, or no, not Black Star, something Star, and then others that have been stalwarts for years and years. Of course, Eve and Ultima Online, World of Warcraft, etc. So, not Star Wars Galaxies, unfortunately, but they do. At least from my from friends I've had and things I read in the industry, is that they attract a certain kind of mindset to them, and then there's a whole bevy of free-to-play online games, and that even attracts a different subset. Fantasy, that's right, Fantasy Star Online. RuneScape will never die, right? I was watching somebody on Twitch the other day that was playing old school RuneScape. Jimmy is one of those. I've watched Jimmy pray his ass off for skills in RuneScape. Nate too.
Yeah, sorry about that. No, Chris, you're wrong. It's a timing glitch.
It was bang on last time, wasn't it? Yeah. But no, timing glitch is...
because the experience of just riding the wave of a new MMO and learning what to do together and everybody else is one of the most exhilarating things in gaming. Yes, Siberia said the zeitgeist of a new game, when it's not known what the best thing to do is, what the min-max strategy, or what needs to be worked on. What's the one I'm thinking of? It was Raven something that had this kind of 200 player server PvP aspect to it, and I watched a few streamers dig their way through that, and as they were collectively understanding what should people be working on, what do we do with certain assets to make the guild better, and then you can have these huge PvP fights, and you're right, the discovering of it is a lot of fun, and the new and shiny title for any game, when you just trying to understand how it works, always gets me going. You know, when I watching trailers for games and all that, I'm like, oh, I gotta know how that works.
Well, luckily, not race control, but like the guys.
The Chaos engine. Was that made by the same person that made original XCOM UFO Defense for Microprose many years ago? I know that was a game that they put out. I just didn't keep up with it. Crowfall, that's the one. I was thinking Ravens, but Crowfall was the like that one seemed to come and go. And I feel for developers these days, because the marketplace is so thick with games, that how do you capture everybody's attention? You know, unless you have a incredible marketing campaign like Amazon does with New World.
And saw Martin Haven whilst they were up there. What are you doing here?
Back in the day, I had a teacher that played WoW religiously. It was fascinating to hear this 50-something-year-old teacher talk about her adventures as an assassin or something. Yeah, my 50-year-old hunter friend. That's pretty crazy. And I wonder if those stories will just become more and more common, since the average age of gamer tends to go up. If people that first got into games when maybe Nintendo was brand new in the mid '80s, and they kept up with their love of games like I did. You know, Commodore 64 from when I was 4 years old, and I've been obsessed with games ever since. You know, everything about them really. Yep, Jim was asleep for a while. He'll be up around 6 in the morning his time for his next stint. Bailey and I were talking before about how it's been fun with Jimmy and other teams when it comes to making the schedules, because he has to be a little bit more malleable to the demands of the other drivers that aren't just his friends who he tends to get his pick of. I don't mean this as a negative way either, but he gets his pick of of the stints because he wants to start the stream, he likes to end the stream with driving, and he's often really tired in the nighttime. But when he's had to drive with other racing squads, sometimes they've had him drive in the middle of the night, as Wickens and Van Husberg did last time out. And so just been stretching his abilities a little bit more for what times of day you can drive. When's my next stint? It's gonna be a while. I haven't been planning any multiplayer racing for myself aside from just racing with friends. And again, I like doing the pickup races in Assetto Corsa Competizione because there isn't this safety rating that I have to worry about, because I played iRacing in 2021 from like January till July, and I had a fun time, mostly in the MX-5 and Audi TCR, but it did get me down when I would lose rating or think maybe I wouldn't be able to drive a car or drop a license because I was involved in incidents, either because they were my fault or I was being run into, and so it's been a little freeing to jump in the mini Monza and Spa servers for ACC and just have a go, even though the quality of the racing is kind of all over the place. But at least you don't have to be worried about that which can really could get you down, in something like iRacing, and you can just pick yourself back up and do another one of those and not worry so much.
What's going on? This is a super slow-mo of Pakala, right? And
the car number is 56. Doing good F1 Ferrari Pro. Having a great time here.
Getting into the personal space.
Can you confirm? Yes, we are not last. That's right. There have been some others even from the start that had issues. So we are still trucking along here. Hey Walrus! When did this race start?
When they wake up,
did it start?
Hang on a second, they said that whilst we were sleeping. That's not fair.
And then they can say it about us.
We're not blessed with a timer this year, are we? It started about 10 hours ago?
When you have the chance. So Ollie Pakala is now
Max had a almighty crash. Curb and went flying into the barrier, and I think both the rear wheels and rear wing, at least two wheels got ripped off. And I was listening on here when someone reported he had disconnected, but I didn't know if they meant he got dropped. But looking at the replay, it definitely disconnected because there's no coming back from that. R Factor will only replace so much on the cars.
Were being shown back in the pit lane, now being shown back out on track, and we saw a clip of them in the garage.
Another one who's used to listening to me while doing some college work, doing your college essay while listening to me talk about the best F1 races in history. Thank you, Justin Castellanos. That's really nice to read.
Because the car resets itself.
Well, I'm glad you could be here for it this time, Dan.
Sneaky one.
We got a lot of time together.
But if you crash and put your car into the wall,
yes, I know where
and
you're
then
going with this.
have a disconnect, then you'll be reset back to the pits, and you could continue.
I tell you what, that reminds me of old school karting. If you had a crash at the first.
Oh, hello, Australia. Thanks for being here, Chris. On the far side of the world, upside down land.
You're back in the race again. And that's why the rules in karting.
Many of my favorite streamers are in Australia because I keep the late night hours when they're typically on. So I'm always tuning in to what they've got to say.
Started in 2008. That was used a lot.
Or at the end of the race, here, son, have a litre of water and make sure you drink it as fast as possible before you go.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, Stomping Penguin. Good to see you in the chat, by the way. The multinational, multi-time zone team has its advantage. Yeah. For sure, and especially like this, right?
That wasn't water in that bottle. It might look
no North Americans or South Americans on the squad here to cover all the bases. But again, like in DHR, Coin and Joe, Nate and Hodge, they keep all hours of the day, depending on what time of year it is. So we've always been fortunate to rely on a pool of people that just can be up for a long time. Phil was another one. I remember in the 23 hours of Zolder was up late on his birthday, driving with us.
I heard a lot of interesting stories. Very interesting man to chat with was Paul.
Always fantastic to speak to the scrutineers because it gives you an insight as to the way they think.
Yeah.
Which helps you then.
What do you think about most phone games ads? I just stay away from them for the most part. I mean, I hear free-to-play phone games, and I know that there are some out there that are pretty good, and maybe some that you just pay a little bit and there's no ads, but they seem like they're appealing to the addictive side of my brain, and I've learned to sidestep those types. I know that there's some in Steam as well that they're more addictive than they are fun, and knowing the difference between those two has helped me a lot, so that I'm focusing my energy on something where I think I'm accessing parts of my brain or my intellect, or I'm getting better at the game, as opposed to it's ticking the reward centers of my brain, you know, as if in the same way like a drug addict would have, but for ones and zeros. That is not so much my thing.
The zebra is BS competition. Look at the colours of the livery.
Oh yeah.
No Raid Shadow Legends in my future.
That one actually throughout the whole season.
Hey Al H, very nearly midnight here in the UK. Yes, yeah, doing really well. Jimmy was really nice when I talked to him a couple days ago. He said, "Are you up for doing it?" Since he knew I was still recovering just a few days ago, and I said, "Oh, absolutely." This couldn't have come at a better time.
I was saying there are lots of people that are sim drivers over 30, and Nuno Pinto was at the time he was on screen, and he was representing those elder sim racing drivers who are fulfilling their need for racing.
Mushroom Cup coverage was excellent. Do you think it will consider BTC this year when it comes out? We'll have to give it a try. Yeah, I mean, I'm always interested in a new motorsport game and something that has a license for a racing series I really like BTCC, and some new developers give it some fresh ideas on what a racing game can be. You know, I've really been wooed over by Kunos's ACC because they modeled an entire, several seasons now, but all the cars, all the tracks, and kept up to date with that. And I, as much as I love Assetto Corsa 1 and its sandboxness and R Factor 2, and even going back to the other games, stuff like GTR 2 and ACC is often where I spent my most amount of my time, because I liked the suspension of disbelief of doing a season, you know, against the AI in both of those games, and keeping track of the points and doing whole sessions. You know, I love to do two 60-minute practice sessions and a qualifying, and prepare for the race. And in the same way you see GP Laps sometimes does, it's a little bit of fiction and role play going on, because I'm never going to be a racing driver, and multiplayer isn't easy for me anymore with my lack of vision. So it's fun to just jump into a championship and let the game do its thing, you know, and be a part of it.
That's all you can hear. Are people? You got to go and do some autograph duties.
Cheers, Silas. Glad to enjoy it.
I want Bruce to come and join us on the studio on the
Everyone, make sure you give a like. We're almost up to 6.9K. That could be potentially nice, and I do love to leave as many likes as we can for Jimmy before he comes back, and we'll have to switch out the video for another one.
Once well known in the single-seater racing quarters. When he was in his
what would MRO do for the fun race if they changed to BTC? Well, that's a good point. I haven't seen if there's any other support series to go along with BTCC. It'd be nice, because there are Janetta Juniors. If you've ever seen a Janetta Juniors race, in the last few years, they are awesome. And there's been a couple rounds at Thruxton in the last 2 years with a bunch of 14 to 16-year-old kids absolutely going hell for leather out there. And I would love to. It'd be awesome for that game to include that stuff, because it really is a part of the weekend. Or some of the Ginetta GT4s, the Atlanta races as well, the Formula 4s, Porsche Cup. Yeah, that would be what I consider a complete package for a racing game.
We basically copied your British ideas.
Yeah.
That is 6.9K. That's very nice. Very nice. Thank you. Love you too, Morgan. Cheers.
It took a couple of years to get going, but like you've really found like a rhythm now, and it's one of the biggest shows in.
Can we have a Jimmer Blues Clues edit instead of Tom and
especially on the male viewers, and we're having fun. And yeah, it took the first year or two was a bit hard for all of us. But we're picking up with adding a little.
I don't mean no. That's not disrespectful. I mean, if I bring it up, it would be it'd be weird if I was like, "Hey, you can't talk about that." No, I just have an eye disease that I've had my whole life. It's a degenerative hereditary disease. There's a few other people out there that have it. It's like a 1 in 4,000 kind of thing, but it's called retinitis pigmentosa, if you can kind of spell that. And I was diagnosed with that when I was a kid, and basically means I have very low vision. It's all no peripheral vision. It's just through a tunnel, and all of it right smack dab in the middle. And in addition to that, what tipped me off to it when I was a kid is that I had no night vision. You know, it would get near dusk, the sun would just have gone down, and I'd be feeling my way around when we'd be walking around. You know, you'd be playing ball, playing catch or something with your friends, and suddenly you're getting hit with the ball or the frisbees smacking you in the face, and they're just like first they have to pick themselves off out the ground from laughing, and then they have to go, "What's wrong? Didn't you see it?" Like, no, no, I didn't. And then so it becomes an interesting part of my life and other people's too when they know about it, because you just get used to being kind of rare in that sense for people to but most folks really want to help and be accommodating and lend a shoulder and an arm and that which has been really sweet. I've had many good experiences with the enduring human spirit for empathy from the people I've met along the way, and the folks here in chat have been just as awesome, and certainly those that have come over to watch in my community who know all about it and have seen me try to play games as best as I can, challenged as it is, and they're always so forgiving and helpful. So it's a unique experience for sure, and I like talking about it because there's a lot of things that people can do when they have a disability, and it's not the end of the road for those that when they do get one, and it's nice to try and remind people that you can lose something that you think is critical and still have a really good time in life, as I do. You know, obviously I get to do all this, and I have enough vision to chat with all of you, but even if I lost it completely, I would just switch over to a screen reader, text-to-speech, and it might take a little bit more time and certainly present more arduous hurdles for me, but I'd still try my best to have fun with all of you. In addition to, listening to books and having good conversations with people, that I shifted all my attention from some things that needed sight to ones that didn't as much, and still find value in this life. So I try to get that message out there when I can, when it comes up. I don't always want to make it about that, but it is something that defines a lot about who I am, for sure. So thanks for asking. Don't worry about the disrespect part.
Circuit, so they come to us, for example, and
is that a long enough explanation?
And we give them a price, and obviously it's good business for us. It's saving money on scale saving for them. Yeah. And we try to supply the circuit
as fast
and as good quality as possible, doing last minute changes on what they require and stuff like this. So it's a lot of work. I'm not doing any of this. Like the guys that are here, William, which is over there.
I think we're about 10 in, if I did my math right. But because I want to say they started at like 2 p.m. GMT? Question mark?
Directed towards engineering, and the other side of the company is now to do those small rigs, which are
we had a rocky start to this race. I suppose we should talk about the race at some point, but it's kind of a damage limit. Well, driving around, damage limitation, trying to get to the finish kind of race, because we started out with a heckin' huge penalty. Not quite 2 laps worth, but a 6-minute penalty. The team had to do some last-minute driver lineups, not just with Jimmy, but even getting Rene in the car. And they have a rule with the ACO for amount of sim drivers and amount of real-world drivers, and however they classified people in this team, though it didn't seem quite accurate to what everyone's background is. But we had a 6-minute penalty just after our first stint, and Jimmy started the race and came in for that. Then there was a really awkward moment with one of the other Porsches, and we where each of us ended up receiving a penalty. It was really hard to rule on. All that's kind of water under the bridge now, but just one of the many reasons why we're a bit far back, and it's been a lot of good time for Jimmy to hang out with his other teammates that you've probably never heard on this stream before, and learn a bit about them and what they're doing. And I was fascinated hearing the discussion regarding a VLN race that Jimmy could be a part of. He certainly has the license to do it. I believe he has an International C, and I think you only need an International D to do just the VLN rounds. Obviously, the shorter NLS, the ones that they have around Nürburgring year-round. And so there is a certain, I think it's an Astro, right? That, who knows? We might see Jimmy in at some point. I mean, that would be really cool. I mean, in this world of racing, it definitely matters who you meet along the way, and the connections that you have, and hoping that you come across really cool people and maybe present some good opportunities for you, which is why it always pays to be nice from everyone from the start. For sure, because it's good having friends in this world, and something like racing, which is obviously not cheap. And you want to have folks around you that can help. I mean, look at the past year, Jimmy, and doing Brit car races and the MX-5 races leading up to that, and then even one that came out of nowhere, at least to me, the VW Fun Cup that he was able to do at Oulton Park. Not the fastest car in the world, but holy shit, it's still racing, in a really interesting car. And it looked like he had a ton of fun. And I was saying it. Sorry. The video he put out for 2021, and I look back, I mean, what a roller coaster that was. I mean, just seeing it all packed together from a few sim racing exploits, but so many real world ones too, and the 750k subscribers, and we're well on our way to getting 1 million at some point. This channel just gets better and better all the time.
I'll see you in the morning. At 5 a.m. I'll come back with you guys.
Cheers, man.
See you, bye.
Thank you very much.
We're P41 now?
The voice of.
Okay.
And Juan Pablo Montoya's got his car back to pit lane, but without a rear wing. Juan Pablo, well.
I was going to say, I can't remember any P41s from World War II. It's not quite a Curtis P40 Warhawk, is it?
Enjoy your sleep, Juan Pablo. He's in the studio. He's going to head off and have a couple of
You suggested Jimmy do Extreme E, as they were asking for driver suggestions. He would do it. He would do Extreme E. He'd have to take a clean bit of travel to get to wherever they're at in the Arctic or Saudi Arabia or somewhere. The most extreme of ease.
Racing in before the European season starts. Now, is this where this all started?
Yeah, because the replay before was
Dunlop chicane. And that's probably the worst place that could have happened.
That's also really unlucky because it's not been.
Imagine driving for Rosberg just for the meme. Jimmy would I would want him to ask for like a picture to pose next to Rosberg to recreate, him in the explosion with a new twist on it.
They were through 3 corners.
the crazy races of Extreme E. They went from strength to strength, that series, in 2021. I hope the cars and the vehicles in 2022 are made a little more robust, because there were some of those rounds that the reliability of individual parts was frustrating. I would assume frustrating to drive, but also to watch. And then the qualifying races where they're kind of simple stage point-to-point stuff, not racing each other, and then they would get to the finals and have these like 3 wide starts. And some of the rounds it didn't work out so great because it was super dusty, and there weren't a lot of other lines to take throughout the race. But I remember that one from the Arctic where some of them, like Sarazan and them, would be bold and carve their own path through the through the countryside, and then would hit a heckin' huge rock and break down. And there was something fun about the risk reward of Extreme E for individual sessions there. But yeah, I really want them to improve the show a little bit in terms of the vehicles themselves.
Where that goes after that, I only hope the virtual races in preparation.
I watched a fair amount of the Dakar stuff that's been out there. The coverage on YouTube from the channel for each of the stages has been pretty well made, and love seeing those massive trucks, like Kamaz and the Eastern Europeans and Russians driving the hell out of those things, and then at times creating ruts that are a problem for the motorbike and quad bikes and those other interesting prototypes. And this is one of the first years in a while that I've tracked what was happening in the car racing, and it's just so mental. I mean, the camaraderie of it is awesome, but the stunning landscapes and the endurance and well, there's somebody in there broke their collarbone, and people getting airlifted out too, which is just showing how how extreme, to use, I couldn't think of another word at the moment, but severe that the racing can be, and it's pretty crazy. It's been fun to watch just because we've had a little bit of a lull, haven't we, from the end of a very long Formula One season, and in between Formula One and stuff like Daytona 24, Bahrain 24, which I suppose we did have Gulf 12-hour last weekend at Abu Dhabi, but that didn't have quite as many cars as everybody expected. So still waiting for the Monte Carlo to start up soon too for WRC.
Juan Pablo telling me that the throttle also is quite sensitive at the high end of throttle application. So you get to
who is Bacho? It's me, Daniel. I'm one of Jimmer's friends. Known him since 2013 when he was a wee lad. Well, he wasn't that wee, I suppose, but when he was a university kid, student, taking photography and doing and hanging out with us and doing sim racing on his desk and a bare bones wheel. I can't remember what the wheel was that he had at the beginning. It was nothing special. And we were driving R Factor 1 and R Factor 2 and hanging out, playing other games, spitting tires, and just having a good time. And what do you know? He got in on Twitch and quickly moved over to YouTube. And the rest is history for a lot of you. Night Yog. Hey Stiggy. Coral Fox.
Which can slightly spit you off.
Well,
how's the pro Epic Gamers Twitch streamer like? Well, I'm not much of a gamer when it comes to Twitch, because I need all of my attention to see what I'm doing, and I can't concentrate on chat or even the game after a while, because if any of you have ever done the streaming thing, your mind is all over the place when you're playing games or streaming. You just, at least for myself, it's hard to focus on what I should be doing, because I'm thinking about, is this interesting? Am I interacting with chat enough? Is the stream working? Have I dropped any frames? Oh my god, it's been 10 seconds since I've said anything. Why did I just say that? That was stupid. You know, my brain is revolving through so many panicking moments when I'm playing games. So I really like watching videos with everybody for old races and covering the news and motorsport, and sometimes watching just videos that I think are fun or interesting, because it allows me to kind of concentrate what's happening in a different way that's not as interactive as it is playing a game where you don't want to be bad at it, you don't want to die, you want to make sure you kind of know where you're going, and so that kind of stuff is really tough for me. I've played a handful of games on stream, but I really envy and admire those that do it so effortlessly. You know, it's not such for me.
He was definitely offline going through the Porsche curves, and you could see him trying to coax the car back
Night, Sam.
to the line where the grip was, but he was completely off the racing line and struggling.
That's right. We watched a documentary on chess the other day, and yeah, I had moments in the middle of it. It was about the story of Deep Blue, IBM's Deep Blue versus Kasparov in the 90s. And I didn't realize when I started watching this video on my stream that it was 2 hours long. And 30 minutes in, when I looked at the run time, I asked everybody in chat, I was like, do you guys want to keep watching this? Because I think it's really fascinating. And it's what I love about having a small community of fairly like-minded people and just nice people, that they were like, yeah, I dig this too. And it was those moments for a streamer is so freeing, because then I'm not like, oh, we should have a poll, and oh, what if somebody comes in and they don't know what we're doing? It's like, no, I've got a real core group of cuties that are just into a lot of the same stuff, and so there we were getting to the bottom of how they developed this supercomputer, you know, over supercomputers turning into super microcomputers, to play someone at chess, and the drama that unfolded from it. And it was really fun, you know, even though it might have been trying on some who have attention deficit, you know, which I sometimes do. I think some of the best streamers have some kind of ADD, because you got to keep it interesting. That's the one thing that is rolling through my head all the time in broadcasting, even when I'm talking to all of you, which is, I hope this is interesting. Otherwise we're in trouble.
Which seems to be quite a big effect of slipstream in GT category, but not so much in LMP.
Are we winning yet? Yeah, we're just on the cusp of winning, actually.
Look how much that Porsche has drawn onto the tail of the Ferrari, but just not quite close enough to get down the inside into the braking zone.
Advanced stream babysitter here. I have heard some other broadcasters describe it as daycare for some of them, especially the bigger ones who have a large community. I think we would need a lot to win this in the GTEs, but I'm just hoping that everybody involved is having a good time.
Thirds of them all sound straight to save a lot of fuel.
Tell college stories with Jimmy. The ones I know about Jimmy in his college days are usually his roommates, like odd idiosyncrasies, people that maybe weren't used to living with others. You know, I'm sure a lot of you have gone through this experience, and I think one of my brothers did too. That when you're assigned someone to live with, whether you know, a room you both sleep in or one you study in, God knows what you're gonna get, right? And so I don't remember any specifically from Jimmy at all, but you know, other than like I think some had some weird kitchen habits, you know, and there must have been, I think it was a 2 or 3 story place, and it had just one kitchen down on the bottom floor, and I think he was on the bottom floor, so he was often involved in a lot of the mini dramas that would be breaking out, you know, amongst people in their teens and early 20s, and so I just recall a lot of kind of gossipy stories about, you wouldn't believe what this, you know, shithead that lives above me was doing, kind of stuff, you know, and And it was great, a great time to learn about people and learn about Jimmy too, because he had so much time to give in university when he hanging out with us when he wasn't going to class or doing projects and just. I mean, by that point in our TeamSpeak stuff with SimRace Online, Bailey, Schumann, myself with it, we were already online 8 hours a day as it was, and so it was really inviting for anybody new that like, hey, yeah, this is what we do. We sit here and talk on the phone essentially to each other for hours and hours a day, and yeah, so you just end up knowing a lot about somebody's background and what they're into, and having stuff like racing in games, as with a lot of my personal friends too, has always been a really good springboard for friendships. We've been fortunate too that we're similar thinking on a lot of things about things in life, politics, etc. That although some of us are more into it than others, but generally on the same page. So we haven't had to deal with riffs in that kind of way.
Driving standards on that in-lap without a rear wing has caught the eye of our stewards, and unfortunately a 10-second penalty.
ADD is 100% a superpower. Don't let people in on our secret. Yeah, I think there's definitely jobs and professions, this kind of thing for all kinds of all walks of life.
They could summon him to the stewards. And they don't have to do it virtually. He doesn't have to go into a virtual Discord channel where he
can quite literally go over there.
Go and just say,
I have ADD, sorry, HDD, yo, hard drive. And while it may be mild, it's always been a struggle, and it breaks my heart because I have no power over it. I had trouble accepting it when I first learned of it. It's practically, I know the road for things like Adderall and other drugs like that can be really great for some and harsh for others, and I'm curious about how people are able to cope with that in everyday life, and how they mold themselves to find something that fits for something like that.
At Le Mans Virtual as well, monitoring all of those channels. If you've got any questions across the next couple of hours whilst it's in the dark,
in uni halls, I had to teach 2 of my flatmates how to turn an oven on and how to get a so yeah, you understand about someone who comes in who's like, they've never done laundry before, and it's like, well, now it's time to learn. When I moved out, I barely knew how to do any of those things. My mother was very, very nice and would often take all those responsibilities from me. And I remember at a certain point, she cut me off and was like, all right, I'm making you a cheat sheet on things with the laundry, right? But your white clothes, this temperature setting, these, and then I hung on to that like it was the Bible or something when I moved out, because it just wasn't something I did a lot of. And
he was doing his social media.
I mean, a lot of us are not born fully formed on how to do all these things. The living, the particulars of day-to-day life.
Still quite content, the number 92, to sit behind the Ferrari.
Don't forget to turn all the breakers off in your house before you do any electrical work, or turn the water off before you do any plumbing. Like there's just certain rules of thumb you need to know.
Best fastest lap time over 1 lap, but over a stint he's so solid.
Imagine the virtual Le Mans but in Roblox.
There's a lot going on his brain.
Oh man, Sticky, I don't know if you saw before, but Jimmy did a Skype interview with the broadcast team of Virtual Le Mans 24, and had a background of Minecraft Le Mans there, and it made me think of Roblox. So one of these days I'm going to get Jimmy to give Roblox F1 a go.
And it's not necessarily anymore. Sometimes you can do this. This is what
it is indeed. Tom Quick, thank you for joining us.
Ferrari not going into the pits this time, but we do expect him to go in very shortly and then release this Porsche. But actually, Tommy's not crawling all over the back of the gearbox of the Ferrari, is he? He's there and thereabouts. Yeah. And I think he probably could go past if he wanted.
All right, yeah, we'll be here for a while, Calboa.
Stretch a little bit of advantage, but maybe it's also a bit distracting to have the Ferrari breathing down his neck.
Took me a long time to figure out how to cook, clean, and do laundry. Yeah, like I still can't cook. I mean, for good reason. You know, blind guys shouldn't really cook so much. I did a lot more in my 20s and early 30s, making simple dishes. I mean, to the point where spaghetti is the last thing I want to eat, but at least for mixing in ground beef and cooking it up and that, as my ability to determine the color of the meat to make sure it's actually not raw anymore. I've been watching a lot of MasterChef with people cook on Twitch, with people making things that are raw. Yeah, those kinds of things are tough for me. So these days, I'm fortunate that there's so much frozen food out there that has pretty good value to it. I could probably do better, of course, if I were making my own, but I'm also a bit lazy. Food is a means to an end for me. I don't unless it's M&Ms, which I need to get to my M&Ms here in a second. I really do just kind of eat to fulfill nutrition, make the hunger pains go away, and get back to whatever I was having fun doing previously. I need some music too. I need to find something to put. I was thinking like the Toadies. I'd like to listen to the Toadies right about now. That'd be a good thing to have on.
Maybe there is a wheel missing, which seems to be the kind of thing that stops them. And tech support comes rushing into the studio to see if they can do anything.
I think I gotta pick the best album, right? Which is it Rubberneck? I think it is.
Chris definitely knows the answer to.
Oh no.
Is are drivers constrained to cockpit view, or can they use bonnet view? Ect.
Well, they can use whatever they want.
Can they? Is there even the possibility?
Well,
I don't know.
It's 2 a.m. and I gotta be up until 3 p.m.
Oh
man, the late night hours indeed.
Spheres. Red Bull comes past the LMP.
Why is streamers broadcast ahead of the official broadcast? That is a good question.
Gonna go for it this time.
Hey, it's Mappy. Welcome to the YouTube, Mappy.
A bit messy through the first part of Indianapolis. Gets it all sorted there. Now into Arnage. Not close enough to dive down the inside. I think we missed the replay, didn't we?
Jimmy did. Yeah. He had that interview, I want to say in like the 4th or 5th hour, somewhere around there. And it went well.
Anyway, still behind. So
a lot of discussion about, being a YouTuber and getting to do some racing. And I forget her name now, but she brought up Rookie of the Year and doing Brit Car. And just awesome for more people to get a look and listen to Jimmy's accomplishments beyond just sim racing.
Oh, again, a little bit offline, that Porsche. Here's a replay. And this is Sebastian.
It's going to be traffic, is it?
Round the outside, the Proton.
Oh, no.
Big squeeze. Now, what happened to the Proton? Did that make contact with the wall? Sebastian.
Pacho, I swear it was just yesterday where you were talking to us. Last Le Mans with you. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, that was the 1440 finger licking KFC race. Where a very, very special coin, our Lithuanian legend, a doctor really, and a doctor in many senses, who repaired our Audi R18 by literally boosting the R18 into a wall to fix it. Such as the damage model of iRacing. And yeah, different sim, different time, very different driver list. But here we are.
But he's actually still in his rig in the studio.
Max did indeed crash. He had a heckin' huge crash. I'm sure it's out there on Twitter, or clips of it abound if you want to see just how the world champion, a current world champion in a sim race, exited from the Le Mans race.
Two Le Mans Cup champions don't really get to show too much because we didn't really see them because they were due to do all their stuff.
We saw them both go out.
Yeah.
We did see Luca De Bentley and Hugfeld out, but as you said, they would have been doing their main work tomorrow when Juan Pablo and Seb were
just casually racing with Verstappen. Yeah. What a trip. Even just being in the car and watching him drive by, like, oh yeah. All right, this doesn't. I mean, I know Jimmy's been in a handful of races with Max since 2020, but yeah, never with such an accolade to his name, right? Good night, Stompin' Penguin. Thanks for stopping by. We'll catch you again soon.
Incredible privilege, even just to hang out with Juan Pablo here in the.
Hey, it's a Kron as well. Some friends of mine stopping by here on YouTube.
And that looks to be a pass done.
There is an official timing somewhere. Jimmy said it exists, but even he didn't come up with a link for where it is. So if you can find it, good luck.
Under the rear wing of the Porsche, draws.
Well, there's one. There you go. Scott the car nerd has it. Thank you, Scott. We don't need luck. We just need Scott.
NASCAR bump drafting. You can't see.
That's right. Max was in the split. Finally.
Go down the inside under braking.
Do I follow dirt races like World of Outlaw, Chili Bowl? I just started adding those highlights to my Monday streams where I've been exploring all over the world for drag races, dirt races, people running, hill climbs, mountain bikes, unicycles, you name it. I've probably, rock bouncers, you know, there's like crazy suspension buggies that are trying to get over these nutty obstacle courses. I've been searching Monday mornings on YouTube far and wide, sometimes for videos that only have less than 10 views. That's where the good shit is, by the way. Like, I found a stop motion Lego video. This content creator makes Lego videos with David Croft's commentary over it for every F1 race. He recreates the whole track with Legos, and then he makes like a stop motion version of the highlights. And he has, whoever they are, has like no one watching it, by the way. Like very few, and they deserve a lot more for the effort they put into it. But that's my thing lately, is mining for the stuff that needs more exposure and trying to bring that to the Monday shows. And I hope I can do a lot more of that this year.
I'm doing the numbers.
I can't remember the channel name of it either. Hold on, let me see if it's in my history.
There's a couple of other cars that we didn't do. We didn't do the number 5 either.
Yeah. And who else now? So how many teams is that out?
I found one. I think it's called. Oh wait, there it is. 2021 Lego Formula One.
The start of the race, she decided to leave the server before.
The channel name is The Moving Bricks. It has 36.6 thousand subscribers. And yeah, we watched one from Monaco and another from the Qatar race.
Then on lap 55, we had the number.
That's what I mean. There's so much good shit out there, but you got to go looking. You got to get your shovel out.
They nailed a couple of slower GT cars, including.
Because I was mentioning somebody who makes stop motion Lego F1 videos. That's why, Mike.
On the spot with damage, and a couple of laps later, the 15 car. Retired as well with damage from the
more NASCAR road races is a good thing. I hope these new gen cars with their increased downforce and supercars-ish like stylings will help for the road courses. I don't know what it's going to do for the ovals. I'm really not someone that's into oval racing, but I'm much more likely to tune in for the road races. And then seeing through the weekend how many of the curbs they end up removing, like at Indy, is a different kind of entertainment.
And the SEMA 9 axle.
New rear suspension too, yeah.
Which had contact with Attila Tashi's number 5 Williams Esports car when they were both in the barrier at lap 170. And 183, Sebastian Montoya retires the LM Cup champion.
Jimmy's 56. Why are we watching 92? We are subject to somebody else's stream. We can't be on the server all the time. It's a limitation of R Factor 2, going back to even R Factor 1, that there's only so many slots available. So if you have like a 40 car grid, no, 50? And each car probably has 3 or 4 drivers. You're not going to fit them all on the server. I know iRacing has figured out a way to do that. with their spectator stuff that works a lot better. But anyway, so it's pretty much after you do your stint and you hand the car off to somebody else, you need to log off. And there's been some series like VEC where Jimmy was given dispensation to stay on board because obviously he has a wide lens for attention because all of you are so lovely and love to pay attention to it all. But we don't have that as such, so we have Rene. I think it's Rene's stream that's keeping track of everything as it's his team, and so we're catching that stream instead.
Great job. So Uskar became impatient and then wanted to get by, but Jordi Sveers is putting up a very strong fight in that FDA esports car as they now make their way up towards the Porsche curves, whatever.
Yeah, Rene's got on board, that's right. And then we've got all the TV cams and stuff here.
The strategy slightly here as we go on board now.
I think the thing that's confusing me is Enzo Benito has done 11 pit stops in the lead of the race. And then Lauren Heinrich in the 91, they've done 30.
Is there a stream watching, Jim?
Sveers has done 11 pit
Yeah,
stops.
people in here have all the links, like exclamation Rene.
The Proton 77 also on 13 stops. So the Porsches are running really, really thirsty in comparison. We're about halfway through the race, and they are
watching Daytona testing looks good. Sequential transaxle.
Seems as though, and maybe you can remind me of this, that the 91 car has done an extra stop on top of that.
That's right, yeah. You're saying that for NASCAR they just have the one car now for the whole season. That's why I was hoping it would improve it more for the road courses if they're not just bringing out completely different bodies for all the kinds of tracks that they would go to. And that's good. That should certainly cut down on cost, right? At least I hope so.
But has been biting, desperate to get back into the commentary position with his laptop.
Yeah.
Hey, thank you, man. I appreciate that. I don't tweet a lot, but usually when I have something to say or something to share, that's a good avenue to do it.
Pace yourself. Anyone's talking to us on Twitter? Oh yeah, a few hours. A few people are now.
I don't know. Do you want me to tweet you?
Yeah, can you tweet me?
We P39 now.
We've got loads of people.
P39 Air Cobra. Oh yeah.
In touch with us. So Mooncrawler, watching from Canada, cheering on Max Verstappen.
Really like the NASCAR modifieds, lively as anything, and look like some crazy Hot Wheels creation. Oh yes. The ones that have that like asymmetric build to them, and the cockpits, they're really low. I mean, they're not tall, I should say. Yeah, there's some really interesting machines in the US, and USAC, and modifieds, midgets, the whole series of circle racing. And, obviously, what people mentioned, Outlaws and Chili Bowl thing. I mean, it's oh, another one that we've been watching on our Mondays, a banger racing. It's just real world Wreckfest, and they're playing Wreckfest in the way that you and I would play Wreckfest, in that they're not trying to preserve the life of their car. I mean, they're just hauling off and running into people. I don't think the goal of these banger racing Wreckfest sessions is actually to win. I don't know how you classify who wins, last one standing, but boy, I love that there's even someone there that flies a yellow flag in the banger racing, because it's one giant yellow flag. But yeah, the highlights of that have been eye-opening for sure. Mower racing, yeah.
On our timing screens, but you can log on to the live
Braden.
timing on Alkamel Systems, ALKM.
But there are some demolition derbies where like you try to avoid hitting people with the engine side of your car, right? You got like a station wagon and you're backing up into people. You hit them with like the emptier bits that aren't going to prevent you from moving. I'm saying these banger races, they're just hauling off and slamming into fools with the meaty part, and that's where I was scratching my head a little bit. Like, is anyone insured in this audience?
Where are we? Good evening, guys. Leon from the Netherlands here. How long do you give commentary today? And who do you switch with? Well, we're doing 4-hour stints, Leon, which is a bit long for what we would usually do in the real world.
Demo Derby strategist, yeah.
3-hour stints is a
I
lot
played the
quicker. We do
Signosis
have a team of 6 people.
Demolition Derby back in the 90s on PlayStation. There was a strategy to that.
And doing 4-hour stints, so I'm giving you 12 hours of my
I gotta
life
try
over
Barbie
6
Pink
round
Jeep
period.
Racing. Oh, okay. I'll get right on that swamp plan.
Start at the end. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
So more like 13 hours.
Steve Gow says, I hope everyone's doing well. We are. Thank you very much, Steve. We've got coffee on the go. Love
No plans for Daytona 24. Jimmy and I were just talking about it before. I did ask the question, and it being so close in proximity to this one, I mean, who knows? Well, DHR, GNS, whatever you want to call it, Jimmy and co. have a habit of throwing together a race team sometimes the day before with absolutely no practice. But I wouldn't plan on it. But like I said, who knows? Whether or not I could do 2 of these back to back, well, I'm not sure either. I usually need a day to recover after one of these sessions.
They're the favorites.
Local fairgrounds, yeah, that's a good place to watch Demolition Derby. We have them here in Oregon too. Saw one a few years ago with your friend, and your friend won $500. Hell yeah! At least equal the price of the vehicle. In banger racing, the cars are no longer fit for the road, so before they're scrapped, they get one last. Oh, okay, so that's adding to the coup de grace for each machine. Is that, well? I mean, this thing. I don't want this thing to live the night anyway. All right, all right.
Mark Manley, thank you for joining us, Mark. I'm jealous of your curry and wine. I'm a man these days that likes a little whiskey with my commentary.
Yes.
And you can't do it when you're in a professional environment like this. You can do it,
That's
however.
what you've been bringing up in those little
Dramatic reading of that song. I mean, I can't do any better than the guests we've already had. I mean, didn't Reese Garner do one for a stretch goal for the Mind Charity 23 Hours as Older? You know, I don't want to even attempt to one-up the Western Australian great that is Southpaw Racing. So I'll let him hold that one.
Comfortable. Hello, everyone.
Just like Jardier doing Rap God. Remember that? That incredible rendition of Rap God? Jardier is such a sweetheart.
But the camera isn't quite framed, so he's just off screen there.
How's your sim racing going? Last time, anything you managed to get your first win? I think you meant to say there, Codex. I did. I ended up with 4 wins in MX5s, and they were different circumstances too. I did 303 races in 2021, and I won 4 of them. And I think that really shows that perseverance really counts, because that's not a very good average. I think a third of those races were top 5s, so I'm proud of that. But you know, a lot of them were 12-car fields with Audi TCRs at the time, before the TCR field expanded a little bit this year with the Honda and Hyundai.
So this one from Andrew Mather.
And yeah, MX5s for a lot of those races. So and that's just a crapshoot, you know. Only one of those races did I win. Let's see. Yeah, from start to finish. I had pole at the Jefferson Summit Point track, which I really like, and it's also really hard to pass on. And I just held it the whole time, and I was really proud of that one, because all the other ones needed some assistance. You know, some other cars doing what they do in an iRacing event with Mazdas, people running into one another. So yeah, that was great. I really liked my third win there.
They get a massive tent in their garden, barbecue on the go, big screen.
Yeah, win is a win. I definitely. Even if you're in the bottom split for a race and you get a win, you celebrate that shit like it's, you know, like it's the Indy 500 or something. That's the way I feel about it. It's not easy to do, and even if you needed a little bit of luck, you still did it. You know, my second win was from last. I started, I think, 11th out of 11. And literally everyone ran into each other, and I witnessed everyone running into each other. I don't have the footage for it, unfortunately, but I dodged I dodged some incredibly dangerous cars and managed to get my way. I mean, I took to the grass at certain points at Oulton Park to avoid crashes, and I'll take it. I'm fucking counting that one.
Yeah, you can. I mean, you need to be committed and you need a bicycle to get around, but you can do it.
Yeah.
And I think I cried like a baby in each one of those wins too, because I just didn't. I'd ever expected to do that, you know. And it's just fun when it all pays off, you know. And I think everybody's capable of doing that if you really try, and I mean really try, even if it takes 300 goddamn races to do it.
Bruno actually commentated on the Miami International final there together. He was doing the French.
Hey, David Allison, thank you. An Irishman Scotty, welcome in.
It's absolutely fantastic.
Am I right in saying that the World Championship will end there this year?
Thank you, MJL.
I have a feeling.
Yes, man, I've had such a nice respect. Everybody's been so nice to me. It's just because Jimmy told you to be nice. I know, but I'm just kidding.
Yeah, always provide absolutely fantastic racing.
And they have a 24-hour race as well.
Yes, they do, and then they do that.
An arrive and drive one.
Do they?
Yeah, so they have an arrive and drive one, and then they also have a proper one for road tax and all that.
And yeah, they're going to have the official KZ and KZ2 FIA Karting World Championships there. The KZ.
Oh, I see the race in here.
Of the sport.
I'm just going to put it out there, but I really missed having Super GT on the race. Super GT and Super Formula. And I know that couldn't happen last year, but I'm crossing my toes and my fingers here, hoping to get Sam Collins and Rob Barth or anybody else that wants to do it, because I love being able to watch Super GT live on YouTube when the race is hosting it. That'd be awesome. But I know these things are more complicated than that. More complicated than me just wishing it to be so. I haven't been able to hear them in a bit, Toby, but everybody was in really good spirits today. I like the chemistry between this number 56 car and Jimmy. You know, you jumping in with some people you maybe know a little bit or haven't raced, and sharing comms with each other and the experience, and everybody was fairly positive and even with some tough moments early on. So I haven't been able to listen, of course, because I'm too busy chatting with all of you at the moment to know how they're doing at the moment. Hopefully it's still going okay. I haven't yet. I've been meaning to watch Noriara's stream from the other day. It popped up in my alerts, and I gotta get to that soon. Jimmy's car number 56. Hey, Ryan Fisher.
Starting to find a nice spot to sit whilst I wait for my food to get here. It says Silent Com 20.
Where are they? I mean,
who is Boncho again? I'm one of Jimmer's friends from racing back in the day. DHR. We were never on a team together. I had quit doing endurance racing by the time he showed up in our neck of the woods. But we did we raced GT3s against each other, and we did truck racing in AMS, Formula Truck, and all kinds of other stuff. In old VOR, R Factor days, we had one of those races where you're trading paint and passing each other back and forth in a lesser division of multi-class. That's right. Those were just sprint races. I think we were in BMWs and Corvettes or something like that, racing around Birmingham, Skip Barber, and that was just so much fun. I can't tell you how many times I've made friends with people just because we were sharing the same bit of track, you know, and having a great time, not running into, not wrecking each other, but being respectful and maybe a little nudge and a lean here and there, but it's contentious but fair, you know, like the good kind of racing that sim racing can always be. And I mean, I've been around since the beginning. It's not a brag, but I mean, I've just known him from his days of starting out and live streaming and making videos and being here on the channel, helping the mod, and just being a part of the community. You know, it's a wild ride, and it keeps getting better as the years go on.
Me and Lewis are gonna geek out about sim racing.
Oh yeah.
Stand by.
Great.
My setup for the next 12 hours, says Shayna. Cool. I can't do anything with your picture.
Thanks, AP. Awesome. Yeah, I remember last year's streams for the 24-hour race. It's going really well.
Andrew Mather, thank you very much for your tweet. Watching from the Netherlands, says Vasily. Been watching since the start. That's awesome.
William Fatsina.
Ryan Harrison
Welcome.
Says,
Truck racing is lovely. That was Oscar C. Untberg. Oscar Hardwick ran that one for the Formula Trucks, and he took the speed limiters off for that because it's a South American series, isn't it? You know, going around Cascavel and Jacarepagua, all these stunning Taramon and other stunning South American tracks, and that was a great series.
He's probably watching something other than me on the screen.
Well, she's got the chance.
Yeah, exactly.
And I've been pleased to watch Jimmy in this past season, the Mushroom Trophy. He was able to do all the rounds. And the previous 2 seasons he was busy for some of them, but how much fun it was to watch him get the most amount of wins in Season 3 of Mushroom Trophy. I hope a lot of you got to catch those races. Really showcasing what sim racing is for us that do it kind of day in, day out. The close-knit group of friends and some people we invited from the community, mods and some other friends, but trying to bring that homebrew, what a good word to describe it is, but the leagues that are out there, but just giving it a lot more attention through the scope of what Jimmy has, and him being there to get some wins and show his incredible ability to standing start in cars that just raced each other so well. I mean, Niels Hussenbelt made the Super Tours for AMS, a game he knows rather well, of course, because he helped do the physics for Raitza when it came out, and beyond. He made an awesome mod, and Bailey ran the series well, even though he couldn't drive in a lot of it. Got to experience what I did at the end of my racing career, which was focusing on being a good admin. And how much joy that can bring you, even if you can't drive. Of course, it sucks because you want to drive, but there's just there's other elements that you can lean into and enhance the experience for everybody else. And I hope Bailey got as big a kick out of it as I did in my sim racing admin career.
Oh, thanks. For 4 hours in the middle of the night. But then you all just
yeah, we got Renee Butler in the car at the moment. Awesome.
All different parts of the globe, and join us and be part of it and ask questions and say hi, and I just love it. And I'm sorry if we haven't referenced what's going on.
Mushroom Cup is the chicken and waffles of sim racing.
So
I like that, Ruby Russ.
There are people in Australia, Poland, America, Michigan at the moment.
I want to see a Mushroom Trophy event in Adelaide.
Watching from snowy Hancock.
That would make for some phenomenal racing, yes.
The entire Le Mans virtual. There's only been 2, so awesome. Well done. Hello, guys, watching from the Netherlands.
What's the state of real-world racing in Adelaide these days? I can't remember if that venue has changed completely, or are they still doing it? I mean, I love the Australian Historic Series that goes there, and I mean all the years of supercars there. But I know it's narrow, it can be dangerous in certain sections. Not much racing in Adelaide? They're trying to get rid of the circuit? Oh yeah, man, been sad days for many of the circuits in Australia. It's a good thing iRacing was able to get out there and scan a couple of them before they went away, but Winton and Sandown were on the chopping block, right? And you're saying Adelaide is too.
What's the chance of weather? Well, it's
now a COVID testing site. Okay. So no racing at the moment. Government got rid of it. But the opposition leaders got a deal to bring it back if he wins this year. Okay.
So, as is night to day transitions, as you can see, but we don't think we'll see weather in this race, but it is a possibility. In fact, before the first Le Mans Virtual, they did a test in the rain, didn't they? And all the real
Any replays of the season 1 mushroom stuff? It's like there's like 1 or 2. I have them somewhere. I think I have a couple on my Twitch, or it might be on a hard drive, like a Google Drive. I have to admit that my broadcasts of those were not very good. I'm not gonna say that the ones I did in season 3 are good, but I was the safety car driver, and we were fucking around with I was giving weight to people mid-race. some didn't find it as hilarious as well I did, and a lot of chat did, exactly. But some of the standards for the racing we were still locking down, because I think there was a miscommunication about how serious to take it. Like the balance between serious and fun was not really established there, and Bailey did a great job in the in-between seasons of helping everyone to understand what we wanted it to look and feel like. So I was reluctant to post some of those season 1 Mushroom Trophy races for all of those reasons, and maybe even more that I can't think of. So I could certainly dig them up if you wanted to, but yeah, I as much fun as I remember them being, posterity-wise, maybe for posterity, I should upload them somewhere.
Missing Martin Haven. No, sorry, Dan Mullen misses Martin Haven, not Felipe. Martin will be back at 4 in the morning, Dan. So if you need,
after all, they let a blind man do the race commentary, the cameras, and all the hats for a race. Choosing the shots, which ones to follow, trying to talk, and sometimes reading from the chat. It's a tall order. And I can't say I do any of those very well, but hey, you try. You try it. Shit ain't easy.
No, come on. You can answer that question.
I'm literally
about to. It's so easy.
I'm literally about
to and blind man being the steward. Yeah. Thankfully, I don't have to do that anymore. I'm not giving 255 kilograms of weight to anyone, which would probably just be Oscar anyway, because the motherfucker can't stop winning. Oh, thanks, Jake. I try my best. I appreciate it. Well, people at the end of the F1 season were saying, "Oh, you should do Michael Masi's job," and like, that's a hilarious thing to say, of course, that you think somebody who's legally blind could do a better job. But I've been thinking about that a lot more. It's just like, no, I definitely could not do Michael Masi's job. I would want to hire a bunch of people as a support team to help out. I might want to be the one that breaks a tie or a deadlock, or has like the authority to make something happen that needs to happen in the moment. But yeah, I would want to add more eyeballs to it, essentially, to give more information, and hire someone like Steve Matchett, who reads the F1 technical rule book for fun. He's just a nerd, and I mean that in the most positive way possible. That he just loves reading technical regulations and sporting regulations, and that's somebody I want to hire to be in my team to run the race, because I want to know the rules. I want to know the rules, the precedent for the rules, and make sure we're being consistent all the time. Like that would be my priority. But in terms of how Charlie Whiting and Masi have run things in their careers, like that, in the same way that I think, well, like I said, doing all the streaming stuff by myself is hard. I think their positions are extremely difficult for one person to do.
Aren't you, Lewis? You know everything that's going on right now.
I don't know how he fits it in.
I don't think
Take it easy, Irishman. Scotty, I'm sure we'll be here.
Of rubbish to go through.
That's something.
Yeah, me too, Jiu-Jitsu Monkey. Just what an example, right, of not just the pieces he would do with some of the Red Bull people for technical details, but just as the race would be going on, he'd just cite chapter and verse for parts of the rules to tell you what it was, and why it was. And that's I think the Sky broadcast could benefit from having someone like that too.
Unfortunately, the poor people that are watching.
How do I win a prize? Are we giving out prizes?
Now might actually.
Shit, how do I win a prize?
Sorry, he says as he pushes his glasses towards his forehead a little more.
Martinez from Lithuania is about to hear about.
I think Monty proved you don't need sight to be the fundraise director. You just need more than 2 frames.
I think Ella needs to get some
Oh boy.
Even listen in.
Is that what you're going to do? You're going to return?
The F1 did put out a tweet the other day from the commission and some other. There's some moving and shaking going on about safety car deployments. What some concrete refining of the rules, and let's just take solace in that they're like any government body. They probably don't want to admit something was wrong, but hey, let's at least celebrate that they're trying to fix something that they noticed, specifically from that Abu Dhabi race. I will not contest or the results of it. I think they are what they are, but we can make better choices in the future, can't we?
Well done, Chris. Good effort.
Thank you very much, Chris.
See you in the morning. Enjoy your bed. Oh, typical that Chris.
Yeah, Scott, how are you? Which you want to help with Mushroom Trophy?
And I've got to make sure that I'm concise. Chris, bye. Thanks very much. We are coming up to halfway point of the Le Mans 24
people like
hours.
Martin Haven, who probably have like 3 or 4 voices in their ear while he's talking, that stuff would be impossible for me. I think it would speech jam me. So actually, when I've had some offers from even other SimRace Online people to help out for the Mushroom Trophy broadcast, I almost always say no. Sam Winton did commentary with me, kind of co-commentary for Oscar's 1996 league, and that went really well. Actually, I thought he did a great job. But if I had people that were spotters or trying to give me information while I was talking, I would probably freeze. Jimmy's talked about that, maybe with you, all of you, but doing GT Sport for Polyphony, those broadcasts with Tom, and where people are telling you like, hey, fill in 30 seconds, we need you to do this, or mention something about the tires, or talk about this driver's background or something. Like they're sort of directing you and keeping you on some of the prepared material or events that are happening in the moment. That stuff is where that really separates the professionals from the amateurs like myself.
Continues to this moment. Bit of a scrap going on into Arnage for the GTE category. This was Juan Pablo Montoya being bullied off the circuit. It kind of caused a bit of a roadblock, and so it was like, come on, just get off the track.
Long time no see. Hey.
Get on. Juan Pablo admitted to me earlier.
Hide and seek. Nice to see you in the chat.
Before the start of this Le Mans 24 hours.
You're fading, Sinless. Hey, cheers for being here as long as you did. And I'm glad you could catch some time with us this time. We'll see you next time, I'm sure.
Himself in second position behind James Baldwin in the Veloce esports machine, but soon made light work.
The rules are binary for F1. They don't account for seasons like 2020 or Spa 2021. Or, yeah, Spa 2021, I had a right go at that mess when it occurred on Twitter. I mean, well, a right hot go, whatever that means for me just typing angrily. I don't know if you could hear me typing that hard, but I was frustrated by it being classified as a race. I mean, whatever. There's been many times this past couple of years I've had to just shake my head and go along with it, you know, because I'm powerless to a lot of this. So we all are, you know. I still love the sport. I always want it to be better, and I hope that the show will improve in 2022.
R8G versus R8G. Arthur Rougier clipping Elliot Veron into the wall, trying to lap.
And the rules, do they have anything for a race that can't happen? Can't happen? Like it's been, I don't know, they've worked around it. Force majeure for like the typhoons that would be approaching in Suzuka. Didn't one year they had Saturday qualifying on a Sunday, trying to work around the torrential rain they expected.
of the field.
There's only been like a half dozen races that they cut short, but none of them occurred under 3 laps. There's a couple for an Austrian race. Obviously the Malaysian one in 09. The list is out there somewhere, but they went further. So unfortunately, it was just they encountered something that they hadn't before, and that's when F1. You think as big as the rule book is, they've thought of everything, but every now and then events occur that are outside of it, I guess.
So that put Schmidl.
Oh yeah, Adelaide 91. That's right.
Lead of the race, the real team hydrogen red line car.
But you're right, that was the shortest, and you're right, got this double figure for laps.
In the lead.
Jimerson, number 56 in the Porsche, and Rene Butler driving. You can do exclamation Rene if you want to go watch from the onboard of their car.
With another big shunt.
It's the longest shit ever. Dark. No, he's taking a rest until 5:45, 6 in the morning. He's got a stint that starts a little bit earlier than when we're doing DHR races.
You think? The 92 car riding the curbs well.
You know, Jiu-Jitsu, I didn't really think about that. You're right, going from 13-inch wheels to 18-inch wheels. Did the rotor size change at all? I don't know. There have been rumors that the 2022 car would be as fast, if not faster, than 2021, and I don't believe that was the intention at all. But again, that was a rumor, and it won't be long till we have the unveilings of the car. I saw Aston Martin put out their date for February 10th, I think. Didn't that come out yesterday or today? And but they won't be hitting the track till February. The aero balance being changed completely. I'm eagerly awaiting to see their performance, mostly in line with each other, because the aerodynamic wash from F1 cars for 20 years has been astronomically bad. So I'm just hoping that those kind of slow and medium speed corners, they'll be able to stay in line instead of having to drop down a gear or change completely. You'd see the 2020 or 2021 cars go into Parabolica and or up the hill at Barcelona, and just how different the trailing car would have to alter their line just to maintain. I mean, it was pretty shocking. So we'll see if the FIA's technology to have a wind tunnel with two models in it that they can fit will fix this aero issue.
In that car, and then another half a minute back is Mike Epps aboard the Veloce Esports car.
Strongly depend on the tracks, says Sergio Gomez. They will be quicker in a straight line and possibly have more downpower force than fast spins, but elsewhere. But in the slow corners, they're going to be heavier too, right? Aren't they like 790 or something kilograms?
I will say, by the way, now we're getting
Good point, Stephen Mooney. Doing damage to the floor, if they hit the sausages or other high curbs, if they are that sensitive to keeping downforce underneath the car, getting that suck effect underneath, like cars of 40 years ago, how much will that ruin somebody's race, and how will they drive around that? That's a really good question. I'd love to. I wish I knew more about the aero underneath the car and how sensitive they'll be, and I think some of that is a question mark.
Considering how their season's gone, as we're riding on board, I believe, with the rocket car, but obviously it being a night, it is almost impossible.
Oh, the higher weight because of the bigger wheels. Okay.
Yeah, not easy. Spotting these cars.
They know it was 795.
Okay. Easier in this virtual world than it is in the real world. That's for sure. There is the
yeah, ground effects. Sorry, I was blanking on the. I was like, I was picturing the cars of 1980 and 1981. And just the word ground effect was not going through my brain.
In Formula, in Extreme E, I should say. but we've seen those colours on a McLaren in British GT. James Baldwin, in fact, drove for them, and is also in the sim racing world. Alex Buncombe is driving that particular car as one of the pro guys. Shame we haven't got Jensen aboard.
Oh, I don't. Are they keeping the titanium skid plates underneath the cars for that that wacky sparking effect that they were going for?
We did see him doing quite a lot of sim racing on this.
Dramatic as it is. You see the McLaren testing the wheels at LEDs and the covers. That's right, we get the covers this year, like we had a decade ago, potentially allowing them to show anything they want on them. Yeah, bro, the marketing people are rubbing their hands together. But what were some of the things that they wanted to put on the wheel covers? Like place numbers, or I mean, my mind automatically goes to adverts, but if they could do some race information, that'd be interesting. Like, I love in GT3s with the multiple classes for stuff like Spa 24 that they can put what place they're in up in the windshield.
Now that's divided up equally between the two classes and then equally between the series.
That's what you thought too, Lo?
The Le Mans Virtual, which we're watching here. So essentially,
WEC style. Remember they started that with the lights on the side for the top 3 for each class, where it would show a different light. Well, obviously favoring cars like the Audi at the time, with only having the top 3 for each class.
In sim racing for the number 1, they're looking to.
You like the thermal cam back?
Back in 2020 when we ran
That's a good idea. I never realized how quickly a tire heats up and dissipates under load. That was pretty wild. Well, for Jimmy, at least, this was the team that was available. Although I think a week ago, he wasn't expecting to be in this race at all, and a spot opened up here with Rennie Butler, and so Jimmy wanted to drive it. And yeah, it's not the category he would prefer most times, but we're in the race, and the Porsche GTE. I don't know who we're riding with at the moment because I have the sound off, but that car sounds amazing in RF2. They nailed it. The only thing that comes close for this Porsche is a mod for the Assetto Corsa version that gives it that 2017 incredible high-pitched whine that it has.
And in terms of the very basic,
you want some underglow for the F1 car? Have you heard about the? No, I don't think I have, Scott.
As well as this final round of the championship.
I read somewhere that some F1 teams are now experimenting with the rear view cameras like Corvette has been at Le Mans last few years. Is that true, Bart? Yeah, that gives indications about where cars are passing, and really helps for in GT racing with how bright the lights can be. They can still give information for cars that are coming up a lap, but
an inspirational thing that you
the wing mirrors have been infamously difficult to see through. I mean, an F1 car obviously vibrates a lot, and that would be interesting. I mean, then again, I think how much more information do you need on the dash, and where on the dash are they going to put it? There's limited space on the wheel, and I guess you could put it next to the wheel somewhere.
Not too many examples where sim racing is
Google Glass, that's what they need, and put it in the Google Glass up in the corner somewhere. It's like Ghost in the Shell vision.
No longer exist. Oran Park's a really good one in the sense of it's been laser scanned elsewhere in sim racing, and that's the state of it now. I think of the tracks in
every now and then I'll see it. I can't tell you any offhand, but some of the AWS graphics aren't so bad. It's just the predictive ones I think need to go, because that takes a lot of the fun out of the racing for me, like the percentage chance for an overtake, or when the attacking time is, and that's not very interesting to me. Or trying to predict tire life.
On the platform, something I didn't realise is his company that do the laser scans for Formula E to provide to the teams to then.
Is it true? Is it really the helmet HUD has been advocated for a long time?
Go to those races. So they have to go and do the laser scans.
Be very futuristic to have that.
Of the roads that are going to be
Alonso got offended, bro.
Make them tracks, send them to all the manufacturers of Formula E holdings, so that they can practice.
Because when you're with your mates and you're looking at the lap time, maybe they're watching something else on the screen, but you're nerding out over looking at the gaps or doing some quick math in your head. And you're like, all right, I got 10 laps left and the 9-second gap, and he's catching him by 1.1 seconds. You're like, lads, I think he's going to get him by the end. And then like you look like some kind of genius when you make that incredible call from many laps out. Yeah, they're taking some of that away from it. But I agree. There's a fun part of guesswork and trying to see what's going to happen and predict, and then leaving enough for the unpredictability of a race, which is, anyway. The AWS stuff just kind of takes away from me. My selective vision does a great job of not seeing it. So as long as I keep my eyes on the center, a lot of the graphics will not be witnessed by me. Hey Chaz, welcome in. What do you think about the Super GT Nissan Z? Yeah, bringing back the Z name. No more GTR and Super GT. It wasn't I didn't find it offensive. It's certainly a different look for the silhouette. I mean, that's really the only thing that's changing, right? I mean, the underbody of these Class 1 Super GTs are still the same. I mean, even from the Lexus to the Supra wasn't much of a change. But obviously the GTR name that's been there a long time, as I am a huge fan of JGTC and Super GT. It's just something new, another marketing thing for them, of course, and I don't think it takes away from it at all. The Nissans haven't been very strong in a little while, so I don't know if that puts an extra kick in their step or allows it to be more of a 3-car race throughout the season, and not just because of balance of performance, wind ballast, and fuel flow stuff, as Super GT does in my opinion, the best job at. For any series out there for balance of performance, where it allows cars that aren't front runners to have a chance at winning at some point in the series when everybody else has those bits of ballast. Yeah, I just like to see something different for who's leading the way in any series. What's also interesting in Super GT is that the mother chassis cars. There's an article on motorsport.com about this the other day, that they're kind of going away. The dome-built machines that had Nissan engines, but you could kind of mix and match different parts for the car. Teams like Up Garage and Viva C and what are some other ones that ran those? The Mach 5 speed racer car that ran those. The advent in Super GT at the moment are the GT300 cars, like the Subaru BRZ that won the championship last time, and the Toyota Prius and GR Supras in that class that are kind of leading the way. They're not GT3s exactly. They're built to a standard that is has to be at least based on the company of the car that you're building. A Subaru has to have a Subaru engine in it, a Toyota, etc. Like those, the pace that they have versus the GT3 cars that we know has really just made that series even more interesting.
For her, if that's her job, it's fantastic. But oh my God, I could die for some homemade guacamole and chips.
When you say Super GT, I remember the Prius GT300. Yeah, it's a much more conventional Prius than it used to be. They changed the rules on that one because the old Prius, starting from 2011, had a Toyota hybrid LMP1 motor in it, which is just insane. But it is not quite that anymore, unfortunately.
Our dulcet tones as well, but that's cool. Thank you very much, Janie.
There have been a few incidents today. I don't know if you've caught a highlight package, but yeah, some absolute kills out there. Some that were just negligent, your usual sim racing accidents. Amazingly enough, at the start, there wasn't as big of a pileup as I was expecting. Bailey and I and the rest of the crew were had our eyes on it, and of course the netcode in R Factor 2 is generally better than any other sim out there. for pack racing for sure. And so there was a couple of people skipping across who were unfortunate in that, but yeah, you know, your usual kind of sim racing incidents that I've seen off and on the screen.
I know that Martin Haven has once done the Le Mans 24 hours all the way through. It wasn't pretty at the end, I have to say, because, you know, it's hard to talk constantly, even for 4 hours. So to then stay awake.
Am I looking forward to, you mean LMDH? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I mean, you know, there's going to be some BOP in that. Balance performance, balancing between them and the existing hypercars, which that category with the Peugeot and Ferrari to add with the Toyota will be interesting. But if you've been following any of the news, there's just a whole list of factory cars, factory teams out there, you know, Audi and Porsche and the rest that are going to join in for LMDH. If you know IMSA and the lead class rules and that, the DPIs, they'll be similar-ish to those cars. I'm going to echo Bailey's sentiment that 98-99 Le Mans is one of my favorite eras in racing because of the variety. Toyota, Porsche, Mercedes, BMW, and we could have more, even more factories in one class than that, and that's really exciting to me.
And then you're all the way through until 3 in the afternoon on Sunday. And then there's a couple of
it's still just a rumor, isn't it, David Judd, about McLaren and Audi? So I don't have anything to say about it. I mean, McLaren's had to borrow some cash and sell some things off, and I hope their success in 2021 for Formula One was helpful for them. But they were the only team that scored a 1-2 in the whole season, right, at Monza. I don't know. I don't know what to think about it.
I've tried to go directly to my hotel as the crow flies because that's what Google told me to do.
There's the other rumor, of course, that just won't go away about Audi or somebody else in VW Group getting involved in F1 in some way, and having Stefano Domenicali, former CEO of Lamborghini, in the president's seat now, might change some things. I mean, I'm not sure, but I thought maybe he helped to facilitate having the Qatar race added to the calendar, which is a country that has a pretty big stake in VW Group, and so I don't know. There's just those long rumors about Audi or Porsche doing something in F1, and it's been a while for Porsche's involvement since the tag engines they had, or the cars from 60 and 61.
Red Bull racing cars just before their last pit stop, and it was a long pit
stop. Thoughts on the new GT3 Toyota concept? Was it the GT3 86 concept, wasn't it? I mean, the more GT3s, the merrier, as far as I'm concerned.
That is not ideal, and to be fair, it is certainly not the last instant we are expecting to see.
Well, I don't know why, but I look at those GT1 monsters. I only remember the MT12. You don't remember the DBR9, the 550, Murcielago, the Viper, Lister Storm, and even older for GT1, the CLK, McLaren F1 GTR. Yeah, GT1 was quite the series.
Whereas in the sim world, every car has every camera on it, and so you cannot miss something. You sometimes can't find it, and it takes too long to find. It becomes irrelevant. But
yeah, Corvette. Yeah.
Nothing can be hidden from our diligent TV team who can go digging and find.
Z06, beautiful.
And you can, like say, go back and look at it.
The latecomer to GT1, the Sumo Power Nissan GTR.
Never see in real life. Throw the swingman camera is what it's called.
Anyone super excited for IndyCar this year? Hell yeah, so many good drivers. That's always one to watch, and I think they're going back to Nashville again. Colton Herta, Palou. The field is so strong right now, and of course there were all those rumors when there was a possible buyout or merger or buyout, right, of Andretti and Alfa Romeo, which didn't come to be. And I think a lot of IndyCar fans are probably happy to keep some of their talent here in the States. And yeah, the parity in that series is great. And they go to so many different tracks. Yeah.
And for those of you who are new to this, we should point out.
Can you tell us how you started working nights for Jimmy?
Entries into this
I don't remember.
This is a race of
I think we were just hanging out on TeamSpeak, and I probably just, I don't know if I took the initiative, or I don't recall if he asked me either. There have been times where I just fill in, you know, and something happens, or it's obviously, you know, it's a channel that runs on its emotions and high and low, and there's times where he's been upset and I filled in, and where he's in a great mood and I'm here, and it's really, it's kind of organic. I'd say a lot of the things in Jimmy's career have been that way, and things just kind of happen, and that's what I really like about it. You know, we don't sit and plan things out, or he didn't even tell me what time he was going to bed. You know, I was just hanging out all day, playing some ACC, tinkering with my machine, and trying to get some things working, and I was just keeping my ear out for when it sounded like he was gonna go to bed. And then I went and made some coffee, grabbed my M&Ms, and here we are. So I wish I could say it was some grand idea, but it just, I think all of you helped for sure. Whenever it was I decided to fill in, and people had a positive response, and we do really care about what people think, and what they say, and what they like, and if people wanted me to come back, I kept coming back.
So when you start digging
So here we are,
and looking at all of the things that are involved, all the teams that are involved, this isn't some
hey, good night, Ross Stewart. Take it easy.
This is
hey, Andy Taylor. I don't have a good stereo mic for the proper ASMR.
Any weekend, there's enough sponsorship, brands, and money in this that probably outdo quite a few European, Asian championships that exist out there.
It's the with the teams on the grid.
That's right, yeah. Honda's out. Red Bull brought the engines in-house. I can't imagine how much money that cost. And then rebadging the engines as theirs. Hey, who knows how that's going to go for them? Making them themselves. Of course, they have Honda support team to help them through in the transition of it all.
Rare to see. And here we've got one of the bigger ones to know in.
And Honda getting some reward for their investment in name, as they weren't quite allowed to do unless you were a fan of the sport in 2009. Of course, that Brawn was developed by Honda, but it didn't have their name on it, and couldn't take all the glory for it. So at least they could get something on the other end of 2021 with the engine badge name. And it wasn't an easy process into the turbos, if you recall the years with them, and reuniting their connection with McLaren early on in the turbo cycle.
Canapino, you said quite rightly, is more known from his sim racing exploits.
Like Quasar, the name of cat, I know, Quasar.
In South America, yeah. You look and.
Do I remember the Mosler? Yes, I do. Yeah, Mosler MT900.
It's everything.
That thing raced on up in the Bathurst 12-hour for many years, and it took some interesting wins, and then would have its rules changed for it as well. The Mosler car story is a good one. There's a couple documentaries about it on YouTube if you want to fill yourself in about motorsport history, and that one's worth your time.
So they need something for him to do, and he doesn't want to do rallying. He wants to have an easier life. So
we're 16th in class now. All right, yeah, we're moving up because we were 17th. I remember when we were 17th.
With Eurosports, and therefore we will build a touring car and go touring car racing for you. And, oh, okay, your good friend Ivan Muller, he's pretty good at touring car racing, so he can be a teammate. Okay, so we've got 2 French drivers, we've got a French manufacturer, and Citroen are like, okay.
And we're in the never give up stage now, Jonathan. You just keep plugging away, and you just see the positions come to you magically. As you pass by the pits and you go, oh shit, now we're 50. Yeah, it's just the real endurance hours, you know. And when it didn't go so well for us in the beginning, and I'll reiterate that the spirits of everybody seemed to stay high, and I went and did some shopping and kept the YouTube channel on in my pocket while I was walking to the store, and it was just nice hearing all of them continue having an upbeat conversation through it, and it's great to stumble on some people that have the right attitude when it comes to a race like this, you know.
There's a huge talent pool out there in South America that we are kind of almost ignorant.
The new hypercars got you interested in Enduro again. Oh, that's cool. Was it even before Ferrari and Peugeot said that they were going to make one? Because Aston Martin had the Valkyrie that was ready to test, and they pulled the plug on it. I was really into it then, and everyone probably thought hypercar was going to die, and that these, you know, the years with it waiting for LMDH would be a little awkward, especially as they had to grandfather in that P1 to race with them, the old Rebellion as the Alpine. But yeah, you get a couple new names in there, a radical looking design from that 9X8 from Peugeot that seemingly has no wings, which I don't believe. I think there will be some kind of aerodynamic device. And then whatever Ferrari's going to make. I mean, Ferrari in top class at Le Mans, it's been a while since they've done that. And I'm excited for that kind of stuff. You know, the glory years of Ferrari in the 59 to 65. I don't know if that's going to happen again, but hey, as a tifoso myself, I can always wish.
Saying, "Hola from Argentina." We are supporting the Argentine pilots, Canapino, Girolami, Verone, and Colapinto. I'm not going to repeat what his...
They didn't want to get wrecked by Ford again.
You can see it if you want to.
Wow, they were fighting for GTE glory there. I know that they rekindled their rivalry a little bit, but as a motorsport history enthusiast, it didn't strike me as the same kind of, you know, Le Mans 66 and beyond kind of thing. So it was. I mean, that 2016 race was a bit odd anyway, in terms of what pace they were doing in practice and up into qualifying, and what both the Ford and the Ferrari were able to do in the race. These are the ills of balance of performance that I don't enjoy. I've always wished that World Endurance Championship had a system of. I know it's hard to do, and contractually it's even.
When it comes to driving and getting on with a simulator, I cannot do like drive and listen. I'm even at the vein where I don't like even having a race.
But WEC has their own magical ways of changing the balance of the cars before the race, and they're not entitled to tell you why. Sometimes, you know, some cars get fuel, some get fuel taken away, added wing, removed wing. It's a very complicated Byzantine process, and I do wish it were more transparent, so we could make the racing a little more fair. But that's just what else can you say about it? I still love racing and watching modern racing, but some of these things are more complicated than I think they should be.
And nobody noticed because nobody was watching. But
hey, Taco Dude.
No, it's what happens when you commentate on certain series.
User joined your channel.
And yeah,
I do apologise.
That was really nice.
We need to get rid of the AFK limit because Jimmy got moved out of the channel.
Oh crap!
That's why you would cut out the 10 seconds on the stream.
Oh my god, thank you, Ben.
No worries. You're going to crash, mate. Actually, to be fair, you don't have too long to worry about it. You've only got like an hour and a half, and then you get to go to sleep.
I need to crash.
Yeah, okay, no, I'm with you. I was tired at 10
All right, sorry about that, chat. Wherever I was going on my rant about WEC, I have a special setting on our TeamSpeak. It's mostly for Schumann, but no, it's a setting that it moves people when they've been paid for too long to remove it. So give me a second to turn that switch on.
The BMW Team Red Line going a lap longer than everyone else, but I thought they were going a lap longer than everyone else.
I think Bailey was around to tell me.
Like, they're going a lap longer than everyone. No.
I saw Taco Dude say Bacho question mark, and I was like,
yeah, they've been very
what's he asking? And now I know.
In comparison to what you've seen in the rest of the championship?
No. Well, no. The thing is, the Porsches are fairly thirsty.
My cat is awake and he wants attention. All right, timeout. It was 2 hours. We'll make that.
Oh no, it's the Infield.
Never.
Car that's going a touch slow, entering the Porsche curves and losing it has lost a rear wing.
Yeah. So that's had rear end.
As Radiohead's least favorite song to sing live is going on in the background. Creep. I can only imagine. I mean, I would only ever be so lucky. Any of us would be so lucky to be in a popular band that plays live music, but could you imagine playing the same song for year after year after year? You'd better, unless you really love that song. I could see how some of those artists would just say, you know what, I'm never going to play this again.
Oh, I've just thrown ping rate out there.
Race update where we're in P16, as Scott told me. Is Renee still driving? Exclamation Renee, if you want to watch from the Team 56 Porsche that we're a part of from their perspective. And here we are in the night hours of Le Mans. You also do exclamation broadcast to see all of that from the wider perspective. I mean, I know it's on your screen, but yeah, you can add the comms for that if you want. Don't have to listen to my voice the whole time. Plays Wonderwall. Yeah, there's another one. Wonderwall. 26 years of Wonderwall later.
Yeah, he's not as good as he used to be. Just go with that.
He's also asleep now as well, so...
Yeah, he's gone back to his hotel.
Chris and I were bashing everybody that was asleep, basically, earlier, so it's kind of allowed.
Do you think Martin Havens...
Jimmer's asleep.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Some of you that are regulars for the 24-hour broadcast should know. Someone was able to post up the image of Tom looking at him when he shaved everything but his mustache that one year in his Nigel Mansell impersonation.
For those of you who are watching for the first time, here's how this is working. We've got
Is the tower?
Computers
it's very nice of you to say. I'm doing my best. I'm glad you like it.
From 39 different, from 28 different countries around the world. 39 countries represented, but 28 countries around the world logging into the server.
Imagine if Ferrari got beaten by Cadillac. That would be embarrassing. Hey, remember the Cadillac was not the North. Was it the North Star? They did make a prototype in LMS in like 01 and 02. I want to say one of those cars was like not good, but the other one was actually not bad, which is, I remember at the time being surprising. I mean, the Cadillac and racing, these are just not two words I put together often when I was a kid. A Cadillac to me was a car that had power windows and heated seats long before everyone else did, but was the size of a Nimitz class aircraft carrier and the literal land yacht. But they invested quite a lot in that car, and then later in the CTSV Pirelli World Challenge stuff. And yeah, being by Cadillac, that would be funny.
Has got to see exactly what the guy in China is doing.
Watching Aston F1 when they could have gone to try and win Le Mans really didn't pose a question why, but whatever. Yeah, Aston and their relationship to Mercedes has grown, since that point. I don't know if I thought they've had engine connections with them before, but I can't tell you. I don't know the business model or how solvent the Aston team is now, and if they could make any kind of expansions. And heck, after 2020 and 2021 with the car that they.
Around the world, it is impressive.
Sorry, the car that they obviously took from Mercedes. What that is going to lead them to in 2022. But yeah, I mean, it's interesting having Aston Martin as a team in Formula One and having a British green car again. But I mean, you're right. The roots for racing going way back, of course, is in Le Mans.
And so you can know going through the corner exactly where to put your car because it's one-to-one. Now, yes, of course, there are minor delays.
I'm not sure, German-English engineer. You know, it would be nice, but when I asked earlier, I didn't really get much of a response. Daytona has been a bogey track for us in well, forever, unfortunately. Something awful usually happens to us, and it's not the track that we're usually fired up about. But hey, who knows? How about the rest of you? Anyway, any of you doing the Roar this weekend and getting prepared for some sim racing at Daytona yourselves? I think as a track to get started into endurance racing, it's a really good one. There's a lot of space to overtake. It's for multi-class and room for, up on the banking when you get through turn 6. It's bus stop and turn 1 are obviously very challenging, but once you really get those corners down, I think it's a good one to learn on and at least make your focus on getting to the end. So, for whatever reason, our luck there is poor, but it's always encouraging when I see people that are going out and starting for the first time, and if you've found some mates to run with. You don't have a team to run in. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Chief Lasky.
When I arrived here to Studio Gabriel, the director, the French director, who is in
yeah, exactly, Fist. Not a lot of breaking zones, but the ones it has are tough.
Oh no! I was like, thanks, man. That's a great way to start the weekend. But I have had 2 sleeps in there, so.
Have they, Mooney? Is it? In what way have they updated the surface?
There is also makeup.
Love Daytona. This will be your 5th time that you watch the whole 24, possibly more enjoyable than Le Mans in recent years. But with LMDH coming next year, it's going to be crazy. Yeah, and JL, that's cool. I'm glad you like it so much.
He's definitely missing a rear wing. Is he missing a wheel? The car is creeping.
Yeah, I think it's missing.
We still get LMP3s, right? In the WeatherTech this season, just no GTLMs. And an expanded GTD GT3s. GT Daytona of pros and AMs, and I hope that formula works well for him. And let's also hope that the LMP3s can run in their own little category that isn't getting in the way of any of the GTDs. And by the end of the year, of this past year, those P3s and the Dennis memes and what they were. How they were confusing everybody in the other classes through Petit Le Mans. Whew, that was not good. Oh, me too, German and English. I mean, anytime we can have everyone together to race some up. I was saying at the beginning of our little Radio Bacho stint here that they've been playing some other games together as is, so community-wise, things are going strong. But maybe not as much racing together since Mushroom Trophy ended. What happened there on the screen for the F? 56 car crashed on an LMP2. Oh no! Number 123 has ceased to be. Max Verstappen, heckin' huge off. What kind of damage are we talking about with our car, chat?
In the Le Mans Virtual Series, and to tell you very briefly a little story, the first ever time I went endurance racing, it was in a 24-hour of Le Mans that was run by Jimmy Allison, who is here assisting.
I saw the screenshot, or the screenshot. I saw the pictures of the bicolas. There is evidence that a bicolas exists. That's something, MJL. I don't know if they're gonna make it though.
Doing that almost exact thing, going through traffic.
Keep my fire extinguisher ready.
And trying to pick the left-hand side and taking the curb on the left coming through Corvette. It doesn't work because you're just trying to give way too much space to them. And unfortunately,
That's cool. There's Björk VE here in chat. I said anybody who wants to run next week, put a message in the Discord live chat. That's the live chat for Jimmers Discord. All that info is down below. I run a team and I can put people on a car for me. That's cool. I love to see that stuff. And if there's those of you that drivers without a home, you make fast friends.
That's really
comes to an endurance race.
Triple 4 machine. Big accident and so easy to do, and that can really befall anybody. It's just timing, and you kind of.
Yeah, Nate Lupson has he streams on Twitch and has a whole community and Discord and that, and his melons his common name for the people in the chat. But he's got melon mates, and they all race together. Some that were doing the Roar today, and they're planning to do Daytona stuff next weekend. And it's just it's been. I've been so happy seeing even the communities that has been able to spring out from Jimmy's, whether it's Nate's and Bailey now, who has his Twitch channel he streams on with his kettles, his teapots, his amazing emotes, and they have such a great time no matter what he's doing, playing rally games, some older games recently, and Nate will play Forza and go through a set of Corsa mods. And a coin operator streams his perspective when he's doing OI Sim, which is Oscar's league, and I'm blown away by all the arms extending out from Jimmy and our community, that we're all up to something. We're all wanting to share with the community what we're doing and bring a lot of you all along for the ride. And I just want to thank everyone who's extended to all those different groups and have been around just to hang out with us and know more about all the pieces that comprise the group. It's a real gift, and I've even seen people doing the exclamation mark with my name. You might want to know more for what I do for the rest of the week on Twitch. I would be humbled to see some new faces there for some of the racing and other kind of edutainment content that I put out there, and yeah, I don't know what else to say about it. I just start bumbling and stumbling over myself when I talk about it, because it's just, yeah, it's amazing.
More recently, unfortunately, from Dylan Scrivens telling us about how him, the Urano guys, Yep Delict, are all watching this. Urano are more of a team from the iRacing world, so they're keeping their eye on what's happening on R Factor 2.
Got a VR headset for Christmas, set it up with my basic sim rig, but AC with some mods, just cruising around. Oh, it's awesome. That's so cool. I haven't been able to experience that. I'm not sure it would work so great with my set of conditions, but everyone, and even watching the videos on this channel, that the experience of feeling like you're there, and the depth perception, what it gives you for the corners of the car, and being able to anticipate what's coming up, and doing that thing that even you do on a single monitor if you're really into it. Hodge was talking about this today, where you tilt your head, you lean a little bit into it. Hodge was saying that his left shoulder had a bit of a sag to it from driving around ovals and OI Sim and iRacing on the Wednesday races. And yeah, you just can't help it. We're so locked into what we're doing and love it. And again, you're putting yourself in that physical space. And what better way than VR headset to suspend that disbelief and really focus out your life that could be a real pain in the ass, as mine could be. There are things that get me down, news gets at me, things I witness out and about, and nothing clears me out of gets me out of the clouds like doing a sim race. Even if I'm just driving at Monza for 1 hour against some robots.
Everyone behind the scenes
here. It's cool to be able to share all that with everybody.
It's not just so everyone can have their little break and stuff.
It'd be alright, catch myself leaning way too much, and iRacing just helps there. That's awesome.
it's a lot of people that are also enduring this as well. It's impressive.
I don't think we have a command for it, but if yeah, Scott the Carnard's still here, he can give you a link to the timing if you want. Does Bailey stream when he's doing a setup? I have no idea what I'm doing. Sometimes I think it depends on the car. You know, there are some cars that are really rewarding and understandable for how to do the setup, and then others, like some of the iRacing cars, where there's so many things to change that it's that not all of us know exactly what we're doing. I'll admit to being a setup tinkerer in that I will just let's take all the packers out. Let's just turn the springs up and drive it for 10 laps, and it's just trying to learn, well, what does it do on this car, you know, when I don't have an engineering background, I do not understand how Motec works. I have some tricks that have worked in other games for years and years, and a basic understanding of how suspension and roll bars and all that stuff kind of works, but I don't, for each individual machine, I don't always know what it's going to do, so I also just love to drive, and that's been something that's aided me, is that I don't mind sitting there and plugging away at a setup, and not everybody's into that, so I don't know, it just kind of depends with Bailey or Nate or any one of them that how much time they might dedicate to making the setup. When I'm sure a lot of you know that you can subscribe to something via iRacing, right? The different garage setups that you can have per month or whatever, and have access to different setups and tracks depending on whatever you want, which is probably what a lot of you do, right? Because who's either got the time, or the expertise to hammer out setups?
And you do need that. I know that.
Any tips on getting better? I played Forza since Forza Motorsport 4, I assume you mean, and got good enough to get into multiple top 100 spots in 7, but now I have a whole wheel and AC, I just kind of suck. I mean, it's just a lot of practice. You could certainly watch videos of some people that hot lap, and maybe some that are a little more descriptive with what they do. Certainly trying to imitate some of the lines and breaking points that some people have. Yeah, when you go into the theory of race driving, what the line is, how to find the line, I'd say just imitate people that are quicker than you. Don't pick like Gregor Hutu or Beneke or people that are like aliens, because not many of us can drive like that. But even when you're on a server, try and find somebody who's just a little bit faster. See if you can mimic what they do, and then when you think you've got a good hold of it, find somebody else. And it'll just take time for you to develop the vision and the feel to know when you go through a corner and it's fast, you know, or at least faster than it was. And I mean, the things along the way of remembering what you did last time, where did you brake last time, and when you were braking as hard, as efficiently as you could down to the apex, did you have more room to go, or did you go a little bit too deep? And then you have to remember maybe where to place your next braking point, and where did you turn in, where did you hit the gas, and then relate all that to what happened. And I think it's just a lot of repetition until that is a feeling that is familiar. You know what I mean? It's not easy to do. I mean, giving advice on driving is hard, other than just doing it a bunch, you know. And it's the same thing I would say to Jimmy when it comes to doing his flight sim stuff. It's awesome that he went back to it a second time in Microsoft Flight Simulator, but there's an incredible amount of, when I think about the differences between him flying and myself, is that I've just done it a lot. You're welcome, Jack. This is R Factor 2 that you're watching. It came out in 2012, if you can imagine that. With Image Space Incorporated, then it went to Studio 397, now it's a part of Motorsport Games. And who knows where it will go into the future. They're developing all kinds of new stuff.
some of the stuff that you're doing real well with the car will work. You know, lower the tire
Yeah,
pressures to
yeah,
this
absolutely.
point and
With
the car will go faster. But if you go
all
too far,
32
then
said
you're
there,
gonna
subconscious
only
repetition,
yada, yada. There's a
and
lot
you
of that behind it.
you're definitely dedicating yourself to it, and
And I think
being
there are
okay with the fact that you're
opportunities
gonna
in
suck
sim
at
racing,
it.
but there are opportunities in the real world as well. There are things that you perhaps
And I'd say
can't
there's
do
no time like the present to jump in, because even all the studying, looking at diagrams, watching videos, there's nothing like doing it. And even though
but having that guy who knows the platform,
you know, racing against people is very different than AI, and it might be hard for some of you, depending on what kind of split or skill you might have. Something like iRacing or the ACC pickup races that are popular at the moment. You got to be in the field with other humans to see what they're gonna do as well. That's the only other bit advice I could give on that.
Oh, well, that works on our real car, so it's going to work on the virtual car. Absolutely no way.
Everyone needs
Programming your mind to do it, not automatically, because your subconscious can be faster.
in 2020, of course, all the pro drivers.
That's me on the right. I'm Tom, looking quite annoyed at the picture, I have to say. Tom is... That's just Tom in general, right?
Jensen Button was driving in that, or when he was practicing.
Yeah, how the time passes. My God.
They are there to listen to the
Quite the sim. I got my money's worth out of it. My 700 or 800 hours of R Factor 2.
It's like, right, I'm coming in, and you're absolutely right. What would you do?
And don't forget to leave the space. That's a good bit of advice, Jake. Thank you.
Now let's see if we can figure a different way around this. Is there something else that we can throw at this to go faster? And
it was. Yeah, small dignity. My own pet name.
On these kind of cars, you'll open the setup and it'll be like, oh well, you can change the spring to here, and you can, you know, the anti-roll bar.
Yeah, AC. That's right. Around that time, I remember buying it. What was it, like a Christmas of some year? That was exciting too. I remember all the videos leading up to it, watching the Ferrari 458 at Monza, seeing how the tires and the suspension was pressing together over the bumps and stuff, and thinking, wow, that game really looks the part. And yeah, I love the graphics when it came out. And then, gosh, the mod community took everything that AC was doing and just made it explode in a good way, in terms of upping the fidelity of the graphics and the physics changes. And there's just so many mods, so much content out for it.
If you put that in a computer game, I'd think it's unrealistic. What?
If you do exclamation broadcast, it's the official virtual Le Mans that's putting out the feed to television and obviously to their YouTube channel. There's a lot of pros in there. Really happy to see Lewis McGlade back, a friend of DHR, was in Sim Race Online as Rigsby in the Hufflepuff. He did virtual Le Mans 24 the last time it was on too. He's an awesome person, and it's just great to see him doing even more broadcasting on a bigger stage.
About 5 minutes past 2 local time here in Paris, so we're about 5 minutes behind.
Take it easy, Toby.
But the race will end when it ends. So regardless of red flags.
One thing that really improved my time was getting in an actual race car. Lucky you. After that, I generally in top 5 and podiums. Oh wow.
Twice around the clock, and the race usually starts.
What are your thoughts on getting on getting seat time? I mean, I can only go through Jimmy, and we haven't. Oh, we discussed it a little bit, I guess. I did pick his brain about what he's taken with him in the sim racing. So I guess it is appropriate to what you were saying, and it's just for him. It was just a confidence thing, and I think there's the biggest change I've seen in him in the last year is an aggressiveness to put the car where he wants to when he wants to. I think more often than not that's helped him and made him much more assertive. And his qualifying is still something that probably needs to be worked on, and he would certainly admit to that. And we all have things that we do out of habit or just just things you develop along the way that you need to get better at. But that kind of racecraft and mindset is what's improved, I'd say, overall. I'm watching Jimmy and the Mushroom Trophy stuff and the Super Tours, typifying that. Although there were some bits that were a little over the line with the way he was driving, but we're all subject to that. That's what racing is, right? It is often emotional and can get a little bit of red mist. But he pushed for wins and won it. He was hungry for wins in a way that I didn't see as much years ago. You know.
From Martin Kroenke in second position. And then there's another minute to the 77 Proton Matt Campbell driven machine right now in 5th positioning category. We then got Terzic, who's part of the BS competition BMW Team GP.
How about the rest of you? Have you had any seat time in a real racing car to change your perspective on what the feeling of a car is exactly? You know, I mean, the size of it, the weight of it, what you're missing out on in a sim environment. What makes sim harder than real life? You know, obviously we don't get we don't have to worry about the damage done so much, you know, unless you have a direct drive wheel and you turn that up to 30 Newton meters and slam into a wall. And yes, you could break something. But yeah, there are things in sim racing that are definitely more challenging.
I'd have played that card because he has done a season of Formula Ford. All right, it's not the same as Juan Pablo Montoya, but it's.
I treat every rental car like it's a race car. Oh man, poor Hertz and Enterprise.
Not suspect at all. Mitchell de Jong has.
I've only done track days on my street car, but it gives me a better idea of what the car. So you've had that loose feeling under you, or getting near the limit, Icky, to give you an idea of what force feedback is trying to do through a very limited resource, or limited source, I should say, as opposed to, as they say, you seat of your pants or a whole body feeling. Ran hill climbs for times. Is Vengeful Gerbil. Vengeful Gerbil, that's a very Metal Gear Phantom Pain name. The biggest difference I honestly think of is the mindset. It's a lot easier to yeet into a corner in sim compared to, but yeah, frequently in sims people go deep into the corners, don't they? Because their sense of speed is off. They're still learning the breaking point, and they'd rather be late than early, and so you can make the whole thing sideways and get out of shape very easily, and there's really not much of a downside to doing that. I think it's a valid way of learning. Motorcycle sims, yeah. I don't know why I said that twice, but keep toying with the idea of playing those MotoGP games. They look really tough, though.
I want to be a part of it. And so it's a little bit.
You too, Farron. You've driven your street car on the track. Awesome.
Last minute, and you kind of see it. Of course, you know, wishing the best for the team and still assisting, running the engineering for the number 11 Rebel Racing esports car. So you know, he doesn't want to do well, but. You know, follow my point.
That's interesting guy for Sonic. That's cool. You had an instructor.
As it is with anything,
you've driven Spec Racer Fords? Oh, nice. iRacing model is very good in comparison. I find those cars very challenging. That's cool. That's so cool. You got to drive one.
Would have done hundreds and hundreds of laps. Consider Danny Enquiries when
See the pants feeling, as Icky said, yeah, a whole new world of information. Went around a Texas Speedway and an IndyCar replica type thing.
But then all of that practice is
which is insane. Hit 145 miles an hour. I mean, I've never been 145. That's awesome. Jimmy had that early go, 2016 or something at Brands Hatch. I think it was like a I don't remember if it was a Formula BMW, but it was it was a lower power Formula car. But I remember how much it impressed him and scared him a little bit, and just it was compared to the BMW M3 that he tried, it just gave him a whole new perspective on what grip was, what aero did, and I want to say it was kind of wet for that drive too.
Kind of misinterpreted Harry Houdini's question.
Oh no.
What he was trying
Racing
to get
motorcycles
at,
you've done, wow,
is in comparison to real life, because we've not got red flags and yellow flags,
24-hour race is basically your dream.
how many more
Did my first enduro race last week. A 6-hour, and you loved every second. Well, now that you've got your toe in the water, you gotta get more, right, Cutie?
Spin the wheel whilst I just roll into my big book of rubbish. We did.
Well, the record in the real world is 397.
What does it feel like once you hit the edge of traction? I just don't know if I've been hitting that regularly yet. It asks Jack Trade.
The lap distance last year, because we did have 2 red flags, was 370.
I started in karting, find sim way harder, says FCR.
Now, bearing in mind, we've passed halfway.
It's like you're missing an arm. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, that must be wild going from one to the other. I mean, it's cool, even in this series, in this race, that there's so many real world drivers in here, and I'd say a majority of them would take it seriously, but the disconnect is got to be mighty.
Record in a slower car, but that's obviously because
in a slow car.
And for like myself and maybe a lot of others have been around a long time, jumping into a new sim doesn't take a lot of time because we have so much built up experience in the detachments, I guess, or I don't know. I'm usually not thinking about the lack of feel in sim racing because my perspective is so narrow, I guess. My history being Grand Prix 3, Grand Prix Legends, bungee cord force feedback, not real force feedback, but just center tension from the cord. The advent of motors and that doing the shaking and rumbling, even for something like ACC where I'm feeling the bumps in the road and how high the curves are at Imola, it's pretty awesome. So to me, I get more features, not thinking about the ones I'm missing.
Keep putting us on camera here.
Every now and then, yeah. We'll see if Tom jumps in again and runs over to the camera.
I don't think it's a great idea.
Do you not want to be on camera this time?
If anyone gets the chance to drive a McLaren 720 and GT3, it's incredible. I mean, God, I hope so. I hope it's incredible.
It's genuinely hard to tell what car. I was sat there.
Jimmy was saying he wanted to convince Praga to bring the R1 over into SPX for Nordschleife. How crazy of a lap do you think that would? I mean, any GT3 at Nordschleife is about the fastest I'd ever want to go around there. I mean, yes, Jimmy has somehow wheeled the W12 under 5 minutes or whatever, which I mean, insane, but. In the real world, GT3 is as fast as I would be comfortable, and the Praga is basically that. So I mean, sure, ask the question, go right ahead. But damn, that would be one hell of a ride.
How does this work versus that?
So we've got
that would be absurd.
We're going to go all the way back to the basics as to how this works. We've got a 24-hour race of which each of our 50 cars that started the race have 4 drivers. Now, they have to do a
love taking my Subaru to the tracks. It's fair, and the all-wheel drive is crazy. Understeers in, and the front grips and pulls the car out. That's cool.
Split it equally, that is 6 hours apiece.
It's been a fair amount of street cars added into Assetto Corsa. And though I prefer race cars, but there's something about the lack of grip, right, on a street tire in a Assetto Corsa and trying to drive it quickly. It's just a different kind of skill. And of course, I love bias ply tires from the 60s, and I drove a lot of R-Factor cars that were supposed to be modeled on that. So I don't know. Maybe it's linking into that old feeling.
Earlier on in the morning to try and get to the checkered flag in the fastest way possible.
Done the Nordschleife on your racing motorcycle, not as fast as a GT3, but definitely scary. A lot of the early laps I saw on YouTube and pre-YouTube for learning Nordschleife when I was playing Grand Prix Legends were from motorbike laps on those regular old days where they're on Hondas and Yamahas and passing 4 doors, hatchbacks, buses, touring buses and stuff, with just mad people on bikes. So that's awesome that you've been able to do that.
What people are doing, it's really hard to follow one car's strategy.
You want to see Jimmy in the R1 take on the N24?
In WEC generally. So then to try and follow the whole grid and explain what one is doing versus the other is only really reserved for the very greatest minds like
205 at Brands? I mean,
not all of us can really analyze to
that's,
that kind of a
I mean,
degree.
up to
So
Hawthorne's,
it's nice that
you could
we
get to 200 on a bike.
people running on
Because it's
different
just
tyres
not,
we don't know
there's
about.
not a lot of straight at Brands. You know, that's about as, from, you'd have to be doing the GP track from Clearways, not to Surrey, Clearways all the way up there. That's, oh my God.
1 o'clock local time, and then you see a prototype depart the pit lane with a
I think that would be tough too, ethanol. I never want to say I doubt it, but it just seems like the run from that section I described would be as close as you're gonna get.
That was me going into fantasy land. They might.
I'm more into GTs actually. Yeah, I mean, I'll drive some pure downforce cars every now and then, but older I get, reflexes get a little worse, and even in driving an ACC, I never feel like I'm getting anywhere close to the limit, and finding where that edge is, like Jack was asking for, but in the real world, it's just not. I just don't have a good feel for it, so I gravitate to cars that are tricky. You know, too much horsepower, not a lot of aero. If there was a good Can-Am mod out there, that would be like the 91730 that's in this Corsa. But yeah, beefy GT cars, the Shelby Daytona Cobra or 275 or 365 GTB4, the old Le Mans cars of 917K or you know, all those kinds of things. That's much more my speed. Group 5, DRM, old IMSA, late 70s, early 80s, Capris, Porsche 935s. That sounds like a heckin' good time for me.
Matt Strand, who's keeping an eye on things, of course, between this team. Also got a message from one of their drivers from days of old, Sven de Vries, who's obviously watching the race as well, keeping an eye on what's happening with his old team.
GT40, definitely lots of power, not a lot of grip.
Simon Sykes is the other pro driver within.
I gotta snack on some M&Ms now. Get the energy going. Need the sugar. My brain needs sugar.
Interesting from them that, at least with Henry Sinnick, has been picked up fairly recently in the sim racing world to join the satellite racing camp. This is one of the things that we love, sort of, and struggle to follow in sim racing, which is, that driver's now racing for that team. It happens.
GT40 is English.
God. I know you love it. Go there. I know you love it. It's like turning on a broadcast and be like, here I am to commentate on this. It's like, hang on, Lauren Heinrichs. No
with Carol Shelby's help. So yes, it's both.
Yeah. And you start then, when you've got sponsored cars, then you start recognising the sponsored car by the driver that's in it to work out who's running the car. Because, of course, you know, from
it also has its early roots in the Lola, right? And Lola has always been English.
Going to a paddock, you go to a paddock at least 12 hours before the start of racing to go and talk to everybody, to go and find out what's going on, to see what's changed and all the rest of it. There isn't really a virtual paddock. There kind of is with Discord, but it's not the same. It's not the same. You can't just wander around. TeamSpeak you kind of can in certain championships.
You know, like
get yourself into
AC Cobra.
It's not the same as wandering into a garage and nicking their car.
Shelby Cobra. I mean, it's another melding of
Is that what you do? Absolutely.
Of different philosophies and different sides of the pond. So it's tough. You know, I know each side or whoever's patriotic in that wants to maybe claim certain kind of ownership over it.
Coffee in the morning, and you start with that one, and then you move on to the others because you've got your coffee in your hand, and you might sort of do a strategy with
which one race in America to recommend?
Finish, so time the next.
I think as a spectator, Daytona 24 would be great because I think getting a general pass and being able to walk around and see a lot of the track, no matter where you are, especially if you get up any kind of height, you can see so much, right? I know a lot of people love Sebring, but of course it's extremely flat. You have to do a lot of walking to go to different parts of it. But it has its famous areas, turn 10, etc. I've heard good stories from
very hard in
about all the tracks, so it's hard to recommend any one because most of my friends have been to them all. So I don't know. It really comes down to the preference. But I just think bang for buck, 24-hour race like Daytona and what you can see, and another thing in American racing is that they allow you to get pretty close to the cars, to the drivers, and the pits. It's much more open-ended for the access that you get. So yeah, and plus, if you're gonna go to, although if you're gonna go to Florida in January, the weather's usually not too bad. I mean, it can sometimes rain down there, but I mean, it's pleasant temperature-wise if you don't mind it being in the around 20 Celsius or something.
No, it's just like, yep, no, I really do. I mean, I like Josh Rogers. I like Mitchell. I like Commander, the Commander group. They're a great bunch.
Your goal is to one day drive a Ford GT40. You and Jimmy both. Even if it's replica, it's same for Jimmy. He was saying that earlier. He has many dream cars, but one that's, I think the one that's left on his list essentially is a GT40. It's a great goal to have.
That's exactly why they won't.
Yeah.
So we have updated you on the GTE category. I know that you've got the graphic on the left-hand side.
I'll be more than happy to do that. One of my friend's grandfather has a replica, and I'm still asking if I can have it going. I hope you can work out something to get that opportunity. That's cool that you have a connection. At least, I mean, it puts you a lot closer than the rest of us.
And Drogovic has got a 52-second lead over Louis Delatraz in the one machine. It's run by
Indy 500. That's got to be mental. Yeah, there's so many people you can pack in to the stands there for the race.
And that is the car that actually won.
So yeah, that always in May. That'd be sweet.
Has been swapped out with Augusto Canapino, and Delatraz, based out of Geneva right now, is aboard that car.
You still had fun on
Eamon Murphy.
Blizzard at Sebring last year, even with all the other stuff going on. Well, I'm glad you had a good time.
Team that run various different branded teams around the world, including the Yas Heat team that is here with us at Le Mans Virtual a bit further down the order. Eamon Murphy, the Irish driver, has partnershiped with James Baldwin in that car.
You'll be there for Sebring. Oh, I don't know. I've always heard it's kind of in the middle of nowhere. Maybe somebody in chat knows that there's some other things to visit for Sebring, but yeah, I don't know.
He's got there. Somebody's dropped down the order. And Rasmussen driving the Red Bull Racing Esports number 11 machine.
Not too different for Indianapolis, honestly. Unless you're like, let's see now, the Colts wouldn't be playing. So I'm not sure. In the middle of a swamp, says Caleb.
Half of those drivers, of course, are real-world pros. Half of them are sim racing pros. Rory McDuff is aboard the Race Clutch.
Yeah, make some fast friends with people that have campers and barbecues, which would be my goal if I went to Nürburgring 24. Just find some bratwurst.
And Rory McDuff and Lartalou is very, very well known. Is that Lartalou Storm? Is he called Storm?
Yeah, I think more races on.
I think Jimmy would drive a Group C car. Oh, hell yes.
Yeah, so
Nissan R90. Are there any R90s that run? That was a car that was barely held together at the time, as Mark Blundell could tell you. But well, there's a company out there that runs the Mercedes. There's NIM 255, and of course Bozzy. Have a lot of videos around Spa and Monza of Group C still running. And there's a Le Mans Classic coming up this year, but I don't remember which cars are in attendance this time. I have to look that up again. But of course, Jimmy and I talk about Group C cars all the time. On his Twitch a few months ago, I remember him playing a video of the onboard of a 956 chasing Atchison Lancia LC2s. And I remember Jimmy saying, "This is the real shit," and I know he meant it too. Of like, this is where it's at, like a time that will never exist. Incredible cars and horsepower, everything about it cannot happen again. but much like Group B and Rally or something, and he looks at footage like that with reverence. So yeah, I don't think you'd have to ask him twice.
Masters Esports Championship and the DTM Esports Championship on back-to-back weeks. Fantastic opener to the year. And then also was a late
only Colts with the Baltimore Colts.
Wow.
Now you got the Ravens.
Was originally going to be Pablo Lopez Pedin in the car. They ordered a little bit of a test. Nuno Pinto, Fiducci, and Pablo Lopez Pedin, and they did the test.
Hey, Frank Rizzo. Thank you.
Gianmarco Fiducci got the seat.
Throw a 90s cart in the mix.
It was cool.
I made him watch some 90s cart videos. He's certainly aware of those methanol beasts.
I went into production, and he was sat there in the corner.
Like, a lot of you have seen that Chris Harris video where he drove the Porsche 956, correct? I mean, he looked beside himself with joy in that thing. Just getting to experience that turbo spool, and then getting to pick the brain of one of the engineers for a long time too.
To the Mulsanne corner, that it opens up a little bit on the right-hand side because there's a golf course there now, but it wasn't always a golf course, and only after the last couple of years has that kind of opened out a little bit. This is now the run down to...
And it's right, and it starts on a key.
So that's where the road goes.
There's certain standards out there.
Now we don't have a white line in the middle of the road. Yeah. This is now racetrack, and only
a bold F1 prediction.
It's not used for anything else.
Man.
As you get a little bit closer to here,
Haas won't be last. There's a bold F1 prediction.
Of track which Porsche use for their
I won't make any at the sharp end, but I will at the bottom.
Just there as the first part of the Ford chicane, and they use that track. So that goes down to the start of the Porsche curves and comes back and around. It doesn't use the start finishing straight, which is used for the Bugatti circuit, which is used for MotoGP, and also hosted.
I've ever watched hydroplanes in person.
Formula One World Championship, French Grand Prix.
Maybe when I was a kid once. There was a lot more. I did a lot more traveling back then, so I saw a lot of like parasailing and what's the one they do out in the gorge, which is windsurfing. Windsurfing. I don't remember if I saw hydroplanes. I caught one from a highlight video from I think it's from New Zealand, and they're going like 80 to 100 miles an hour, and dangerous as fuck. I have nothing but respect for anybody that races in those. It was one of those that required some navigation for point to point. It wasn't just a cone just slalomed off or anything. Or like the river runners, or the ones that are on the narrow tracks that turn on a dime. So yeah, hydroplanes nuts.
Kind of a bit like Le Mans, the big track, and they turn up to Le Mans, many of them having raced at the Le Mans 24 Hours and are given this fiddly, twisty little thing in them around the start finishing straight, and they were like, why are we racing on this when we've got the Le Mans 24-hour circuit around us?
We never know what's going to happen in the 2022 regulations. Thinking it's not that bold of a prediction. But with how bad that Haas has been, there's just a part of me that hopes that Gene Haas decide. I mean, the 2021 car was not developed at all. That they put all their eggs in the next car's basket, and I would like it to pay off, because if you've seen Gene Haas and any of the Drive to Survive stuff, that man needs to smile. Something. It would be great if you got a return on his investment that was at least a smile.
Came onto the scene and got pole position there, and the French
is he not going to be working with it? I don't know anything about his involvement with the team at this point, I guess. And yes, it would be nice if Mick had a better car.
Unfortunately, we don't get too many good.
Ooh, there's one.
We don't get too many good.
Thinking that Williams will get a podium for your prediction. Any other wacky predictions for 2022 in F1 from the chat? Nowhere near as bad as Lola. That's right. Everyone should watch Jimmy's latest video on the Lola MasterCard 1997. And I also recommend, if you can find the video, watching the practice highlights, practice and qualifying highlights Lola from Melbourne of that year. It was a little off the place.
Because it's the G-force which keeps you on the bike. It's the G-force which keeps you from just falling over on the spot. How do you have a motorbike simulator?
Lando's first win. Jake thinks.
You can't do it.
All teams get a podium. Ooh, Gasly getting a win. Gasly has been so impressive at AlphaTauri.
Different to what the bike is doing. So
I'm happy to see that Tsunoda was starting to figure it out by the end of the season. A healthy points gap between the two of them, but that's somebody I want to see improve through the years. Tsunoda, who's rise through the Japanese Formula Series was quite mighty. So I know he can drive. Limited testing for newcomers into teams or into the sport. It's just not fair for some of them. You know, they need a lot more seat time.
It was the VCM broadcast, and you were just chatting about LFS, and I was like, oh my god, Ben knows LFS.
Well, I really know LFS.
Who do I think will be world champion? I have no idea. I can't predict that one.
Came from LFS as well.
Oh, so many drivers on this grid. If you trace their history back,
every time there is a rule change, we hope that we're gonna have so many teams fighting for wins. It's gonna be like 1975 or 1982 or something, you know, or even like 09. I'm trying to think of some of the years where there are a lot of multiple winners. It's difficult to have more than two cars that can perform week in and week out. The budget caps that we have now, the new designs. It would be nice if it were. If it wasn't just Mercedes and Red Bull again, but I have no idea in terms of how the teams have changed, how engineers have moved around, and what that chemistry and makeup will bring us. And that's what I love about F1 is that excitement I get right around the beginning of February, right when the cars start to show what their liveries are, and we all go into. We all become art critics for about a week or two. At least we won't have Mission Winnow on the Ferrari anymore. We won't have that hideous green bit on the engine cover. Anyway, and then you start looking at maybe a testing time here or there, and it really builds for me up to that first race, and that's something I've had for 20 years now in F1, and even though the end of the season wasn't super satisfying, I get just enough space away from it, and that old giddy childlike feeling comes back for what comes next.
So many exciting things happening in the world of sim racing for you guys to get your teeth into, and for me.
We don't have his car POV because we're not on the server, unfortunately. We're only allowed the driver in the car to do their point of view. So it's just an old R Factor 2 limitation, I'm afraid, with server and clients and how many spots are there for clients. Hope Ferrari and McLaren can step up and become top teams again. Yeah, those were good times. Ferrari and McLaren rivalry starting from '98.
Whereas driving that
it really didn't get ugly between them. I think back to Schumacher and Hakkinen. Rarely ever had an incident on track, and if they did, it's not like they pointed fingers at each other. If there was behind the scenes, shenanigans with the FIA and emails and stuff, wasn't as privy to that. There's so much transparency now for what the teams and the FIA are doing, for better or for worse. Better in some ways for people that love chaos. But anyway, it seemed awfully respectful at that time between those two marks. And so I was certainly missing some aspects of that after the last couple of years. But hey ho, it's a different time, and I hope for better things in the future.
is that we don't have it.
That's right. That was the old joke, Frank Rizzo. I endured that being a Ferrari fan. That FIA stood for Ferrari International Systems.
Whether that will change in a few years' time, I'm absolutely sure we'll see.
You doubt they'll get an Australian GP again this year? Too much politics going on. Yeah, when I was asking about some of the races earlier, there was a lot involved in that with politics, and Australia has been much more likely to close international borders or have more restrictions because of COVID. So I'm hotly anticipating the new Melbourne layout with how more wide open it's going to be, but we might have to continue to wait to see what the revised version of that track will look like with all the widenings they did and smoothing out the run to what used to be turn 11 and 12.
Using a single chassis like
you think Sergio will win a GP?
Levels the playing field.
Win another one, you mean?
We don't have to worry about having an Alpine for Alpine and
branding.
Having a
I mean, he's another one that like Vettel and Sainz, they all, and Alonso too, they needed some time to understand the car, and it's just less testing than there ever was, and you're doing a lot of your testing on Friday and in the GP itself. And Sergio's career, I mean, it's been all over the place, and it's cool that I would say safely in the later half of it, he's been performing really, really well.
We're not, because GTE is the official GT class of Le Mans.
And I mean, obviously they love my Red Bull. I think he was already solid for another drive anyway, but they were talking him up with his drive at Abu Dhabi.
Sim teams in your car on this grid, they're not going to be particularly pleased about it, and so it's it goes both ways. Mercedes don't want their brand to appear on another car.
The Minister of Defence, yes.
Some people say he often races like he's going backwards, but now he's putting it into practice.
That in a way, like you say, if we just have
Well, that's not a sentiment I see very often, and I am happy to see someone say it. If you meant it in earnest, Sushi the idiot, I'll even take your. I hope Mazepin will improve. Me too. I'm a positive person. I only wish for the best for people, and even for those that have had missteps, that there's another opportunity for them to improve and become better people. Because I just want that to happen. I'm not somebody who wishes ill, or one person makes a mistake and then they're on my shit list forever. Well, it depends on what they did, but and Mazepin's was really dumb, to be fair. But there was a lot of just dumping on him throughout 2021 when it wasn't even warranted. So hopefully I want him to do better, be a better person, and well. I hope that happens.
Or still works for Toyota and represented Toyota.
Hey, F31,
organised their team
hanging out,
in the first
having a good time.
Virtual 24 hours, and it is a huge.
Yeah, we raced together. Not as a racing team, but on track in Sim Race Online. It's a league that Bailey and myself, where we met each other in 2008. I've been a part of it since 2006. There's about 3 or 4 of us still kicking around from 06, 07. And Jimmy joined our group through another DHR person named Schumann. Sometimes he's around here. And we've just been friends and, driving different games together and sharing stories and playing Worms and you name it, we probably played it together at some point. He got me into Elite Dangerous. I got him into DCS for 10 whole minutes. Always, just kind of involved in each other's lives like you would a good friend, and that's what we are. And no distinction from my online friends to quote-unquote real-life friends. That's all the same now.
Because you're a modest person, and you do something good, and you say thank you, and that's it. And it's not Audi.
I could give him a hard time, but like,
going, we won Le Mans.
there's a limit to it too, like to where how long am I going to continuously pick on somebody for what they did? You know, I don't know. Maybe I am more forgiving or too forgiving. I don't know, and not everybody gets the same treatment for that, for sure.
Is that really them boasting, or is it them just getting involved in this growing medium? And like
I think it's just easy in our sport for everyone to pick on someone, and Lance Stroll was that before. I mean, no one's happier than Lance Stroll that Mazepin appeared on the scene. Mazepin's race career, even before getting an F1, is worthy of ridicule. You know, if you watched any of his stuff in Formula 2, the amount of incidents he had, which I would argue that the penalty point system from Formula 2 should carry over into Formula 1. I think they should all be the same, because like someone like Tictum and those they've done really dumb stuff on the racing circuit, and it seems silly that when you graduate to a new series that you get a clean slate. It's like, well, you still did really bad maneuvers in the other series. We can't just forget that. But I guess I'm just saying that he's worthy of criticism, but not to the level that Formula 1 fans are apt to do, which is just hate him for the sake of it, you know. And it's just very easy in modern social media, and that kind of the behaviors where everyone picks on one person. And before them, it was Pastor Maldonado, you know. He was a legitimate race winner. He made extremely dangerous moves against a few people, but you know, was he worth demonizing as hard as everyone did? Other than it was fun to have a meme about how many races it'd been since he DNF'd. I mean, that was kind of funny, but I don't know. I didn't think that was warranted for him either. Crash toy, yes.
Time lost is time lost, and you know, if you win,
hey, General JJ, it's Bacho. I'm usually on these late-night broadcasts, the 24-hour races. I fill in for Jimmy when he's asleep and talk to chat about everything under the sun. Actually, we've done a good job of mostly sticking to racing since I've been here, so go us. Hey, Jeff.
In some flat sixes.
Yeah, I get you, Flair. It does seem that way, maybe more than ever. That it's awfully toxic, and I've watched other commentators who don't follow F1. That when the topic comes up, they go, "Oh, F1 fans? I hear they're terrible." And that's when you know, like, our reputation is permeating beyond our own sport, you know.
And there isn't any news so far.
Grosjean, yeah, his many crashes, his near decapitation of Alonso, and then what a shift it was at the end of his career with his last race and the fiery explosion that Sakir Bahrain. His living through that miraculously, thank you to the halo and all the other safety features there, and then him going over into IndyCar, and everyone's been super supportive of him in that series, and so it's funny how it breaks in a positive direction for someone too.
You know, towards the championships where they say running points.
Second lease on life in Indy, yeah.
In the season, you can gain points in the real world championship from a virtual race.
I think it's a matter. He didn't win in Indy, right? But he got close. He got a second. I think that's another one that's a matter of time.
Motorsport, and that championship is that championship. Getting the pros in, yes, I can understand why you want to get them to take it more seriously, but I'd more to trying to find a better way of doing it. I don't know what that would be.
Yeah, JC. Sometimes I look past some of that stuff, but yeah, the gear shifts, the engineering of the real life cars for sure. Just how much stress all the components of a racing car goes through in a 24-hour race these days. Where that old, John Heinhoff and them say it about 10,000 times a race. It's a 24-hour sprint, but it doesn't take away from the advancement of it all. You know, when we were talking about Group C before, cars that were definitely, you know, manual gearboxes and reliability would often take half the field out in those races, and cars like the factory Porsches in the mid '80s were often just doing a pace for the whole event. They weren't going out there and smashing the field in qualifying and leading from the front for the whole race. They would drive a lap time, use their allotted fuel, which is a big part of Group C, and win in that way. Consistency. It was much more of an endurance event, and modernity, strength of clutches, electronics, all the incredible development of even simple things like seals and environmental controls for closed cockpit cars and all that stuff that's been ironed out now over time. And that they can, and some of those cars can run near flawless for a whole 24 hours. You're right, it is amazing.
We can actually earn some money from this. We can have a good time, a good fun doing it, being on a broadcast, being around some of the biggest names in sim racing.
We've had, even in F1, we've had races where every car finished. You don't have to go back that far in Formula One to where like 3 cars finish on the lead lap and maybe like 3 others got to the end and are classified. So, yeah.
Not going to get the manufacturers into it. It's about finding another way to find their path. Now, thankfully, that is...
The thing with F1 is it's become mainstream. Yeah, Drive to Survive. It's brought a lot of eyeballs, a lot of American eyeballs, which is why we're getting another race in the States. This one going around the Hard Rock Stadium, the Miami Dolphins one in Florida. That's going to be interesting. I want to see it before I judge it. But yeah, it's bigger than ever. I mean, Bernie Ecclestone deserves credit for helping to bring F1 into more markets through the 80s, out of his Brabham gig to being president, etc. And they found new ways with Liberty Media to bring more money, more involvement from fans.
What's going to happen here? The reason, again, to clarify with the 2 pit stops less, the reason why that is because Mitchell de Jong was caught speeding in the pit lane.
Yeah, okay.
He did a full... no, I can't say it. He was speeding in the pit lane. And obviously by doing so, got a drive through.
How would I have handled Abu Dhabi with the safety car? They would have finished under yellow. I didn't think there was enough time to let all the lap cars through. It was unfortunate that Latifi crashed when he did. They were slow to get him out the way. And Formula One hates it. They hate finishing under a yellow. And obviously it would have been a real sour end for a lot of people for it to go that way, but I'm a by the rules person, and I would have looked at how much time was left and said there's just not enough, because we've already seen enough instances of letting lap cars through at other races. You know, the Emilia-Romagna race, where the controversy of Vettel and Stroll not seeing the marshals on the track, that were not warned when they were making their way through, and other times too. So it's about consistency more than the show, and yeah, that's how I would have done it.
What's going on with BMW, and that team is so viciously competitive. BMW's lineup.
And I would also I would want to change that damn red flag rule when it comes to changing tires. Yeah, there's something's got to be adjusted there with the work done to the cars. I think I'd take away the standing starts and just make them rolling starts, and only allow tires that are going flat to be changed. That's about it. So we wouldn't want to get too crazy.
2017,
I think so.
And then went on from there.
As I said, the team said they wanted to. I mean, everybody wants a green finish, but it's just doesn't always work out that way. They can't all be like touring cars, like British touring cars, and just add laps. And I mean, that'd be nice and all, but they put a certain amount of fuel in, et cetera, et cetera.
Enzo Benito we've spoken about before, world's fastest.
In NASCAR, they can't even touch the car. That's right. During the red flags. I think you're right.
And then Kevin Siggy, who won the V10R championship, the V10R league.
That's the thing about sport. Where sport is supposed to be entertaining, but you can't ruin the reputation of the sport for entertainment. That's where you get into a bad place. It becomes more like wrestling or and sport does not always have a satisfying end, you know, and I don't know. I could go round and round about this forever. Do you have any thoughts on a fun view of why they're pushing Martin Brundle? I didn't see it. I only heard about that one, Bart. I missed it. I didn't miss Shaq and his crazy vehicle he drove out on, but I missed the Brundle thing.
We have been at it for a very long time, and this race is still plenty of time left.
G'day!
Plenty more time to forget about stuff. By the way, a bit of a suggestion when it comes to the ways of incentivizing pros, or at least keeping things interesting with a race like this, is having.
I saw a Le Mans race where they ran out of fuel last lap, like 1/8 of a mile from the finish. Oh, that's that was a 2016 race with the Toyota, yeah. And that was that was extremely heartbreaking, and what a way to win for Porsche. That's just another wrinkle in the how do you describe it? The majesty of Le Mans.
Of the number 49 Yaz Heat car, which is going to go around the outside of Indianapolis. Well, this is going to be brave. And
F1 steering is about as consistent as my sim race. I don't knock yourself too hard, dude.
Didn't think it was going to be the Yaz Heat in that scenario. They were not waiting around.
Marcel Fassler. Sorry, Marcel.
I mean, all the toxic people I've seen online are Lewis fans from UK or America. I couldn't say they're all from one side or another. It seemed pretty evenly distributed to me. And it's just the nature of the sport. You have you have the people you back, and a lot of your opinions are formed from that. And so, I mean, I think it would have been tough to think that one of them was worse than another, honestly, from the stuff I saw.
They are both very, very meaty teams. I mean, when you think about it, like I said, with Porsche versus the BMW, it's Porsche versus BMW. That's something which we.
In a few years, all these cars will be electric, and racing is going to suck without engine noise. I'm nervous about too, Escobar. I want to give it a chance. It's been really difficult for me to get into Formula E. Some of the driving standards in it are kind of rough and tumble too. They're not the fastest things ever. I have like an aversion to certain noises and noise ranges, and that one happens to hit the one that makes my brain hurt. So that's its own challenge. I think there will always be a place for something to race. Let's go to robot racing now. The Indy Autonomous League. Hey, maybe at a certain point, we'll all just agree that we can sim race our favorite old cars that do make a cool noise. Remember Martin Haven was talking about games from 15 years ago, and they were blocky and not so good, and look at them today, and think of what they'll look like in 20 years, and like, oh, maybe he's right. There will be such a nostalgia for fossil burning cars that we can not actually kill the environment with them, and just pop on our incredible VR headsets and live the old days out against each other in virtual race cars. We can all dream, can't we?
A little bit of kissing between the two of them, coming out there and establishing themselves back towards the Porsche curve.
Josh Bennett said, for me, if the red flag, if there's no advantage for either the drivers, everyone changes tires, have 3 or 4 laps over. Yeah, if they could have been fast enough to red flag it right then and there. But I think that's a bad precedent too, of just having a red flag every time you're near the end of a race and there's a yellow flag or a full course yellow or something like that. I mean, we've had more red flags in the last 2 years than we had in 20 years. And I think that's worth looking into as well. I mean, that first one where they really tested the red flag rules was Monaco, right? About a decade ago. And I thought that one ruined the race. And some of the others I didn't agree with. The one from Mugello, the second one with Mugello, where Lance crashed at that the Angry 2 corner or whatever, and it just took him a little too long to clean it up, and we had a red flag for that. Oh god! Especially after that restart debacle at Mugello. Anyway, it's just there were just so many red flags.
So we've got, when it comes to driver changes in the sim, you're a bit more kind of casual with it, and you just pull into the box and then
build the most ridiculously unsafe Indy cars humans can't drive and put robots with the track. Give me those 1995 Indy cars. That's the only way for the AI cars you can get my attention, is make cars that are not humanly possible, that are turn-in Gs that would make you black out. Then alright, I'm into that. I did watch the footage from the Vegas Indy Autonomous Racing League, and they were trying to make the cars pass each other, AI driven, and some more successfully than others. It's something. It's interesting what real world application it has for autonomous driving. I don't know, or how many people are actually interested in watching an AI car go around. Yeah.
There is damage. Now the thing is with damage, now I will just clarify.
But tech advancement, it's interesting. It's on some level.
Very light. It's more of a texture over the car that will show damage when there is one. I don't know if there's any car. I'm sure there is car with damage out there that we could see. I'm sure they'll fish around now for an onboard with some. This is me requesting it. Lightly.
Need a cheap motion seat for VR, yeah.
The race. No, because they would repair it on most of the stops, because it would only take a few seconds to
Monster
repair
Jam.
properly,
That does seem familiar.
No, it's not. But typically.
That race in Monaco for Formula E was its zenith, don't you think? It's got to be one of the best races that they had.
Light contact, so the damage is on, but it's more so that it's suspension damage that's the killer here. The odd bit of aero damage isn't going to make that much of a difference. You can lose the rear wing, of course.
No, it has the different kind of pull, doesn't it, General DJ? The torque, the curve of it all is not the same as an NA engine, or even a turbo.
Who was one of the drivers behind the 2Cs car that ended up 4th in the Le Mans Virtual 2020. One of the other drivers behind the wheel of that one was.
And that's one thing I hope changes in the off-season, about what the teams how the teams interact with race control, and who is their go-between for it, and also how much control over the race that the race director has, as opposed to the stewards. Yeah, I mean WEC's finale at Bahrain had a problem with that one too.
3 minutes 20. Best lap 3 minutes 23. It's not long before these guys will.
Watching AI drivers on a racetrack would be more boring than a version of BattleBots. Thank you for that, Mr. Skill.
So I speculated that Eduardo might get a.
Yeah, I didn't really like BattleBots either. Now that I think about it.
See that in America for sure, but unfortunately didn't have it.
Wasn't there a Japanese series that was gonna have? Or maybe they already did it. They were gonna have like 2 mechs go at it. That's what I'm into. I want BattleTech 3025.
A red flag could do so.
I've got another idea. If race control need to go to the toilet and there's nobody manning race control, the only way to
George Elliott, yeah, it's funny you say that. We'll have a Kasparov versus the deep blue of race cars one day. Hopefully not without as much controversy. The cheating allegation. That's what we need, mech racing, yes. What was that game called? Heavy Gear. Mixed with roller skates. Or Virtual On. Yeah, now we're talking. Mech talk.
It's a safety break. Yeah, it's like important.
When you're doing a 3-hour stint behind the wheel, and if Jimmy Broadbent is watching, I am now going to tell the story, so don't you worry. No. It's not about him, but we were sharing a car once, and it got
a virtual car.
You might ask the yes, exactly. Oh, I don't
It happened years ago. That just shows how out of date I am. But I want to give them, you know, like a lot of room to launch their LRMs, have some laser weapons, like go nuts. Like they should fight on the moon or something. Finally, a mission to the moon, and then on full.
Make this pass now. Once again, going to the outside or through the inside of Dunlop and then around the outside.
JFK to make a proclamation that when I want to put a mech on the moon.
Gain rather the position on the axle, Karu. Back out, flash the lights a little bit.
That was smooth. It literally drifted past.
I was expecting some, you know, some various music to start playing and you know the proper drift action, but I can't. I think we get copyright.
We've got
a mech, egg, and spoon race.
They can meme that up.
Like, wait a minute, that one put his thumb on the egg.
Is what we were told earlier. If you need to use the loot, Oscar Hardwick in this race a little while ago, back in 2015, required the loot whilst behind the wheel, and he was on the Mulsanne, and it was a double stint. So he had to come into the pit lane, only do fuel, and then get back out onto the racetrack. And unfortunately, couldn't run to the toilet in the 30 seconds of that, and so.
And why do we choose to do that, Zane? Do we do that because it's easy?
Other ways to relieve himself, which included a bottle. Now, I'm not going to go into too much. I'm not going into too much. I was told by Jimmy Broadbent I had to tell this story on television, and he was getting himself ready, shall we say, on the Mulsanne. So he took 2 hands off of the wheel. Yeah, no, it's all right. We're all cringing. It's fine. But as he took 2 hands off of the wheel to prepare himself, he went over a bump, and he went straight into the wall at high speed.
Thankfully, he never got actually to using the system.
No, he didn't have to. No, the damage repair was plenty to go to the loot.
And I imagine the shock.
It was quite amusing, to be honest. And I was one of the drivers in the car. So, you know.
He suddenly forgot that he needed to go to the toilet through pure shock of crashing the car.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's all right. He wasn't the one that retired the car from the race. We all crashed.
Even Lewis is in the late night hours. He's got to do Oscar dirty on the air.
I've crashed most of my cars that I've been teammates to. Kieran has an interesting question.
He's telling a story about Oscar trying to relieve himself mid-race and crashing at Le Mans.
Creates a dangerous situation. Kieran is obviously.
Jimmy told this story earlier today, actually.
And if you've ever watched Le Mans, Kieran, they vigorously flash their lights. I'm not sure whether there's a limit, like whipping your horse in horse racing, whether you can only do it a certain amount of times. But it is something that you do. Now, in the real world of racing, you're right. It's there to distract the car. You do it to distract the car in front of you. You get the reflections in the mirror that reflects into your eyes, and it's supposed to put you off. It is a bit naughty. It's a bit cheeky, but it's something that's something that happens. Now,
Poor Oscar missed it too.
You know better than me here. I don't think it really
the things to be famous about in sim racing. It's not the Mushroom Trophy championships he has, or the successful Oval League that he runs. No, it's about that time he crashed being.
Light flashing, which typically there is in
it just seems very Oscar when I think about it.
Lights, but it's excessive flashing. Now, the reason why is because it is still a little bit distracting, because you think it this way, your lights are lighting up what they are, and when they're by yourself, but when you've got a car
he left a legacy, yes.
Other things are being lit out of your peripheral vision, which you can still see. You can still see what else is being lit up as much, it's not quite as much. When it's being flickered, all your brain is telling you is like, wait, what's that? What was that? And so it is a little bit distracting. Nowhere near as much as it is in real life.
Yeah.
But it is still a little bit distracting.
Where are we at now, place-wise? Somebody give me the details on where our 56 Porsche is.
Like over flashing.
I think he'd be more than just like, well, yeah, all right, it's a disco, it's fine. We're all right with it.
But I do know that the button. You press the button and it flashes, rather than it's not a single flash.
Not in RF2.
Oh, okay.
So in R Factor 2, you can set a macro, but the basic in R Factor 2 is a headlight button.
Did you guys ever imagine that sim racing would get this big like 5-10 years ago? I'm gonna say no.
If you're really
at least not this fast.
Really slam that button and
We have
always forget
COVID
shift.
to blame.
Always.
You know, at least there was something positive out of it, that it brought a lot more people together in this medium. You know, even as far as esports goes, that the MOBA games and first-person ones are dominating it, and the fighting games too, right? Street Fighter, League of Legends, Dota, Counter-Strike, and so sim racing was. It had its occasionally large events, like that one in Vegas. That was $1 million, yeah, when that was an R Factor 2 MasterCard deal. Lola not involved in that one. But they were just kind of flashes here and there, and then some GT Sports stuff in and around. But yeah, the lockdowns, the lack of racing going on in the real world, and then all the pros needed an outlet, and here we are. I mean, it accelerated it in a lot of ways. I mean, it's hard to say how long that would have taken anyway, but yeah, I was seeing it as a niche within a niche, because the other driving games, your Forza Motorsport, Forza Horizon, Gran Turismo et al, were the real dominant ones for driving. And I think Bailey would attest to. We would talk about like people buying wheels and getting involved in like direct drive was not everywhere, and all of this since 2020 has made it explode. So it's pretty wild.
I was speaking to their manager, like,
it caused us to reevaluate our whole lives. Yes, yeah, no doubt. I'm sure a lot of you have been soul searching about your future and the job you have and what things you want in life, and that's it's everywhere. Do you ever watch Growling Sidewinder's DCS Air Combat videos? Yeah, I subscribe to Growling Sidewinder. There's a lot of if you want to get down to the nitty gritty of air combats, you know, turning how many circles, the kinds of E states, looking at the tack view of any given fight to understand who's doing what where and what they should do, and the various aircraft. It's a very good content creator.
Can I just say they're not the only ones sacrificing. Just catching up on a few old tweets.
Definitely, Bailey. As shit as the pandemic still is, it has had a huge amount to do with the sim racing boom. Yeah, and it's I mean, great for all of us that have been invested in it all along. It's great to it's wonderful to welcome the rest of you in and give a little more legitimacy to it from the manufacturers, increased availability of equipment, more wheels in ranges of price that we didn't have before, and some pros.
Stop watching Netflix.
Remember when the Lando and Pagano incident happened? I thought it was wild that sim racing was making the rounds in regular news. Yes, and for some others, like Kyle Larson, where it was affecting their career for things they were doing online too, in a completely negative way for what he said.
Is this whilst looking after?
I don't know that series. I'm not a big Netflix watcher, so but I'll
some of us are more aware that we have a microphone on all the time than others.
There we go.
Oh, Martin, you've missed so much.
And even now, it is kind of nice to do this broadcast and not have a camera on. This isn't a complaint about doing streams with cameras, but every now and then, not having to worry about what I'm looking at or how I dress today or what I'm doing with my hands or my face. It's kind of nice. I can just concentrate on you, chat.
And I can't get a word in edgeways. We should really catch up on what's happened up to this point. We've still got 10 hours left, which means we've had
Plus I can listen to DMCA music and rock out all by myself.
Some of which incredibly important, some of which less important, but certainly entertaining.
Yeah, Sam Boston. Remember Jimmy doing the F1 2021 hangout streams with Leclerc, both Arthur and Shaw and Lando and the rest of them, just in a Discord server, all like just having fun. Like, wasn't that crazy? It just transformed the way the sport and racing drivers and people we know all interacted with each other.
Unique atmosphere of running a 24-hour race, and I've had messages, private messages from people saying, "I don't get it. I started watching 7 or 8 hours ago, and I'm still watching. Why?"
We also have Jimmer to thank for a lot of the racing esports fine. Yeah, and he was a part of a lot of those events, and we got to see it in a
if you're out in Australia, awesome.
through him, you know, or from someone we're already familiar with, and could kind of live that experience vicariously. Yeah. You just here vibing, got an exam in 12 hours. Good luck on the exam, Abdul Rahman.
Max Verstappen in the black and red machine, side by side with teammate Filip Drugovic.
Sing us a song. I don't take requests.
For the start of the Le Mans 24-hour virtual. It's his teammate leading into turn 1 and a bit of argy-bargy further.
Plus, I just got Bulls on Parade in the background. So. No, I can't sing Zach De La Rocha's fine lyrics.
Red Bull Racing Esports on the front row of the grid. Sebastian Jobe put the Corvette there. He was always going to be surrounded by the works cars.
Oh, I loved having Ferdinand van Hausberg and his 20 names here, and I say that lovingly because he sounds very nice. Him and Robert Wickens. It was nice Ferdinand tagged Jimmy a week ago, just reminiscing. And he's talking about the friends you make in the sim races you do. And tagged both Jimmy and Wickens, and it's just cool. I mean, Ferdinand's gone on to do all kinds of things since that race, but it's just lovely that he remembers and yeah. This is R Factor 2.
As always, GT
my takeaway from the Ferdinand stint was at the end of the race when he told us what Aaron rendered me. The honor lap. That was a good moment.
Second position because Team Veloce did not take tyres, and James Baldwin found himself in the lead, but with better tyres, Verstappen got himself back up ahead. He was absolutely flying at the start of the race, and nobody could touch him. There was touching between R8G Romain Grosjean's team and the Williams Esports Rebellion GPX car. Romain Grosjean's team very much coming off worst there. Team Mexico coming
having to constantly be on your best behavior at all times is something streamers don't get recognition for. Well, if they're actually doing it, not all of them do, Sam. But no, I get you. I don't envy that in the Pitchfork happy social media landscape at all. Certainly, I think streamers are at their best when they're unfiltered and everything's coming out of them extemporaneously, you know. And they don't. But even for myself, a lot of things I say go through a filter pass of some sort because I am always afraid of not that I'm teetering on the edge of saying something controversial, but it's just the world we live in, and I've seen it happen to so many other people for especially if their humor is on the edge, you know. They like to push the boundaries a little bit, and certainly, you know, the way I'm going to be on the air is going to be a little bit different than when I'm talking to people in a different forum, you know, and so it's the reality of it for sure, and it's something that, you know, Jimmy and I built in the terms of trust that he has in me to be on here and not say something crazy. So, you know, I'm really not gonna get too nuts with any one conversation or topic, which might be disappointing to some of you who like to get on the edge. But anyway, I've done a lot of sim racing, OJC. Yeah, not so much lately in terms of public racing, but I did 300 races of iRacing last year. I've driven a lot of ACC in the last year, about 500 hours worth, 400 or 500 hours. Even in this past week, I think I've done 20 hours or so in the BMW M4. Just getting used to that car and the new physics for 1.8. It's just a dream to drive. I love that BMW M4. I mean, I don't like the way it looks. It's got a ugly maw, but the feeling it has, the setup that came with it, the aggressive setup, it's just right on, and it's a joy to drive.
That's the Rocket Sport machine. Also
favorite track car combo you've ever driven?
Of these LMP2 machines,
boy, I mean, it's easy for me to say the Alpha GTA and Targa Floria. That's a go-to for me, but
at times it's BMW that leads. They are now.
I'll just leave it at that. Otherwise, I could name 10,000 other ones.
With BMW having 25 minutes in hand, having saved.
I don't have a street car. I'm not capable of driving. I cannot see well enough to drive. I have extremely poor eyesight from a hereditary eye disease.
Williams Esports, both of them retiring with too much damage to each of their cars.
So if you see me out on the virtual racetrack, you should watch yourself.
That was Attila Tashi's view. Was he distracted by Alex Young? Difficult to know. Juan Pablo Montoya had this moment.
Thanks,
contact was enough to knock the rear end
Amy.
of that car. He then drove a full lap without a rear wing and was deemed very dangerous. So given
Anything interesting happen? I don't know. I haven't really looked at the racing part of the screen too much. It looked like somebody was just backing up and having a moment there, or they're showing highlights.
Ferrari got themselves onto the podium with this great fight between
With my extremely narrow vision, I'm just concentrating on you, chat.
That was a huge accident for the 444
Targa Floria is mostly muscle memory, yeah, for sure.
Also out of the race. That keeps you up to date, and I'm going to bed. Martin Haven.
It's hundreds and hundreds of laps at this point. So I had a long break from driving it, maybe 2 or 3 months. Jumped in it for the first time last week. Didn't make very many mistakes. It was like, oh yeah, I remember how this goes. The joy of knowing what's coming next. You know, I wish for everyone to have that experience at some point. I mean, you get it enough from your regular old racetracks, but you should try it with one that has 800 or 900 corners, and when you know which ones you can absolutely tear through fast as, it's a wonderful feeling.
Let's run through. The virtual marker of doom has claimed the number 5 Williams.
I've seen a few rear wings falling off of cars in this race when I have looked up for the prototypes. Then it becomes exponentially more difficult to get back into the pits without that rear downforce. Never met him in person. No, we've done video chats and stuff. We did that for like about a year or two, Bailey, or no, about a year or so, where we did video chats near every day. We just all of a sudden decided, oh, that sounds fun, and then we stopped. Now I can just I can imagine what Bailey is doing, and plus I get a chance to see him in his streams, and vice versa. And there's some people who, of course, refuse to have a camera on. Like I've never seen Nate in motion, and but it doesn't matter either, because I have his voice, I have his personality. Close my eyes, I know who Nate is. Don't have to see him. But yeah, one of these days, I'd hope to see him. Speaking of eyes, I did bring it up before, and I talked more about it earlier on, but there is a prospect of improving some of my eyesight just a little bit. So in the past year, I have a cataract on my left eye, which developed to the point where it's completely fogged over. It's like it's 2200 vision in my left eye, right? So I'm having real problems with depth perception, which is one of the reasons why I stopped sim racing again. So that cataract, they said, can be removed, and that my vision would go to like 20/60, which, I mean, for me is amazing. There are some possible complications with that, because for whatever reason, with my dumb eye disease, there's the support structure around the lens is weak for some people, and they won't know if it's weak until they start cutting in there and doing their thing. If it is, reattaching with the lens could be a problem. Having to put a new lens in is a possible issue. the lens could fall into the back of my eye and cause eye damage, but there is a probable and a possible positive from doing it. And I don't know about you, chat. I don't know what you would do in my circumstance. If you could restore even a little bit, is that that I'd rather have it. I'd rather try to get something back than not. You know, like be bold essentially, and otherwise, if I'm just monoculous, you know, going through the one eyeball for the rest of my life until that one fogs over, then I'd have to have this conversation all over again. But it is possible that yeah, I could restore some. So I'm focusing, lack of a better word, on that aspect. You'd rather try for it? I think it's worth the risk. What works out for you? Thank you, Emily.
Just one of those things that's kind of interesting to see how that's going to.
You tried turning your eye off and on again. Thank you, Nathan. I will try to control it, delete my eye next time. I don't know if they have to. I think the surgery to remove the cataract is there, but I don't think the lens has to be transplanted. I still have to see a retina specialist who's going to give me a little bit more information about the risk aspect. So we'll see. I don't think it. I think it could happen somewhat soon too. It's amazing the technology for cataract removal has increased so much, and I think a big reason for that is actual boomers, not just anybody older than you. Actual boomers have been going through cataracts, as you will as well, in your 70s and 80s, and they've had a lot of time to perfect the technology and the surgeries, and so a lot of my questions are going to revolve around alleviating my anxiety about, you know, things touching my eyes, as they probably disturb you too. So that'll be happening soon, and I hope by the next time we have a 24-hour race, as long as it's not Daytona, that I'll be able to report back that I'm looking through 2 eyeballs. That would be pretty sweet. What's your go-to car in ACC? It's the M4 for right now, because the setups for the M4 are actually designed for 1.8. Previous to that, it would have been the AMG and the Aston V8. Those are the ones that give me the best comfortable feel through. You know, the mid-engine cars usually kill me. It's great news. Thank you, Lily Panda. Best of luck. Hope all goes well. You can see better than ever afterwards. Yeah, me too.
Again, designed for this kind of stuff, where it just allows you to use the brake without like
get robot eyes and become the next fastest.
It's very, very similar for the hands. You're gripping the wheel quite tight, especially with wheels that.
Need some of those Blade Runner eyes. I need Ghost in the Shell eyes.
Force feedback, which can go up to 20 newton meters of torque, which is quite high for this type of stuff. And basically, the motor that goes into
Nick Nubs, the nubs are back.
An escalator, right? These things are pretty powerful.
Favorite track in ACC is Imola. Bathurst actually, but I mean, I've driven a lot of Bathurst finally, but it's just I just love driving Imola. The flow is so good there. I think about 15 of the 20 hours this past week was driven at Imola.
You do actually have to be a little bit mindful of when using expensive, pretty technical equipment.
The $6 million budget. We can rebuild it. Adam Jensen eyes.
That takes a long while to stop being really painful.
You don't know what happened to the AMG? It felt ruined after the physics. I wonder too, Sams, if it's a setup thing or it's bopped down. I haven't tried it. For whatever, but the McLaren 720 and the M4 are like the cars to have in ACC. At least if any of the public service are telling me that.
Just how close to real this view is, particularly in the nighttime when everything is tunnel vision.
What motorsport game do you recommend for Xbox? Is ACC on Xbox? I don't remember. Thanks, Poggers.
That will undoubtedly come. All the smear from oil being thrown out.
ATIF. There is something about waiting till your eyes have grown all the way, if I recall. I'm not a doctor, so I don't remember, but that seems about right. I have no idea though when it comes to eyes and surgery.
Late in the evening before sunset or at sunset or first thing in the morning when it's creeping back over the trees here in Department of Asaf. Those modelling effects have yet to be fully brought in. And, so you get
Spinal surgery. So I'm sorry to read. I'm sorry to hear that, boss. I hope you're doing okay. Eyes, spines, you know, all these vital bits.
Seventh place, and there's a car that
If it's lens transplant, I heard really good things about it. Yeah, it's whether or not the lens can be attached in the same spot. Like I said, there's something about the makeup of this disease with the eyeball itself that makes it difficult to attach the lens again. For some of them, they have to do sutures around the lens to hold it in place. And I mean, that sounds horrifying. So there are aspects to it that I'm trying not to focus on. Otherwise I'll never do it. Do you want any more detail?
Lovely to see some of your stuff coming in from noticed a few things.
I do have a YouTube channel. I don't use it too much. I'm mostly on Twitch. I stream on there Monday through Thursday for about 4 hours each of those days.
Driver changes work. Kieran Westron asking about how
oh God, yes.
work in R Factor 2 now.
Better than
obviously in this scenario, there's a couple of different ways that we can do it. We obviously have the teams in the studio. Now these are just done.
Hold still.
As you would do. You get out of the car, someone else gets in the car, then live timing at Alchemel are informed.
Oh, yours too, Duncan.
They are the ones that basically.
Yeah,
there has been a driver change.
They're easy to ignore for a while, but boy, they get to a certain size or in the right field of view that you can't anymore. You know, you get that sensitivity to light and general fuzziness.
When the driver plugs his helmet in, there's a little ID thing there that sends to the car who the driver is, or actually manually the drivers have to switch over in the car the ID that tells race control who's in. And I was going to say, is there a similar element on your steering wheel that you have to remember to press? We heard
You're welcome, Morgan.
When he got out of his car after the last.
You can do exclamation bacho for my Twitch. I think some other people have done it in here. If the bot is keeping up. No, they can't knock you out for it. I don't know why. That's one of my questions. Why do you have to be awake for this? That sounds crazy. Of all the things I want to be knocked out for, messing with my eyes is one of them.
Somebody for a position while twiddling a joystick to select what you want in the
Thanks, Nate.
Do it on the Mulsanne.
Yeah, the kidney stone removed via.
Okay, I need you coming into the pit lane. Say, for example, actually, you don't need to put 55 litres into it. We want you to put 30 litres into the tank.
Will Rain-X help on your eyeball to help the cataracts to slide off? Yes, yeah, absolutely.
You can't just go, oh, I want 30 litres.
They just put Teflon on your eyes, Nathan. That's how that works.
As you're the driver.
A little bit of C8.
Always tell them with like 3 laps to go into the pit lane. You're like, right, on the Mulsanne, just drop it down a couple. Each time you're on the straight, just drop it down a couple. Don't try and do everything at once because you'll crash. Do it 1 or 2 at a time.
Will Demon Slayer? You know, I watched the first episode of Demon Slayer and I couldn't get into it. I mean, demons are cool. I mean, killing demons is also cool. I think it's on Netflix. I'll give that one another go. I don't watch very much anime, but every now and then I get strong recommendations from people, and that was one of them.
Way too long, which is easier said than done. And once you do, you get gifted a massive penalty, which I think 3 cars were given back in Sebring.
Yeah, it is a little more calm around here. It's chat's a little easier for me to read when it's going at this speed.
On the podium and then had it stripped away from them very, very quickly.
It is very easy to do, and the other thing is it doesn't have to be very, very much too long.
Demons are dope. I don't know about you, but demons are pretty cool.
And that's, you know, when you're looking at Sebring.
What's that book I read about demons? Oh, the Desert Spirit? No, that's the sequel.
Get it wrong.
I think it's even called like the Demon Cycle or something. There's so many genres of fiction out there, but that one was cool.
He completes the lap that he really shouldn't have done, and you don't want to be bringing the drivers in any earlier than you absolutely have to. Yeah. Well, just a quick shout out to Sarah Sahadin, who is watching from Axel Sports HQ in Malaysia, where
the Warded Man, that's what it was. This universe where, like, in the nighttime, demons just like popped out of the ground, from wherever it is demons live in the earth, and some of them fly, some are made of rock, some of them shoot fire, and then there's it's kind of magic, but people learned all these signs that they could draw to keep the demons away, essentially, like circles and on their houses, and it was pretty interesting, like it's kind of a medieval-ish, or a fantasy, I should say, setting for it all. But just, every night you can't go out and do regular shit because the demons are there, and I don't know, I found something about it interesting.
Bring England cricket a little bit of solace, maybe not. So where are the movers and the shakers at the moment? Well, there is not a single LMP car still in the race in the pit lane, and there is one GTE car. That's the
I didn't ask, but did Jimmy ever find his key for anti-lock brakes? Because he started this race not knowing that the GTEs could use anti-lock brakes. And for whatever reason wasn't bound to F9 like I remembered it being.
Absolute in-speed racing car. Now we know that they were having a large following, obviously.
Imagine demons coming out of the ground during the race. This is R Factor 2 after all. That is quite possible, actually.
That you're ticking off the list there.
Yeah, I'm afraid so. Absolute marker of doom. So that is our 5th GTE.
They've sorted that? Oh, good.
What was the incident? I haven't seen it, and I've only been here about 30 minutes. So what was the incident that took that car out? We haven't seen it. Okay.
That is a very, very recent thing.
What games do I normally stream? Not very many. Just because,
Do you remember how many? I know obviously red flag stuff did bring some people back in.
I'm trying to remember the last games I did play. I tried ACC on Thursday, but my computer is having an overheating issue. I don't want to talk about it because troubleshooting on the air is annoying. I think I fixed it. I had to do some voltage shit. God, I hate messing with hardware. Anyway, I played some rogue games, turn-based games. What else have I played?
Only 3 retirements from the 2020 Le Mans.
I like, Darkest Dungeon, Invisible Ink, FTL.
Obviously, they were assisted a little bit from red flags. Obviously, the Fernando Alonso car was out for a little bit.
But there's some stuff that I just don't think are very good stream games, or I'm not very good at it for streaming, like RimWorld or Factorio, Hades. Either there's too much to explain, or I have to concentrate on what's happening on the screen. Thus, I'm a bad streamer because I can't talk and think at the same time. Stuff like that. I mean, I've done a little bit of DCS on the stream for flight, but that is also extremely challenging. I need to be well prepared and practice in advance because I don't want to just crash into the side of a mountain and clip every tree and forget which button does what when I'm live. Like streaming to me is a show. It's a presentation. And so I don't know. Me just fucking up for an hour or two or more is scary to me. That's just not the last thing I want to do. So like I would never play a game for the first time on stream because I would be in fear. So most of my stuff for my streams is really talking to chat, but usually with with videos to watch. You know, we do a lot of like reacts kind of stuff of Tom Scott videos or Let Me Know, the Let Me Know channel. Like we watched this awesome synopsis on the Lost Colony of Roanoke, or Jack the Ripper. We watched a documentary on chess, for God's sake, the other day. What else? The Enigma. There was a video that was on deconstructing the Enigma machine, on how the rotors and plugs worked for cryptography. So some of it is fun, some of it is a little bit educational, and then we do sim racing, or not sim racing, but racing. Like on Mondays, we recap what happened over the weekend. I'd find all the highlights that I can for races you care about, and some you probably didn't know existed. And then the very last thing we do are rewatches of series of racing series that I think are really interesting. So on Monday we're almost done with 1999 American Le Mans series. I mean, there's the 6-liter Panos and the BMW V12, and there's that Judd Raffinel crazy prototype, and then plus there's Vipers, C5s, the Celine Mustang, the Porsche GT, and a BMW M3, and a whole host of incredible drivers, and the sounds and that go with it. So just being able to relive some of that, but also share it with people who've never seen what I consider a real golden age of racing. And then on Thursdays, to satisfy a different kind of racing, we've been watching Super GT, and we've watched every race since 2009, and we're just about to start 2017, and we watch all of those together from start to finish, including the 1,000-kilometer races. And it's really fun. I mean, much like this, there's a lot of time to kind of bullshit with everyone, and then other times where I can just kind of be quiet and watch the racing with everybody, and we've developed a really nice community there. I'd say it's like 40 to 60 people, and a lot of familiar names day in and day out, and you build such a rapport with a small community to learn a little about them and vice versa. The channel memes, grow, and my soundboard for my Stream Deck keeps adding more and more pages. We have such a great time. So I mean, you're certainly welcome to hang out and see what it's all like. But I do these streams to entertain everybody here in the now on for Jimmer's team, and not just for my own promotion, but I guess I can get one bit of self-promotion in there, I suppose.
Pit stop, as you might possibly expect after that, and it is Quentin Viat who is at the wheel in our studio.
Just coffee and M&Ms. That's what I'm running off.
So I think he may possibly have just gone back in to repair a bit of damage after that incident. Yeah.
Well, cheers, John. Love to see you. Like I said, it's my mission is to just do something different. I'm not someone, I often see what everyone else is doing and kind of pick something a little off. Not that watching videos with everybody is some incredibly original idea, but it's just the way you go about it that I try to put my own little unique spin on it.
You've got your virtual mirror, and you've got your mirror in the car. Now, all you can see realistically is two quite bright headlights.
Not even two. It'll just be a big.
Did somebody get neckhead? I didn't see what happened.
You don't know where they are, and you're getting a blue flag, and sometimes, honestly, you just don't know where they are, and so you just, as we've said time and time again through this broadcast.
Yeah, and occasionally I embarrass myself by playing my own music on guitar. It's very random and rare, but it does occur from time to time. Just because I love to create new stuff, and whether it's things on screen or new scenes that are never professionally made, and I would never say they're great, but it's just very much me. I think it's kind of the goal of the stream, is to impart a piece of myself into it. However I accomplish that, not everything works, but it's just fun to try, and that's what the medium of streaming that I love so much is has shown me from so many other amazing content creators out there, and to think that I could, I don't know, have my go at it every now and then. I have no grand aspirations of it being huge. It's just fun. It's just fun to have a small audience. You know? I've said it before, but like, I know what it's like to stream to no one as well. So I've been in that really fortunate position, you know, being on here and knowing Jimmy, and to be able to have a few more people to talk to, because when it was just me playing Elite Dangerous or Spelunky by myself and nobody in the chat, it was very lonely, you know, and it was hard to do it. So for everybody out there that's been trying to stream and stuff, I hope you find what you're looking for with it, and can get to a comfortable spot for what you want it to be. You know, it takes a lot of just doing it to understand how you want to present yourself, how it should look, how it should sound, and always a work in progress.
Has been fantastic in this car, has been signed by, or as a part of the team that is run by Dennis Lind, Cetres Nitavelix, but
It's the worst while being a lone stream. Yeah, I think a lot of us, I mean, most of us who've ever hit start streaming will know that, unless you already had a lot of friends and a lot of juice behind you to get it going. That's not very many of us.
Yeah, absolutely, and enough racing room to survive. And Tregurtha with the inside line. You know, here they're both picking up a lot of buffeting from each other. You never see it with a race car, but imagine these are speed.
It takes balls to play your music in front of an audience. They're super vulnerable, and I know that people. I'm not saying this about my audience, but just in general, people want to hear covers. They want to hear songs that they know, or that at least remind them of something they know. So yeah, you whip out a riff you wrote in your bedroom years ago, and you don't know how it's gonna go. It might sound cool to you, but God knows what the world's gonna think of it. And generally, they don't think much, but everyone's super nice to me. So it's nice to get some of that stuff off my chest, because I put time and effort into composing those things, and I don't play them for the hopes that they'll change the world, but just that I can do it. I can say I did it. You know, that's usually enough for me.
And that has, you know, it has a two-sided effect, because it takes a bit of.
I've heard. I haven't talked to Jimmy's brother in a while, but Jimmy's brother is an incredible guitarist and composes his own stuff, and he's had very similar stories when it comes to original music. You know, he'll play an AC/DC riff, and everyone's like, "Oh yeah, cool. I love Back in Black." And then, like, you know, you put your own thing together, which I don't know. And then people just kind of tune out, and that's all right. That's just the way it goes sometimes.
So coming back up from its early delays, the Marla car has been. That's been in
the Codex. I'm doing good. Still going strong.
The only luck they've had is bad luck all season.
Yeah, you're right. Hard to gauge the audience, and you sort of have to develop it, you know. And even as a streamer, when you go in a different direction, you want to do something other than what people know you for. It's a risk, and a lot of channels that get pigeonholed into the thing that they're famous, or at least gathering an audience for, and you step outside of that, and it can be really scary. The stream racing sims on Switch, and it can definitely be difficult when you have a small audience, especially when you aspire to more. And there's a lot of you, like you, Original Sticks, that are doing racing sims on the various platforms, and I love clicking on people with very low viewer counts, because it's interesting to see like what everyone's doing. You know, what's the layout like? How are they communicating with everybody? How reading the chat while you're driving? We're in one hell of a medium for streaming when we have to keep so much of our laser focused attention on what's happening next, the next corner, the next car, and then you want to talk to chat too, and I mean, heck, some of us just don't do it. We just don't have the ability to do that very well, or we wait for the straights at least. I can't read the chat and drive. Are you kidding me? I'll just crash every time.
So 92 was the better placed of the two Porsche eSport teams.
I want to switch to PC for sim racing. Got a Thrustmaster T300. Nice. It's a good wheel. How expensive is a PC and screen going to cost? I haven't looked at the prices in a while. I bought my last PC at the end of 2020. I'd say in US they're going to be about two grand, maybe a bit more now. I'm not sure. And that's 2 grand without screen. So I mean, add another 100 or 100 to 300, depending on how nice of a monitor you want.
Almost all at home in lockdown. I mean, that was the whole point. Everybody was stuck at home with nothing to do, no racing.
That's cool. You cherish the group that you do have. Yeah, I mean, just having people that pay attention means everything. Yeah, that's all. That's all the streamers want. Is just folks that are hanging on the action and like will react to the things when you do and notice the actions and have something to say. Like everybody reacting to what's happening. It just makes you think people give a shit. You know, I don't know about you, but I just it's nice when people care.
Okay, now left wheel should be able to drive it back.
Justin rules.
Has he had a disconnect?
I think they've tried pulling the plug to get them back into pit lane, but the thing is that I think a bit early to say. I think that car is done. I think that car is toast and is out of here. That is the defending champions car from.
I can only play guitar. Yeah, I was fortunate this last year, making a little bit of money, having some extra. That I got 2 guitars I really wanted, always wanted. I've had like very little cash most of my life, and all the guitars and amps and stuff I used were usually borrowed or like from a pawn shop or something like that. So I was able to buy a Epiphone Les Paul and a Fender acoustic electric, and I love them dearly, and they're just so much fun to play. Since my surgery last month, I haven't been able to play my Les Paul because it's not light. It's very, very heavy. So I'm looking forward to the prospect of maybe playing it tomorrow, since I'm feeling a lot better.
The only thing is there is
92 got murdered.
He's lost a rear wheel as well, and we only saw that left front. If he's missing the right rear or the left rear as well.
Or, I mean, depending on how it was when it hit.
Yeah, I had on good authority, Jake, that Epiphone had stepped up their game in terms of build quality, and mine's pretty good. I had to have a few things adjusted. Having guitars mailed to me, I mean, through the post, you never know what you're gonna get, and I had a local shop do some adjustments to it, truss rod type stuff, because it was really bad buzzing of certain strings and that's beyond my ability. So they did fix that problem. I do want to buy some locking tuners for it though, and those are not cheap. Of course, I need again somebody to install that. Just one more thing that I wouldn't have to worry about if it could stay in tune even better.
Yeah.
As if it was this historic car.
It is part of Porsche's motorsporting history.
Amazing.
No, absolutely right.
It's absolutely screwed, Alex. Sorry to hear that. Hopefully, I mean, there's a lot of guides out there for how to fix it, but I had to search for the one store in town that had a tech that actually knew how to make those repairs.
It is 65. Good spot. It is the Panis Racing number 65.
Yeah, Kevin, I think it is. I know ACC on the consoles is not 60 frames, correct? I don't know if it is on PS5, but everyone's told me that it doesn't matter, that it's still really good, and it's having a sim on a console. Something I would say is closer to sim. Okay, everybody has a different line to judge whether something is a sim or isn't, but I think ACC is damn fine, and it's really cool you can get it on a console.
Two racing lines coming together in the wrong place. However, has had a very
I'm in the Pacific Northwest in Oregon.
and unfortunately that might have an equally detrimental effect then on
Tuners aren't too bad to replace. Yeah, the ones I needed, they were like Grover locking tuners. They were, yeah, they were a little spendy.
Again, that's for them to decide.
Exactly, race control will take a very long, hard look at that and as many replays.
That's a good point, Chris Day, saying that the tuning might get more stable as the wood settles down. That's right. It's very new, and it does. I have already noticed some changes in it in the 8 months I've had it. So good point.
That honestly does shape things. When you look at it, you can see it from a TV camera, and you think, well, maybe
My opinion of F1 2021 being nominated as best racing game of the year. I don't know. I haven't played it. I can't comment. I mean, I've watched a lot of streams of 2021, and people seem to like it. So I don't know.
And again, that's something that stewards in Formula One. This is why fans get annoyed because it takes so long sometimes to come to decisions.
You an IMSA fan at all? Do you think LMDH would be good for prototype racing? I do. Yeah.
That has to be studied. You don't just look at the trace.
Yeah, it was sad to see the GTLMs go away. Although it was inevitable, and the GTEs and other categories aren't up next for going away. But for prototypes, standardizing to the chassis and engines, and then allowing the individual factories to make their own alterations for marketing and sales and their own spin on the bodies. I think it's a possible way forward for cost cutting, yet enticing the factories to go out there and use their own engineers to show what they've got. Having Audi back in a leading class, and then even having the funds to source that out for privateers too. I mean, it's more cars on the grid, and a lot of them going quickly. So I'm into that.
They've got to pit this time by. They're on a lap now that they will return.
Are we at almost 8K likes? Nice. Last time I asked for likes, we got the 6.9. So look at us, almost at 8.
Bored of saying that over and over again.
That's part of what happens in these races. Is they do
And who knows? I want to know what how much backing Electronic Arts is going to put into Codemasters now that they own them for future F1 games. Does Electronic Arts look at something like this and go, "Hey, wow, we've got our hands all over NFL and FIFA and stuff like that. Why don't we have the sim racing thing now that we bought a company?" Not that not that EA is everyone's favorite company in that, but obviously they got a lot of cash to throw behind to some of these companies if they wanted to have a go at someone like iRacing. Do you think they'll ruin it? I hope not, but I don't know, it's possible.
Did you ever hear what the point standings are in prototype if the 7?
Have to buy Mercedes DLC to race online.
No.
They would be separated by half.
EA's like, sweet, another carbon game and carbon copy every year. People will pay for it. Yeah, the cash grab of it, Patrick. That's an angle too.
By just half a point.
If I could choose one race car to drive in real life, what would it be?
Unlikely.
1984 all over again. Niki Lauda, Alain Prost.
Yeah.
Half a point. There are.
I'm gonna go back to my roots of Grand Prix Legends. That first love of sim racing, the Ferrari 312 from 1967 with the 48 valve spaghetti exhaust. Well, that's not the official term for it, but I love that car, and that was what really got me into sim racing. And that would be pretty nutty to drive in real life. Someone says Mazda 787B. Yeah.
Times this season,
absolutely,
for good reason.
And mine is the same. My stock phrase is.
Thank God they had enough demos with the 787B, and there's enough YouTube videos out there to make your ears bleed.
That's a straight steal.
Lotus 49, Porsche RSR for you, nice. 458.
He said, yeah, verbal contracts, they're not worth the paper they're written on.
It's very good. Great way of great saying.
Well, like the Great American Football
Yeah, 787B, that rotary at idle or full power is definitely orgasmic, I agree.
Lots of great aphorisms, lots of slightly not quite true truisms, but yeah, the verbal contract not written the paper it's worth on, not worth the paper it's written on. That's definitely one I've stolen and used for my own devices.
And it is spot on. By the way, with we've got this competition as well to build the a Lego.
I saw a few shouts for Corvette Jag XJR9.
Trophies, which are absolutely
the
fantastic. Seeing a lot
1988 winner, yeah.
Their designs and trophies. We can't show them on air at the moment, but Jason Bourne, I do see your one.
Wing 410 sprint car. 935 Kramer, that's good pick.
Le Mans Virtual. There is a bit of a prize, but
Espace F1. Really, Mr. Oz? You want to drive the Espace?
I believe that the two entries that are judged to be the best will get
Moby Dick.
free tickets to go and see
Moby Dick is...
in the flesh this
It's
year.
pretty crazy. Those other 935, like 935 K3s. Something for a circuit. Where Moby Dick, I feel like I'd have to drive it at Old Le Mans, right? Somewhere with a 4 kilometer straight. Low to 79. McLaren F1 or an F50, an F50. Oh, this is interesting when someone picks out the F50. I'm not gonna throw shade at that one. It's just like, I mean, I know there's a lot of F40 fans, and it's I'm always pleasantly surprised when someone picks something a little different.
Yes, Le Mans Virtual 2020.
Like if you're like, oh, I want to drive a 348. You're like, what? Nissan ZXT. Yeah. That was a Lola built car, right? For the GTP.
Strange sort of week if you are Belgian and your name is Vincent Vos.
You want to have a good time. Nissans and Group C's. Recommend the Japanese Group C series of the 80s, early 90s. A lot of Toyotas and Nissans.
Of sporting ability, who appears to come from motorcycle racing. He's joining
Lancia 037. Rear-wheel drive rally car, huh? You got Death Wish now.
WRT with a dominant 1-2 victory in the 24 hours of Dubai, which finished
96 Renault Laguna. Oh yeah, Codex.
And WRT
Renaults are my favorite Super Tours. And before 5, you want the 89 car, not even the 88. And F1 Ferrari Pro said that you don't want to drive a 640 or a 641. I'm shocked by that.
It's not been a season to remember for
Nissan R32 Godzilla. How blessed were we a year ago to get a Goodwood run out of that R32.
It's been a sort of up and down week, and of course Le Mans last year.
66 Ford GT40. Thankfully, there's enough actual GT40s, not just replicas that are out there still being run. You want to drive an F-150?
Mixed emotions where you are looking at trying to hang on to second place.
The electric
in
F1.
1-2 in your first Le Mans, which then suddenly becomes not a 1-2, but the car that was trying to hang on to second place. Ironically,
F50 is generally a better driving car than people give it credit for. It's primarily the look. Yeah. You're right, Doherty. I know. I mean, the V12 is mighty, and but the styling just didn't hit the same note for me as the F40, or even as the S60. Well, Enzo.
We're in the garage saying, well, what happens now is we'll take you to this place, and then the car will come to Parc Fermé. Then we'll all go out onto the podium and spray the champagne. It'll be jolly lovely. Oh, you're not going to win it, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Now we've got to run to the garage. Oh, they're right here, right beside us.
Yeah.
The guys who
LS SWAT Tesla.
So, I mean, what
I want the Tesla body. I just don't want all that electric shit.
And just, you know, in one team encapsulated the utter crushing despair and the sort of
288 GTO. Yeah.
Of that
that's a pretty good.
One last lap.
No. I was just thinking there's a really good 355 Ferrari in Assetto Corsa. I gave that some beans the other day. The beans, some welly. I gave it I gave it something.
Yeah.
No, it's fun.
Toyota, leading. 1 lap to go.
Nissan Delta Wing. I don't believe it, Brian. You're joking.
It was the last lap.
The road legal Porsche 919.
Yeah, I was calling the race at the end there, and it was, it's the end of a 30
Opinion on F50 is based on Chris Harris. Not gonna argue much with him. Yeah, he has a lot of experience driving race cars. So I get you. There is that F50 GT. Unfortunately, there are rule changes for cars of that type. We didn't get to see it in all of its glory, but that car was the BPR F50 GT is a monster.
30 years of trying for who was running or helping to run those Toyota cars through his Orica program. 25 years old.
So it wasn't the Nissan Longboy.
He had not won outright in between times, although
the GTR LM. Boy, I don't know.
On a number of occasions.
Can't tell you how many times I've been up late at night and Jimmy would just randomly say, "Man, why wasn't the GTR LM good?" And then we'd all, either roll our eyes or go into the whole explanation as to why. Well, why? You want to know why? Anyway, he loved that thing, and he loved driving it for all of you, and those years in R Factor 2 in a different league. It was quite the challenge.
Became a thing that happened, and then it happened again. 5 years. Now it's just insane.
Ford RS200. That's a nice, just simple, awesome. Both tarmac and rally car. Some of this Ford, like the Escorts. Mark 1, Mark 2. The one you said, they're just so adaptable. You use them as a circuit racer or take them rallying or hill climbs. It's cool how versatile those are.
Falling apart around them and somehow hung on.
Talk about the RSGR.
How do you celebrate that? I talked to Ferdy Habsburg about it. How do you celebrate that?
Jimmy will be up at about 6 this time. It's up there on the screen, indeed.
Because your teammates in the other side of the garage are
I don't do iRacing anymore. No, I did last year. If my eye surgery goes okay, I'll consider doing it again. Having 2 working eyes, it was so much fun. And I raced a lot, as many other DHR people could tell you. I was just nuts for it. I mean, sometimes I do 8 to 10 races a day, every hour. Just couldn't get enough of it.
The elation, it is really.
I'm not sure when it's happening yet, but it's a possibility.
Into words, taking victories at that level, finally, especially after the pain.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it's as in life, the pain is part of the rich tapestry of it all, isn't it? And everybody.
Got some Thrustmaster pedals and stuff for Christmas. LCM pedals. And played on a pad for about 2 years. Any suggestions? I just, when there's a Steam sale on, if you want to start slow and go through a whole variety of stuff, wait for the Assetto Corsa 1 Ultimate Edition. It's like $10 or something. If you go on sale, you get like a shit ton of cars, just stock to the game, and it's many DLCs, and then there's a bunch of other mods. But if you want to jump in, start getting in multiplayer, there's always iRacing, kind of one-to-one experience with a real series, ACC. After a while, I mean, if you really love sim racing, you'll probably end up owning everything. It's just the way it happens in our little hobby. If you want to get involved and stuff. But look at what's out there in those games. Even Racer Room has some stuff available, and see what looks fun to you. Pick a couple things to work on, and just keep practicing at it, until you get comfortable. Get comfortable with the wheel, where you think you want the controls to be, how it's set up. Yeah. You're welcome, Carl.
Was a sort of minor insignificance, because the rest of it, the pressure,
Sometimes I feel we're getting close to Group B. WRC rules this year where we have hybrid rally cars, and the sheer pace of the things, you know. Like go find 2022 Yaris WRC test, and it's just all audio. Listen to that thing blast around, and tell me that is tell me that isn't an exciting racing car, you know. The only difference between it and like the Group Bs is that when they get into a crash, it's much more survivable. You know, the safety cells, the way they dissipate energy, where the Group Bs, you know, mental, but then had all kinds of other risks. So,
in the race. They still have the 88 and the 77 Proton competition cars. They are also involved deeply in running. That's the mentality you need to have. Right.
Samuel says, yeah, sim racing escalates quickly. Well, yeah, you try one game and then like, oh, a friend of yours says, oh, I think this game's kind of cool, and then maybe Jimmy's doing a community event in another game, like, oh, maybe I should jump over to that, and then sooner or later you just own everything. That's how it happens.
That's longer than any other race in the series so far. So
anything outside of streaming? I really, I mean, I play a lot of games. I've been playing a lot of single player games lately. I read a lot. I read about 3 or 4 books a week. A week? Are you shitting me? 3 or 4 books a month. Watch a lot of series, Netflix, HBO Max, stuff like that. I try to go for a walk, you know, at least 2 times a week. I talk to my folks quite often. I keep in touch with my parents as much as I can, and kind of living with my partner for a couple years. The love of my life. The best times I've had in my life, honestly, being with her, and you know, I love where we live and our relationship, and on the same page with most things. We watch a lot of the same streams because I'm always watching streams. Just there's barely a moment where there's silence in my life. Okay, I do find some, especially on my walks, but I'm just a consumer of so much information. You know?
Now in a position where he's going to sell it.
Squeezing.
I am. Life's been hard on me for a lot of years, but I'm in the golden age here for myself. This is when I get hit by a lightning bolt, but you know, even amidst all the other turmoil going on, I've had so much peace with the company I have, and the hobbies and interests, and the friends I've made too. You know, it took a long time to get everything the way I always wanted it, I guess.
So now we go on, to my mind, always one of the sort of unsung parts of this Le Mans circuit, from Mulsanne Corner through the Peter Dumbreck Memorial Flying Kink and down towards Indianapolis. One of the most breathtaking places to watch a racing car anywhere. And when I first went
fan of any American team sports? Not as much as I used to. I mean, I still watch, you know, occasional baseball games and NFL and hockey and stuff every now and then, but not like, I know NFL's into the playoffs and they had their games today, but I really didn't pay too much attention other than Ben Bucher giving me some updates. I'm rooting for the Bills to actually, let me see how the Bills did. Give me one second.
It's just breathtakingly.
I like Serie A. I support AC Milan, even though they're second to Inter Milan at the moment.
Yeah, I mean it's.
Well, I try to follow Manchester United, but their success has been absolute dog shit for quite a while now. I'm not going to say I'm a fair weather fan, but when some teams I like are just not doing well, especially with the amount of money they have to spend, it makes it difficult to watch sometimes. Basketball too, you know, I like the Portland Trail Blazers, but they haven't been good in a long time. The Seattle Seahawks, another had a fairly shit season. So not everyone I've been backing is finding success.
Every single time, you know, for the last 15 hours, every single time
Okay,
you've gone
I
through
don't want to spoil it, but it looks like the team I'm supporting in the NFL at the moment, at least for the playoffs, is doing well.
One time it'll say no.
Yes, absolutely. And you have
Bengals won a playoff game,
as well.
Yeah.
You know, when you come out of Mulsanne corner,
I follow
second
everything
gear,
in motor racing.
and then you're just pulling more
Everything
gears
except
with your
NASCAR.
foot
And I mean, I end up watching a lot of NASCAR on the channel, but it's mostly just for, it's mostly a goof.
20-odd seconds later.
But I mean, you know, F1, MotoGP, Super GT, DTM, GTWC, Elemental P,
Don't break too early.
all
Is
of
the
them,
overriding
WC.
thought. You know, don't make a mess of it. Just hit the braking marker, and at the speed you're carrying there.
Yeah, you gotta support them through thick and thin, but it doesn't mean I always have to be there for the punishment either. I reserve the right to ignore them for a time. just because I can't handle it, you know. I'm a Ferrari and Alfa Romeo fan, and it's been a bit rough since 2007 for being into Ferrari, even though they've had some slim chances here and there. So I'm still in there. I'm still wishing the best from Leclerc and Sainz Jr. But who knows? Who knows what's going to happen in this coming year?
Not really thinking about anything. You're driving on feel. You're going into the Porsche curves from one corner to another, and it's just feel.
Supercars is okay.
It works.
I mean, McLaughlin and Penske were so dominant, and then he left, and Penske left, and then and then Shane Van Gisbergen just as dominant once he was gone, and so I mean, sometimes the racing can be really good. I love the tracks. I love the people. The Fords are not very pretty looking, but I know the rules changed next year. We had a little preview of that in December, the end of the year when they're at Bathurst, and I mean the Mustang and the Camaro looked and sounded nice, kind of like souped up GT4s, but they're gonna change a lot from that form to something else, more into a race car. So classic supercars though, I mean, you know, ATCC stuff, the 80s into the 90s when they went back just to Holden and Ford. Yeah, I love that stuff. It's really good.
But now it's a sort of a long slip road, if you like, that you sort of gradually turn through and bring the speed down in before you get.
Yeah, McLaughlin's a damn fast learner. I was watching, somebody linked me that clip of was it in a Win Cup? Adelaide, fighting for second on his debut as they say. What a drive. Just fearless.
Nearly claimed Bentley, that nearly claimed so many cars races. The White House, the Maison Blanche, is still there. It's a farmhouse.
They were, yeah. Sorry I didn't keep up with it for too long, Burns. I was feeling burned out. Sorry, Burns, but I was feeling burned out from all the racing we were watching. So I had to mix up the schedule a little bit. I mean, I could talk about racing all day, most days, but every now and then I reach my limit. It's pretty rare though.
Because the Porsche curves didn't exist there. And then you came in on the road past the pits, which get their name because they were dug into the ground by the side of the road, and that's where tyres and fuel and stuff was stored, because that was really hygienic and safe. And then carried on the main road. And in the initial
I only just realized by twice in American accent. Yeah, I cheat every now and then with certain words, where I'll borrow one of your pronunciations. Some people have accused me of being Canadian, which I consider a compliment, actually.
So you actually drove into the town, which obviously you can't do nowadays, but would just be so fabulous.
Win Cup's gonna do the big races though, right? Like Bathurst and shit, kind of like Craig Lowndes.
We've talked about the convergence of rules between IMSA series and the ACO rules.
Yeah, we watched every WRC video of the 21st century that was freely available on the WRC channel itself. I never felt like it was right to go outside of that or to other channels. Well, every now and then I'd borrow one if the WRC Plus would steal like a random round and put it only on their paywall, and then I would watch, I'd still watch that round on YouTube. But yeah, we went through all the events from like 2001 to the end of 08, and that was such a great time. Even going into the Loeb years. They weren't all cut and dry.
Car manufacturers in the early part of the 20th century were based in Le Mans, de Dion, Bouton, and so on. But they had big the bells in Notre Dame were cast in Le Mans. I mean, it was that sort of an industrial town, and it was that sort of connection with the early automobile industry, horseless carriages and all of that, that created this race back in 1923, the Grand Prix of Endurance, Grand Prix d'Endurance.
Oh, that was Volvo's first return to the race. That wasn't McLaughlin's. All right, okay. I had the context of the clip. So thank you for correcting me. I actually really appreciate that, because in racing, there's just too many details to get right or wrong. And anytime I misspeak, I actually don't mind if people are pedantic and correct me about it, because I'd rather get it right. You know? I don't have any particular expertise in one motorsport, but I happen to watch a lot of them, and so yeah, keeping all the facts and figures in my head best as I can. But every now and then I'm going to screw them up.
You know, pushing that boundary of technology, and not just allowing a team to do it, and not.
I am not Canadian. No, I'm not Canadian. I would love to be a Canadian, though. That would be great. I could reside in Western Canada just fine.
Trying to drive on, you know, a new.
I mean, Vancouver looks like such a lovely place.
Accepted for racing, and that's all part of Le Mans' rich heritage. So
just don't ask me to speak French. I'm really bad with French pronunciation.
Going back next year,
we're up to 36 now. We were like 41st when I first got on. This is sweet.
Absolutely rammed with over 250,000 fans again.
And we're at 8K likes. Chat, thank you very much.
The footfall through the gate at Le Mans over the weekend comes from abroad. It is Britain's biggest motor race.
Speaking of Australia, fucking Silverchair just came off.
It gets more Brits there than the British Grand Prix does, but also the town turns out in force, particularly on Saturday evening. They all come out from the city, you know, to see the great race, because it's part of what everybody in town has grown up with. The race has been around longer than any NIMBY in Le Mans, longer than any inhabitant of Le Mans has been around.
It's like I said,
if you can afford, that's right, Foxy. I've heard it is spendy.
For the petrolhead, for the motorsport enthusiast.
Can I just live at Lake Louise instead? That Banff area looks quite tasty. That one is also not cheap.
I mean, to be fair, what party that'll be.
I'll take a cottage and some really great internet. If they get good internet at Lake Louise, that'd be nice.
Again, by the way, Drugovic, Canapino still separated by 53 seconds.
Oh, that's right. They moved Bathurst 12 hour. I'm just happy that there's going to be a Bathurst 12 hour. That is an amazing event, and I love that usually what Liquid Molly or whatever title sponsor they have play it here on YouTube for free. And 2020's race with the Bentley winning, Marcello getting that one. And we didn't have one in 2021, so hell yeah! I know they had to move it a little bit. It used to be a nice kind of a beginning of February of race. I think we're insured more dark hours in the early part of it, right? Because there's going to be the time shift with the tilt of the Earth being later, when it used to be what, about 5 laps in the darkness. So I think we're gonna have a lot more for this year if my science checks out.
Far too late in the evening /LM Virtual Series. You can find the link on the YouTube by typing in, I think it's ! And then live timing. And it
What time is it where you're from? It's 8.
The single most
8, yeah, just 8:14 now.
Exclamation mark Max, and that will get you a little automated bot message that tells you that Max was driving the 1-2-3 car and is no longer in the race. So for those waking up,
yeah, there's been some wonderful 12-hour races. You know, some of them have great finishes at the end, going right down to the wire. But man, the GT3s up and over the mountain, seeing the speeds, the times they can do, the low 2 minutes.
So confirmation a couple of minutes ago from Sage Karam that the 92 Porsche is absolutely out of the race.
Some of them are crash fests too. I mean, it's such a tricky track, as anybody knows, you know. And the speed of the GT3s over like McPhillamy to Skyline for some of the mid-engine cars has been very dangerous in recent years. That's another one where you wouldn't want to be much faster, much like Nordschleife, but then a GT3 going around Bathurst these days.
Apologies at Onshire.
Bentley's an underrated GT car. Yeah, well, now it's going to be in really, really limited supply since they stopped backing them factory-wise.
You did make a mess of the trophy, did you? That is a cracking-looking trophy. That has got to be a genuine contender.
I would love that too. You know, I'd rather see the 12-hour at Mount Panorama in person than the 1,000. I mean, I know the 1,000 is amazing. It's a lot more people go to it, but I like the chill atmosphere and the kinds of car. Well, although that's evolved some over time to lean harder and harder into the GT3s and the Mark cars that do Bathurst. It used to be much more open, but yeah, they still have those Holden QVs that race in the weekend, the classics, you know, Alphas and Porsches, and production cars, RX-7s, and some older supercars for the support races. So it looks like it'd be a fun weekend for a 12-hour. You can see Bathurst from your house, nice.
You are equally
less drunken fools at the
to impress the judges, but that particular one I've just spotted has definitely impressed me.
It's the creativity.
If I'm going to the 12-hour, I'd have to convince Southpaw Racer to truck out there as well. I've seen Southpaw Racer on the telly for the Bathurst race. Twice, actually.
Yeah, go crazy, because actually, and you know, we've all been there when we were kids. I used to spend hours just emptying this massive bucket all over the bedroom floor.
Imagine Bathurst but rallycross.
Still does, even though he's nearly 20.
Did you still?
I have well, actually, I think the last thing I built was an
ATAT. By the way, rallycross. I just want to say, if you want to know where it's at in rallycross, don't go to not global rallycross. That shit's old and busted. All right. And not that I don't toot the horn of American motorsport very often, but Nitro Rallycross, they're all on YouTube as well. You've gotta watch it. It's fucking great. the camera angles, the competition, the courses that they choose, it's pretty great.
956 or 962. I know I would be very, very torn. As I was walking back from the hotel,
yeah, Pastrana and what's his name? Faust. Also, Scott Speed's in it too. Don't let the names, if those names put you off, don't worry about that. It's just there's some really cool Subarus. For one, I like Subarus, but the competition is pretty tight. You don't always know who's going to win by turn one, and a lot of other rallycross series. You got to see it to understand. It's Nitro Rallycross.
Utterly stunning.
Samuel knows. Yeah, taking the FIA out of it, it made it fun, and that's what matters.
And film stars, but could I honestly walk away from the DS, no matter how gorgeous the CX?
You make your mission to say hi. That'd be cool. There's all kinds of places I'd love to have meetups at some point. Jimmy was talking about wanting to go to Le Mans this year, although I think he could probably get an invite from somebody. For a lot of us, you've got to make your plans for tickets pretty much the moment they go on sale a year before it takes place. So. There's just so many races on the bucket list.
Glam hotel. That's exactly what you want from Central Paris. Back to the
Lytton Hill's pretty cool. I've watched a few races at that place.
We have 21 LMPs at the moment, 5 of which are in the pits. So the
of course, you love there are a lot of Subarus there. Every now and then, I'll spot a Mitsubishi. and I'll give it a couple looks. They go like, "Wow, look at you, you little rebel." But yeah, there's a lot of flat four turbos around there. And a lot of wagon Subarus.
Haven't they, in the Le Mans Virtual Series, Lewis?
Yeah, absolutely. I just want to say one thing, by the way, just whilst I was completely off topic with one team, the 966. Just very quickly, one team.
Scott Speed finally has a place to drive like Scott Speed.
their run here at Le Mans Virtual's just taken a little bit of a turn as Alex Pilot, who's behind the wheel at the moment, of course, IndyCar champion, who's running at the moment with Gianmarco Fiducci. They're on and off between the two of them in the car, has had an incident recently. Don't know how large. I have heard he's had to return to pit lane to repair some damage.
Now, did you not think it was that car that might have had that touch with
Did they used to make good cars or something?
No, it was definitely the Panis.
Oh yeah, no, you're right. You're right.
Also, just to confirm,
I always thought the Evo X was wasn't too bad. Wasn't too bad. Let's not talk about the last Mitsubishi WRC that they made. And Christian Solberg on his channel for Twitch had some insight into that. If you know the Peugeot 307, he said that many of the designs or designers for the 307 made the Mitsubishi WRC in, what was that, 03 or so? And that 03, 04, that explained a lot. Explained a lot about why that thing was so shit.
It's because you can't drive more than 3 hours in any 5, which means the maximum you can do is really a triple stint in a prototype and a double in
Is it, see, not this weekend, it's in 2 weeks, isn't it, for Monte Carlo?
But what seemed to us so obvious during lockdown was that you don't put a Kiwi in when it's 3 in the morning there, but it happens just to be, you know, sort of middle of the afternoon in Europe. You put in a European driver, or you put in somebody who is closer to their daytime awake time zone. But that didn't really happen. In fact, the
problem with the Minaz is that they're expensive to repair, but they
Racing, and they actually basically said, right, we're going to run this the way we would run it in a normal race. And the whole
what about that, chat? Are there a lot of cars you wish you could own, and maybe the price of them when they're used? You know, when you look at like an old Audi or a Porsche or something like that, and you're like, yeah, I think I could buy that. But then the upkeep, repair, knowing that if anything goes wrong on it, you're gonna pay through the fucking nose. Like, what are some cars you nearly pulled the trigger on, but like you're like, ah, or maybe you did, and you fell into a money pit for repairs. I'm just curious if anybody wants to share their woes of being enticed by, you know, a really cool car, but then, oh god, I didn't realize this oil pan was going to cost so much, or you know, when this electronics went busted, I had to fork out for whatever it was.
11, 20, 23, 22.
Jag F-Type, any BMW?
So it's sort of, you know, late evening.
The Cayman. I have a friend who bought a Cayman. Similar story. I think I could afford the car, can't afford the used Porsche maintenance. Yes, my friend does. I think he does afford the maintenance, but I know he feels it. You know, it's every little thing. Every little thing is an issue. Jag.
So that's not too bad. And of course, then, you know, again,
what do I think of the Mach-E? I don't know. It doesn't. It doesn't do it for me. I'll add most of those new Ford machines. I don't know. I'm not finding them aesthetically pleasing. Porsche 944.
So they, because they're all based, you know, out in Malaysia.
Alpha 4C. It's all Fiat parts. So pretty reasonable. Really?
Then they start at inconvenient o'clock, go through their night quite early, and then come back into the day.
Hey Daniel, cool. Thank you so much for coming in to hang out with us. My uncle's old BMW, I think it was an E21.
Yeah, exactly. So it has a very different feel.
Oh, it's too bad.
What they're seeing
now, I mean, E21 is pretty rare. I've never seen one on the road.
What they're seeing outside the
Alpha
window
147,
everybody's out for lunch. Yeah. Or, you know, the kids are playing in the garden because it's the middle of the afternoon. So there is that sort of strange
Computers got in position by a CPO 981 Cayman S. Did not.
Everybody's there. So whatever their body clock would have been
15k more expensive. Oh, okay. Yeah, the cheap Porsche's not for you either, I guess.
And so they're sort of acclimatized to European time.
Yeah, there's someone in my community that talked about owning an S4 and like the differential, the front and rear differentials died. And I want to say his claim was that he had to spend basically 60% of the car's worth in order to replace the transmission in both diffs. And I mean, that's absurd. That's what a failure to have. I mean, I would be so beside myself with that kind of loss.
Phil Dinez started the Marla racing car, and I was confused by this because we went racing at 1 o'clock UK time, so 2 o'clock here in France, and
Mustang Mach-E shouldn't have been called a Mustang. These companies and just using the names for the same reason Hollywood remakes movies or the cachet of the name itself is a selling point, and they can't help themselves. You know?
Is British, or Michele D'Alessandro, who's Italian, where it's like you say 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, where it's a decent time for them to go racing. But still, no, you've got to put Phil Dinez in there because he's got to wake up early.
You did the 4C oil change yourself? Oil drain plug? It's in the worst spot possible, but other than that, it's really easy. That's a lot of modern cars, right? Where they put a lot of pieces in between you and simple things like oil, right? I don't know if I don't know, I've heard different ideas on why that is, either to dissuade you from doing your own, or it's just they've cramped all the internals in a way that some things just aren't easy to get access to. I've never known what the reasoning behind that is exactly.
He's on air at 2 a.m.
944 is just one of those cars that pops up a lot from people that think I think I could own this, you know, and it's, if I recall, it's old enough that you could maybe do a bit of the work yourself.
And on his birthday on New Year's Eve, 8:30, 9 o'clock, in bed, wakes up again at midnight.
But I don't know how quickly it turns into more expensive than you were expecting. Right? Batteries in some cars is the worst part.
I'm commentating on a championship that's being run by Shane van Gisbergen and Nick Foss. They're running a championship. Obviously, Shane van Gisbergen.
944 is a great lemons car. Yes,
the series starts and finishes for them at great times. He's like, "Oh, do you want to come along and commentate?" And I'm like, "Oh."
Hey there, Aaron. I've been going here without a break for a while. I'm actually surprised that I haven't decided that I need to go get tea or something.
Oh, Dark 100. That's when it starts.
Yeah, I should do that here in a little bit.
You're going to be at the desk for a couple of hours before that, so it's
It's going to be a long slog.
Yeah, it's just going to make the.
Did you hear Jimmy's update on the GTR? He said he got the engine and everything, or the turbo and all that, in the car. It's up to 549. He was saying he was just going to call it 550 horsepower for the GTR. That's pretty sweet. I hope we get a video of it soon. I think he played a little bit of audio, but just following along with the whole story of that thing, you know, from where he got it from. He had Martinborough to driving it around and now making these little upgrades to it.
It looks great, and I wanted it to go well.
Obviously, they had the 6-minute penalty at the start of the race, but yes,
Dad has a 914. Oh yeah.
Again, obviously, everyone's at their tippy top.
I'm not sure what's happening with the Subaru. I thought that was kind of a sit-on investment kind of car, but I don't know what else he was altering on it.
The 56 is dead last at the moment. Sorry, Jimmy.
Why doesn't he show the impressive? Yeah, I don't know if it's always just ready to go and out and about. You know what I mean? It was quite a car to pick up, and something that we'll definitely appreciate and value.
And actually, they have driven a really hard as nails race. I was going to say hard nailed, and that's not the phrase I'm looking for. Hard as nails. They have only made 15
F1 teams I'm hyped for. I just want to see a shake-up. Not for anyone in particular, but to see who read the rules differently than the others. The chatter from FIA has been, oh, we've clamped down on the rule book. You know, we made it the gray area for the designers is much slimmer, so that people won't be able to exploit advantage. But you know, I don't know if we're gonna get like a double diffuser 2009 Braun Honda thing, but it's just when they tell me they don't think that like all the cars are gonna look very similar and there's not a lot of development to be done from each other, and it's gonna increase parity, reduce spending. I just think, oh yeah, I've seen this shit a few times. I've seen him take downforce away. I've seen him raise the front wing to crazy angles and make it so that the nose had certain dimensions, and they put dildos on the front. And it's like, these designers are incredibly crafty, and they often overlook their ingenuity. And I just want to know, like, what is the dual axis steering essentially of 2022? You know, who's figured out where the speed is and the gaps, and that really adds to the excitement of F1 for me.
Is 3 minutes 13.
They still might get a good result.
Team BS competition. So
I think the season will be about loopholes. So the root will be get again, but in time someone will find a way to dominate again. Yeah, it's domination in F1 mostly go hand in hand.
And they knew it right from
Ferrari will figure out something.
Never mind, right from the start.
Something other than their 2019 engine, right, Ben?
We sort of talked about this a little bit earlier, Chris and I said, you know,
if they end up going to Australia, Tyler, I can't wait to see it. You know, I thought the improvements to Abu Dhabi were indeed an improvement, and we'll only see if Albert Park is a better layout now.
That's the basis of what they're trying to say with the rule.
Yeah, they want to make it. They want to dissuade teams from going, oh, we can't find a real world racer, so we just
F1 engineers can make a rocket capable of doing light speed.
But so you want to dissuade teams from doing that, but you also want to make it possible that actually, if they are stuck in a position, and it could easily be the case, as we've seen with a couple of teams, that within 24 hours of the start, for reasons beyond
Paul Gilbert, all those you listed are incredible. Just having the expertise and to keep them all running. I always wonder how many people does Jay Leno have to hire for his garage for folks to just maintain a fleet of cars like that.
The team just goes, okay, forget it. Yeah, there's no point. 6 minutes is an enormous amount of time to lose.
It's like if you had one of those, like the 635 or something, I could see it. But having like 3, a lot of work.
And you then spend
something like the F duct. Yeah, it's got to be an equivalent to that somewhere.
Well,
I was on coffee just now. I drank it rather slow, kind of eked my way through it, so I wouldn't go through some kind of caffeine crash, But all of you have been keeping me awake this whole time, and keeping chat lively. All of you, just lovelies and cuties, to thank for making this so easy. It's such a fun experience. I always have fun on these 24-hour events, and chat just continuing to give that next little morsel, next little idea, sharing a little bit about yourself and doing the same in turn. It's a nice love fest.
We're 2/3 of the way through the race.
Why am I so awake? It's 4:33. I don't know right now. You can go to bed anytime. Get some tea. No, I need it. Maybe so. Maybe I should wind down to tea before Jimmy gets up in an hour and a half or so.
Again, we've got a lot of
I'll take your advice.
And also
after I just sang your praise. Right. Give me a few minutes, talk amongst yourselves. I'll get a small bite to eat and some lemon tea.
Well, here's your deficit. It doesn't work like that. It's like I say, it's designed to be a penalty.
Well, what are they lapping? They're lapping a little shy of 4 minutes in race pace. Race leaders last lap 3 minutes 51, 3 minutes 50, 3:51, 3:50. What's the Red Bull car doing? 3:52 and a half. So it's not actually quite on front running pace. It's not going as quick as the Red Line BMW. It's not going as quick as the factory Porsches, despite the fact it's got 3. But no, that's in the hands of its current driver. So that's not their average lap for the entire race so far.
It's the pole-sitting driver as well, Sebastian Job. So it's someone who's got pace. So
it's faster than the car. It's somebody who could exploit the car's 1 lap pace on new tyre. And again, you know, we see that in the real world and and to a degree in the virtual world, is cars will bring their tyre in quicker and then suffer because, I mean, again, going back to the very final race of the Formula 1 World Championship, the Red Bull brought its tyres, works its tyres harder.
Yeah.
Works its tyres harder and was always going to struggle in terms of tyre life then in that final round because of the nature of the circuit, because of the fairly high tyre deg nature of the circuit. It favoured Mercedes over a race distance because the Mercedes is kinder on its tyres over a long run than the Red Bull is, just physically because of the way the car works its tyres. But it did mean that Max was able to get the tyres where he needed them under him in the Red Bull and just destroy everybody in qualifying. But they knew historically going in that they were going to be up against it in terms of race duration tyre wear, and that's exactly how it proved until, of course, right at the very end of it when fate stepped in. But you get that again. So Sebastian Job, are we seeing then that the Corvette just really activates its tyre very quickly, or that he managed, as we saw in LMP, just to squeeze the fraction more out of the car in ultimate qualifying pace on 1 lap than his rivals did as drivers? And I can't tell you that because, you know, we didn't look at all the data and all the details, but that's the sort of calculations, not in terms of qualifying pace, but in terms of the race, that the engineers who architect the physics of the game have to work out when they speak to Corvette Racing, when they're getting all the data on the new C8R. They need to know what that means, how it behaves, what this change and that change makes the car, because that's got to be replicated in the sim itself. And so there's an enormous depth of information that goes in. I mean, an enormous trust from the teams as well that that data goes in and never leaks out anywhere else, because were that to ever happen, that would be the end of the Magic Coach. You know, that would definitely be the end of that. So all of that data goes in to model the cars, to make the physics work in a way that is relatable by the real driver of the real car. And that's exactly why people are attracted to this, because different cars do different things. Even at console level, different cars do different things. And you will choose a different car to do a different job. You know, you don't do that so much in the real world. You tend to end up with the car that you've bought. It tends to be less expensive in the sim world to go out and buy the cars. Yeah, exactly. You can try everything with everything.
It's like I say, with the Corvette, typically it's a little bit friendlier on its tyres. I think they just built a qualifying setup that works and just switched it on quite quickly. Where they are at the moment, we do not know. Where we are at the moment, though, is enthralled in this battle between the Jota car. Ferris Stanley is behind the wheel. Oh, no way. Is he being attacked by Devin Browner, who's directly on his rear end? I do believe so. It certainly is. Now, these two, yes, Jota, Rocket, not really two things that are associated typically outside of sim racing, but both are run by the same sim racing team. And so they will be communicating. Zansho Sim Sport running that one. I'm sure Ed Torellian Johnson and Mike Yao keep an eye on it, and that is exactly what's happened. And no fights from Ferris Stanley, and just allows Devin Browner to get through. Devin Browner was actually one of the drivers that was a part of that number 22 car that I was speaking of, or 33, whatever the number was, 33 I think it was. The 2Cs Motorsports car that finished 4th with Ollie Rowland and Rory McDuff. He was the other driver on the sim side of things. There we go.
There you go.
Linking it all up.
Devin Browner in a Rocket Sim Sport car, sort of benefiting a little there as Ferris Stanley for Jota. Just got slightly held up by a GT car in the wrong place. And, you know, that's going to happen in any battle, in every battle. Chances are you're going to come across traffic. Now, look not at the track, look at the sky.
It is getting
The first fingers of dawn's gloaming are starting, well, never mind the first fingers. And actually, could I just say, about flipping time too, 20 to 6 in the morning, you know, in June, even on the most turbulent and stormy of nights, by 4 a.m. we are definitely starting to see real daylight. And again, I talked about this a little bit earlier, speak to Alan McNeish, speak to JJ Leto, speak to Alexander Wurz, speak to Anthony Davidson, speak to anybody who's been in the car on their own in the depths of the night. That's a very otherworldly experience. And they all talk about it, about how you just, you know, you're in this dark, dark forest, this dark tunnel, then every, you know, 4 or 5 minutes or whatever, you come through this bright set of lights, which is the pit straight area, that main pits area, and then you're back into the darkness again, sort of the opposite of Monaco, where it's basically all tunnel and only one little bit of daylight. Of course, Monaco is almost all daylight and one tiny bit of tunnel. But then they all just go all dewy-eyed and soft and soppy about dawn at Le Mans. But it's a long way from anywhere, and it's way away from even remotely thinking about where you're going to end up in the race. But it is a very special time to be in a racing car, and of all the things I think that they miss, the drivers who have stepped away and are no longer racing at Le Mans, that's it. That's it. Just that. It sounds ridiculous to say, that's sort of almost being at one with nature, being on your own at one with nature. Your nature and the nature of the car, which are, you know, inherently interlinked because petrol heads are that, but also just being able to, and Le Mans unique in that, you know, you can't do it at Nordschleife, you can't do it at Silverstone, can't do it anywhere else that they might have day and night races, because the track is, it doesn't have this.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, here we are, you just get a moment to take in the fact that it's starting to become dawn. I mean, now it's really quite daylight, but you get a moment to start taking in the fact that dawn is starting to approach, and then you're through a chicane, and then again
you can take it in.
You've got breathing room, and it sounds perverse again to say it because you're doing 330 kilometers now, you know, 175, 185 miles an hour, that it can be calm and serene, but that's exactly how they describe it. That's because they're mad, obviously, but they are kind of mad, which is okay.
It's the small victories though, and this is again same with any endurance race. You always have, as drivers, as teams, you have small victories. It's passing, you know, 1/4 of the race, 1/3 of the race, you know, the basic stuff. You're into the night, getting halfway through the race. One of the most important victories though to tick off is regardless of what time of year it is or whatever, it's seeing the sun rising, because you know that regardless of anything else, you have survived the night, which is arguably one of the most dangerous part in any endurance race. Although, to be fair, what this means is that people tend to get complacent because they've just beat the night, the hardest part, which then makes this the hardest part.
Well, yeah, and it is one of the milestones. It's one of the milestone markers, dawn, no question about it. And again, whether you're calling a race all the way through the night, and finally the sun starts to come out, and particularly when we're in the tribunes on the opposite side of the tracks, the pit lane, right at the top of the building, the ACO building there. You know, we got the sun before it was even over the horizon, because it came over the top of, you know, the light comes over the top of the pit lane building. And so, you know, by 5 in the morning, you're starting to boil. 38, 36.
The 36 car that Olli Pakala is behind the wheel
Alpine
of.
Esports.
Yes,
now, we again did not see what happened with that car, but that is another that is hors de combat. So we are now down to 35 cars. Just had a driver change. Bruce Giuani has just stepped out of the Pescarola Esport car in our studio. So we still have 3 active, in fact they're all manned at the moment, aren't they? We have
they are all manned.
3 drivers in the studio racing the 3 rigs that are still in the race. So the number 18 R8G, the number 30 Duquesne car, and the number 16 Pescarola car. So because they got is that a BenQ monitor? They got a gorgeous curved monitor on the Pescarola car. I don't know of what make it is, but I couldn't see who took over from Bruce Giuliani. It is on an out lap. I thought it was Bruce Giuliani who brought it in. Maybe it's Bruce Giuliani who's taken it out. Again, can't see. But there has been a driver change there, or at least they're looking at it. We will try and find out exactly what happened to the Alpine.
Right, so it's taking the curbs. Ignore how it kind of flings up a little bit too much towards the sky as it goes over the curbs there. Just
I'm back.
The nature of going back onto a replay. So got through the Ford chicanes. Oh no!
Tea in hand. I was eating cereal straight out of the box, quickly as I could, so I could get back.
So what can happen here, when I mean a neutral button, is that you can have a button that you press so you can get into reverse. You can engage reverse gear. Now, if you accidentally press it whilst driving,
F1 Jackman.
Obviously it's going to slap it into neutral, and when you pull to go up a gear,
Well, we got about another hour and a half together.
the gear that you were just in, it's going up into first gear, the first one up from neutral. And if you don't clutch in when you do it, the engine goes straight away. So that explains that one.
Bacho Libre, thank you, Kiesel.
As to what's happened there, and that is a terrible shame. And
Yep, my breakfast at 8:40 p.m. speed run.
You can see it on his dash.
Yeah, listen.
What gear it goes into. Let's listen in. Yeah.
Yeah, third, fourth, neutral.
It did start to sound a little, I mean, it could be the replay. It did start to sound a bit bizarre before you. That could
ASMR cereal eating, including me rummaging through the box
I think it's a neutral and then back up into
for the vanilla and almond Special K goodness.
Yes.
That's a terrible shame.
Yeah, and again, you know, tired driver, tired combination of thumbs and buttons and wheel and everything. And you know,
Did someone else double downshift on their gearbox?
Lock stop to lock stop. Then
That's one way to immediately exit from R Factor, since it does not do engine replacements.
And stuff like that, but you don't tend to be able to select a false neutral in your car.
That sucks.
Well, you tend to accidentally press the pit limiter button. That's my trick. Ollie Pakala, though, not the most experienced RF2 driver. Did race in the, let me remember what it was actually called.
El Plan went from fourth to neutral to first. Oh, man.
God knows how many years ago. Did technically win it, but then there was issues
I
on the road.
I bind a neutral button in R Factor. It's a lockout protection from first, so that you don't, because who knows, might click it too many times. But I make my neutral button out of my reach. Like I put it on the keyboard to where I have to sit forward and deliberately hit it. So that's I feel for him, no matter how it happened.
Not much you can do about it.
There's nothing I can do about it. I can't remember.
Flying pistons.
No, and nobody can repair the engine, and that is one of the few things that is absolutely an instant out, isn't it? And that's exactly, or almost exactly, what happened to Mercedes AMG. Their entry very early on, missed a gear or double downshifted or whatever it was, and just
I think there's a lockout protection in one of the INIs for RF2. That is, I want to say it's throughout the whole game, not just individual to each car, but that's been a while. I know R Factor 1 has that. There's like a millisecond delay line and an INI somewhere. But I mean, hardware issues, just the habit of clicking it twice. It's been pretty rare that I've done a double downshift or upshift, but we're all liable to do it at some point.
We've got the day, we've still got Sunday, and there comes
I was watching someone drive, I think it was one of the TCRs at Daytona yesterday, and they were clicking downshift a lot to try and get their gears, but it's just because they weren't at the proper revs for it to engage. A lot of cars in iRacing that won't let you just grab a gear when you feel like it. So you'd hear someone click like 8 times to go down 3 gears.
What can I do?
Yeah, it's too early to have breakfast. I'm too hyped to go to bed. Damn. Yeah.
It's an odd, horrible feeling of deflation.
Well,
How many of these virtual Le Mans do we have? Well, this one is will have the official title of Le Mans. The others will have to get around in some way. Last year, iRacing had to invent a series that had Le Mans in it as a 24-hour, every 2 weeks kind of thing. That was their clever way of having the series if they couldn't have the name. But there's a commercial deal that is had here between R Factor 2's company and FIA-ACO to host the race and make it official.
I mean, there is no
last lap. Is always the most painful for me. But
or last hour, or you know,
any
to have it retire after the crew have had lunch on Sunday.
Yeah.
You know, and we talked about it before, and you said, you know, by this stage you've been up for 16 hours. You haven't been up for 16 hours at all. You've been racing the car for 16 hours. You've already been up for 24 hours.
Yeah.
And before, and in the sim world, even more so, because in the real world you don't drive the car from Friday. It's in bits on Friday. Last time you drove it was midnight and back into the pit lane, midnight on Thursday. That's barely even the start of it in the sim world, because you can be flogging the car and yourself endlessly and endlessly and endlessly in all of that, what would normally be downtime, where the drivers at least, although they have to go into town and do the
Lotus Exige or Evora. Like you said, if only one comes in stick shift, I suppose the purist in me would have to pick that, right?
They are being mentally beaten up by the car, because they're still trying to perfect the setup and they're still running it, you know, almost 24
It's not very American of me. Americans love their automatics.
To the race, they've got the best possible car.
Even to perfect their line, sun's coming up over the horizon. That looks lovely, and it will look lovely once we get some nice long shadows. I do love those.
Well, now you see the next. You know, there was all sorts of a chat earlier on about what the the graphics is going to look in 10 years. In 10 years' time, the graphics will also have haze of bacon barbecue smoke coming across, and in the background it won't just have fans stationary.
I certainly hope so. Ball fondler. Sorry, I should really read your name first before I just giggle all over it. Yeah, what I saw last I saw we were in 37th, and that's, the goal is bringing this thing home for sure.
Languishing shots of
We've been penalized a couple times. We've been run into by cars that could not physically see that we were out on the circuit. I think we got bonked by something else like an hour or two ago. We're still cruising.
Of the dedicated and exhausted Le Mans fan is the same. Brushing your teeth with 1664 or red wine. Yeah,
We're 35th now. Sweet. 15th in class. Thank you.
Yeah, no, there's normally things you'd
Hey, George.
In regular society, but then when you see it near a racetrack of any description, especially at Le Mans, you think, yeah, that's normal behaviour. Why not?
Yeah.
Obviously.
8 minutes till driven. No. I got another hour.
Hashtag Le Mans Virtual. Ask us questions, give us information, send us photographs of your Lego technical.
I do a lot of GMT living since my stream life, and that is very international. I think I have an extremely low amount of viewers from North America from when I'm on, so I'm just used to putting everything in GMT. And then if it's not GMT, it's BST a little bit later on.
Number 91 all the way to the end. So again, as a team, you win and lose as a team, and that is whether it's your car or the other car.
What was the first car that I drove? No actual road cars I've ever driven. Never even turned the key or touched the pedals.
Kind of one of those things that, again,
but sim racing wise,
from Williams as well.
I mean,
we've seen this elsewhere, and
I'm not going to count the Indy 500 game that the Papyrus, whatever they are called. I don't know, what are they called? Papyrus by then? IndyCar 1. Paul Page. That's one of the early ones. But it was really Grand Prix 3, Jeff Crammond, that really sparked the interest, and
he looks remarkably fresh for somebody who
showed that there was something out there that was worth watching, and then I could find it on television at a stupid time in the morning, and at that point I was staying up either really late to catch a race, on the far side of the planet, or getting up really, really early. So my sleep schedule has led me to discover all kinds of things, even for football. Getting into the 2002 World Cup because of the hours I had was a lot easier to watch.
And that's as much an art, I think.
I'm sure I'm not alone in that, with a lot of you being on at whatever crazy time it is.
You know, the physics of the physics engine dictates that
No, we didn't wreck the Porsche. I mean, it's still moving. There have been plenty of other competitors out here who've wrecked their machine one way or another.
Sweeping into the Porsche curves, he's not getting that glare of sun in his
You're running out of questions, Dennis. Don't worry about it, Eli.
Shot just above the driver's eye line, or somewhere above the driver's eye line, but it won't be long before they are driving into the rising sun. If they're not already.
Soon you'll just know everything about me. You know, blood type. What else can you
heading
know?
out towards Terre Rouge, that'll be the glare from the S's coming down towards you, because the sun, as you see, the
2002 World Cup is the first football memory I have. Okay.
side of the picture there. So you're starting now to tack towards the sun. Maybe as you come up under the Dunlop Bridge or over the top of the hill. There we go.
Over the crest, it is going to be blinding.
One of my very, very first memories is the Neil Diamond song "Coming to America." I don't know. I don't even think my parents like Neil Diamond, but they certainly played it on the record player, and for whatever fucking reason, that's the first thing I remember. I don't even like Neil Diamond, but there we are.
For most of the rest of the lap, actually, much less so. That's where you're heading east, and that is
Social Security number. Yeah, right. Sure. Let me get on that.
Morning daylight.
How's the eyesight? We talked about that a little bit today, but it's challenging. But there's some stuff in the future that could give me a little bit more, at least in my left eye. My left eye is pretty bad.
Completely wrong. Apologies, but more.
So I hope the next time that we speak to each other on this channel, I'll be able to tell you how it's going, and fingers crossed that it's better.
Jealous of these people's Legos, because not only that, I'm jealous that people have.
I hope you're doing well too, Cole Hawk. Cole Hawks. And the rest of you, so many of you that were really sweet to me over the last month in regards to, you know, the silly hernia surgery I had, sending me nice messages through chat, and just showing how the strength of the community is around here, you know. People are super positive and wishing each other well and giving advice and whatever they're doing in sim racing, and it's just awesome. I'm really happy to be a part of the community, and the rest of you should be happy to be here with each other as well. You know, not just for Jimmy or myself or Bailey or anyone else, but just that we all found one another and have something, that connective tissue that we can all share in. And gosh, we had such fun conversations today about regular cars, race cars, sim cars, what's happening in racing, the things that we love, you know, and when there's a lot of other doom and gloom out there that we can focus on, and I'm just enjoying that we can kind of put that on the back burner for now and think of something else.
Twitter machine at hashtag Le Mans Virtual, saying, wanting a full list of live timing, can't find it anywhere. I just typed into Google Virtual Le Mans and it immediately came up with livetiming.alcamelsystems.com. That's Alcamel, A-L-K-A-M-E-L.
I'm on the Pacific time zone in the northwest of Oregon. Having an interesting winter. It rained for like what felt like 3 months straight. Some weird ice storm, a little bit of snow, and just rain and rain and rain and rain. Barely above freezing rain. It I think over an average where I live, we get like 1.1 meters of rain a year, 45 inches for you imperial bastards, and it just felt like we got all of that in December. And so here we are in January, and the sun's been shining, and it's still cold, but at least it's not moist and annoying outside. So gotta get back to going on regular walks, you know, listening to listening to different streams and audiobooks, or just listening to the sound of the city.
And they had a life-size driver made out of Lego.
Oh, the freedom units, right? Those FUs.
Immediately
How many FUs is that?
Bricky Bobby, which was as
If it's like an oven where you are. Can I just borrow that for like a little bit? I do like the warm weather, but I'm in the wrong spot for it.
Very much appreciated by the team and by the fans, and again, it just shows. It shows that there is no limit.
This is the best time for R Factor 2, by the way. I've always said it of this engine, that when and maybe it's a cop out for any game engine, but when the sun's coming up or going down in RF2, that is its magic moment.
This is Jack Keithley with his Action
I remember.
Come to Thailand. It's a different kind of moist than in Thailand for humidity. That part I probably wouldn't deal with so well.
We've seen that before. We have been there before. Yes. So presumably, his lad is
-11 in Niagara Falls.
This is his boyhood.
I think this is his
boyhood bedroom.
Wow,
that's fantastic.
I know his dad is involved with his sim racing.
Middle summer Brazil, yeah.
Very supportive. I distinctly remember when he won in the Cooper Sim Racing Series in 2021, jumping in, and his dad was there in the background having a great time because. Again, Jack Keithley is someone who's been in sim racing for 10 years at least, and has won countless championships.
Amen to that, Demetrius. Always want to, as a mod, call out the mods for doing such a great job keeping the place tidy. You know,
he can go overboard.
It can be a really exciting place in the chat. You know, when we started out today, there were 13,000 of you. I think the first part got, I don't know, a couple 100,000 views or something. A lot of people pouring into this channel to see what Le Mans 24 was going to be like this year, and it's just it's a wild place to mod when the chat moves that fast, and some people are spamming crazy shit, and other people are promoting some like weird ass clip channel they've got of Jimmy, or like who the fuck knows. It's pretty interesting, but do our best to make the place easy for, well, as easy as we can with that many, for people to read the comments and not get worn down by jackasses. But I mean, I've been moderating this place since day one, and it's actually the cleanest it's ever been. I don't know why that is, but there are some days I don't ban anybody, which is great. I mean, I don't like to ban people, and we don't even, and we're not like Twitch. We don't have a system for unban requests either. And I mean, it would be nice if some wanted to show contrition that we could maybe let them back in, especially if they, I don't know, maybe we should make them write a 1,000-word essay or something on why they're sorry and admit to what they did. No, but you know what I mean? Like, it's great that I mostly just have to time some people out and maybe at them and be like, oi, stop being such a dick. And then they'll at me back once their timeout is worn off, and they'll go, I'm sorry. And I you know, even though I don't like doing the initial move to have to give them a smack, it's really awesome that, like, sometimes it works to not just ban them, and that they'll let me know that, all right, I fucked up, I won't do it again, and then we carry on, you know, and then I don't remember, you know, keep them on my shit list or something like that, because I want to keep as many people here as I can, and give people second chances if possible. So, but yeah, I don't know how it is. The place gets all of you get worked up sometimes, and you spam 8,000 crabs and lobsters and God knows what else, and there's such an energy to the place, and I never want to feel like I'm clamping down or killing the vibe, you know. So the other mods too, everybody, you know, puts in their little stint every now and then, and it's been a lovely place to hang out in this last couple of years, even when there's a lot of reasons for all of us to act out and be pissy about all sorts of things, And I'm just happy that a lot of you don't bring it here.
So you don't just get burned up by
You like the difference between sharing things in your life that aren't going well, but another one where you're like, I'm in a bad mood, and I'm just going to share my misery with everyone else. And that's where I'm happy that I just don't see a lot of that. Like, see, there's some crabs right there.
Go and do other things. Yeah. Go and do other
Watch
things.
my smaller iRacing streams that turn into Wild West. Yeah.
In the fresh air and doing something else, riding your bike, kicking a football with your mates. All of
every chat has its moments. There's ebbs and flows too for people that come in for all kinds of reasons.
I've just got them read as being stopped on track.
The story behind the crabs is Nürburgring 24, about 4 or 5 years ago now. Many of the MX-5s in that race were so damaged that, and people were recalibrating their wheels so that they could still drive the thing, even though the irreparable damage of the iRacing model had the wheel turn like 45 to 90 degrees. So they were able to recenter it so that that angle was new center. And but you'd see the cars going around, plus maybe a little bit of a lag. And boy, those MX-5s were moving in ways that ain't natural, right? And so Jimmy at some point, I think Nate too, started playing Crab Rave while watching those cars in slow motion, just watching them do their thing. And however it evolved, I don't know who had something to do with this, even if it were me, honestly. But I think the people were posting crabs so much, we were getting annoyed with them, and we just decided, okay, we'll only post them when Jimmy's gone. And so, I don't know how these memes start. And here we are, years later, and using all the YouTube emojis, or regular old emojis that we can.
Absolutely. Well, let's hope that they can get reconnected, and the virtual Tipex of redemption may come their
my
way.
stint is my section's still got another hour to go.
So he is still in the rig. He has not given up on this.
Probably within the next 50-ish minutes, I assume we'll see Jimmer here. We'll probably have a little chat and hand it off to him for the rest of the stream.
Email in from Craig at Explosion Gaming.
The crab lore is real. Yeah, I hope that's in the Wikipedia page somewhere.
Wasn't able to stay awake all night to watch. What happened to Max Verstappen's red line car?
Hey, Mike Mac, enjoying a whiskey. Oh, I'm glad you're having one for me, since I'm not capable of drinking alcohol anymore, just because of the intense headaches it gives me. It was a good run. It was a good run.
Was not able to get back onto the racing line. Went in hot and offline into the second element.
And did people recalibrate their wheel? Is there a video on that? I think some wheels just have an ability to redo. It seemed that way. I'd be hard pressed to think that they were driving MX-5s that were that broken for the rest of the race. But hey, maybe they really were. Maybe they were just holding it over that many angles. But they were driving at Nordschleife. That's a lot of corners to steer something that is that's so misaligned.
Webster back out of the pit lane and back on track. So that's very good news indeed. Bad news that they have lost maybe a lap, but certainly several positions.
Cheers, Morgan. Yeah, I'm having a lot of fun today. I do have an NFL team. It's the Seahawks, and they're the one NFC West team that didn't make it to the playoffs, so we don't have to cry any more tears about that one. So I was picking the Bills because I grew up in the '90s, and I was alive and watching the Super Bowl from 91 and 90 to 93 that they lost 4 in a row, whenever that was. So I'm rooting for the Bills this time. I want to see them get some vengeance on their cursed past.
And the critical thing is still going.
That's the main thing. Like Lewis was saying, getting through the night is a big.
Bosch was my last name.
All the teams and the drivers
I'm part Hungarian. At least that's where that aspect of it comes from.
With a a disconnection. Which
My
is, one of the
ancestors from that side came here just after the 20th century. So, but part of my ancestry goes back fairly a good chunk of American history, and then that one's much more recent.
That you can get in racing very easily. Disconnections is something like
just a little bit of the NBA. I haven't looked at the standings in a little while.
There's not much you can do to prevent it. So
well, there's nothing you can do because you don't know it's going to happen until it happens. And, you know,
I assume it's Warriors and the Nets, maybe the Bulls that are doing well in each conference.
Somewhere in the server, somewhere or other, in a switcher.
Now I support the Trailblazers, but they're not very good. So,
Luckily, not on a day when I was due to be working from the shed. But
I don't get to watch hockey very much. I mean, the Seattle Kraken, just because how fucking cool is that as a team name? Brand new team this year. With damn tentacles. The Kraken, for God's sake. That was the team I was gonna keep after, but I have so many things to watch these days. I just can't keep up with what's happening in hockey.
And it is a thing that happens, and we don't have random punctures happening in R Factor 2 at Virtual Le Mans or in the Le Mans Series Virtual. They don't happen. You don't have punctures, but I think that's area a really good parallel is that sometimes it just happens, and 99% of the time,
tentacles. That's cool. I mean, I love so many of you have a wide sports bit of fandom to it. You know, it's obviously a lot of time we talk about race cars and that, but it's just like myself. A lot of you have all kinds of other hobbies and interests, and it's cool. You can share them.
In this case, he's quote managed to get back to the pits without the tire ripping the car apart.
I first got into hockey because of Sega Mega Drive / Genesis, the first EA NHL game, you know, and then NHL '93 where you could fight and make the other player bleed, and then they took the fighting away in NHL '94 and instead put one-timers in, and so that, I mean, a lot of my hockey knowledge and player history base comes from those 90s NHL games. You know?
The governing body of World Motorsport have inaugurated a new category which has replaced LMP1, which is...
I don't really have an NHL team. Like I said, I was going to go for the Seattle Kraken because here in Oregon, we're really devoid of sports teams. We got the Portland Timbers for MLS, and I give two shits about American soccer. I watch Italian Serie A and Premier League, and everybody in MLS doesn't hold a candle to pretty much any other league out there. So, and then we also have the, you know, like I said, the Trailblazers, and they haven't been good since 1993. And unfortunately, they had to play against the Chicago Bulls. So, yeah, most of the other sports teams I like are in Seattle, since it's kind of the next closest.
It is essentially going to be a
Jimmy's in the number 56 Porsche.
Tube frame based.
And then we have college sports, of course, Oregon State and Oregon Ducks. And I used to live in Eugene, but my family went to Oregon State for university, so we're kind of the backing the orange underdogs of the Beavers. So and that's also a frequently disappointing affair because Oregon Ducks are much more successful. So as you can see, I balanced out a lot of my my local sports teams with absolute winners, which would be, you know, Ferrari in F1, Manchester United, and AC Milan, although the last two are having a rough time at it. Actually, all three of those are having a rough time, but at least in the last 20 years, they've all seen some success.
Because that is not 24 hours of Daytona worthy. That's far too intense. So it is a much milder form of hybrid package into which you can, or around which you can build an Audi or a Porsche or...
I'm a Beaver. That's right, Morgan.
GM are coming in, and Cadillac and so on. So there are all sorts.
I own a lot of Hunter Orange.
Using that as a cost-effective way of building a top.
As an American soccer sucks. Thank you, Jiu-Jitsu. I'm glad we're in agreement.
12 hours at Petit Le Mans or at anywhere else. Jesper Pedersen driving.
Nobody in America likes American soccer. The fans of the Portland Timbers take that shit seriously. It's like they want to be ultras, you know, Lazio ultras or Millwall, whatever. They want to be hooligans for their, and it's just, I don't know. Something about it feels a little forced to me, but hey, I don't know. How do you? They want to support their team. I can't fault them for that, right? One of those like, this is the cheering section. You can't sit here if you don't sing, and you got to wear the right, you know, all the garb, etc. They're awfully militant about it. Oregon's got some good legal Mary Jane though. There are a lot of states now in the U.S. with legal marijuana these days. Yeah, but certainly Oregon, Washington, and California all have it. You can't go more than a half mile in my city until you run into a recreational marijuana store. Just putting it out there for anybody that wants to do some vacationing in not so sunny Oregon.
Their way back into top flight racing, cost effective, fairly level playing field, and everybody is sort of in the same boat. But the bodywork will look more like
yeah, you too, Jacob. Yeah, there's a few of us out there, isn't there? Do you like oysters in Syria? Yeah. Oysters are all right. The coast has some nice restaurants for all your seafood needs.
An LMP1 car. You can
Newport, Lincoln City, Yachats.
You can modify a road supercar, hypercar. You can start with a clean sheet of paper and do whatever you like.
Coos Bay.
There are various different manufacturers already who are sort of in that. Toyota have started.
420 fans in this chat? I know.
What was due to be a Toyota Hyper road car, the program has since been cancelled, but their hypercar, that currently races in the World Endurance Championship, the race last year in the World Endurance
Championship. Oh, they just don't. And there are 2 leagues in the U.S. for soccer, but they're owned by different organizations, and I don't know if there's any plan to try and, because I assume they both want to be top, the top division. I really like the system that other countries employ for elevation and relegation for different teams. It gives you something to really root for and try to protect against, and there's all kinds of commercial interests, of course. It's big money in certain markets, right? I mean, like, you go from championship to Premier League. I mean, that's a huge boon in commercial rights. But we just don't have a developed enough system for that, and we don't have any sports that will professional sports that would want to do that. You know, there are farm teams for baseball, but they're all owned by the teams in the league, so they're not going to drop their whole team down. They just trade players in and out. So it's just it's a different system.
You want it to look like a road car? Sure, you can do that. You want it to have hybrid? Yep, you can do that. You don't want hybrid? No problem. You want to derive it from a racing car? Yes, you can do that. Clean sheet of paper.
Oh, there's actually 3? USL has 2 tiers. Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Bring it in, and we will balance it out with everything else. And that is going to be the key to success of hypercar, is that the FIA...
No, I played football and soccer when I was a kid, but I just couldn't keep track of the other players and the ball very well. I have limited eyesight, so it was sort of concentrating on one or the other. Even when I played basketball, trying to defend somebody was really tough, of like keeping track of where they were standing and who has the ball. And so, my defensive skills let me down.
The 90X or X09 or whatever, whichever we end up calling it.
I always loved throwing the ball around, shooting hoops, trying to score goals just for fun. And that I've always been fairly athletic and physical, and most of my in my teenage years, I did cross country and track, and ran a lot of 5Ks, and I kept that going into my adult life too. So I've had to stop running only in the last year with my left eye not helping me out, but yeah, I'm really happy with the amount of time I got on with running in life, and also not needing any surgeries. You know, I still have my knees and all that, so yeah, in other physical ways, I was very fortunate, and I know that's not the case for a lot of people. The fellow cross country running, oh yeah, there's something we cross country runners share in, isn't there? That our love for a little bit of pain. Yeah. Running just above the level that some people would consider comfortable, all in the name of, I think I can do this for like 20 minutes.
And actually, bizarrely of all things that lockdown did the first time round, apart from creating Le Mans 24 Hours Virtual, is
you ran track, carried into college, nice.
Plenty of time when they had nothing else to administrate to actually sit down together.
What were your events, William, in track?
A lot of work to make this thing happen. More action on track. Yes, Heat, is that for position?
Yes, it is.
Good for clearing your head. Yeah, totally, Charlie. I dealt with a lot of stress or thinking up new creative ideas and just getting a change of environment from a walk. And so even though I can't run like I want to or used to, and going to gyms is not possible for me at the moment, yeah, I really leaned into the walks.
Multiple race winner in British GT in his early career, Sandy Mitchell. So, and again, you know, I sort of have strayed a little away from wishing to talk about it for fear of.
You're back. He's awake.
It's a really good run.
You sound lovely.
I can't remember now. I'm trying to remember. It's a couple of years, 3 or 4 years now since I've done British GT. Trying to remember if they were teamed up together at any stage in British GT. Or
I'm just gonna drink the whole pot.
Sandy Mitchell, I know, was he the youngest ever race winner in British GT?
There you go.
Don't ask me what happened because I have no idea.
I'm not sure anyone has, really. I mean, like, I need to go ask what's going on. Ooh, come back to a prototype needing murdering someone instantly. How was it, man? You have
Oh, we had the best time. We talked a lot about cars today and racing and regular cars, race cars, you name it. It was great. People were just the best today. I think this is probably my favorite 24-hour radio bacha one that we've done yet.
Ah, nice, man. See, chat's cute. Yes, chat's pretty cute, aren't they? Like, when they want to be.
They were on their best behavior. I think because he told them to.
I need to one, ask when I'm driving. I could do that in a second. And two, I'm not sure how long this has been live for. This has been live for. I can't tell you.
I can. It's been 9 hours 30.
Okay.
But now he's putting it into practice.
Cheers, Sticks. Yeah, good morning, man.
One of the most Shishi street addresses in the whole of Paris. I mean,
I'll come back to Martin Haven moaning about stuff.
You should know that Lewis McGlade told the story about Oscar on the air.
I said you better do that at some point, or no balls, and I'm so glad he did.
Everybody loved it.
Particularly yourself.
We are on Rue Faubourg Saint-Honoré.
What am I doing? I've got my brain up. I need to make a thumbnail quick and ask them what's going on. So feel free to continue a little chat if you want to, my guy.
Alright. It's M&M's while I'm at it.
You don't go into those shops to get.
I'll mute my mic here quick.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. You know, we are definitely.
Cheers, Edinburgh, and everybody who's giving me some nice send-off messages there. I'm not choking up. I'm just choking on M&M's.
Good morning, Jimmy.
it wasn't
Yeah, I'll be on here just for a couple more minutes and talk to Jimmy. But
well, everything's okay.
Just everyone,
Wait,
thanks
I need
for
to
sharing your own stories about where you're from and what you do and
how do you on the stream?
you
got a stint.
what it means to you.
I think
And
Tim
you
is
know, where you're at in
done
your own
one.
sim racing careers and
Just about now, so you got about an hour.
you know, talking about what they're working on in school and it's
I'll
just
check
really
it to be
exciting
sure, one
stuff.
moment.
And yeah, thank you from the bottom of my heart for all the
Tim?
people that followed on Twitch and you want to hang out
You
some
just
more
went in a bit?
in the coming days.
Okay,
'Cause,
copy.
well, back to streaming now after
Yeah, he just went into the pit, so you got
taking
you
a
got
little bit of a break there in December. And it was great to see some of you there, hang out and get to learn even more about you, and share some more time together.
If you find @MartinHaven on Twitter, I have just put it up a little while ago. In fact, if you Google it,
We can just leave it as it is. I mean, a driver swap doesn't cost any time, so we can just swap around what we want. But
you can then follow the timing. You can find out where are
oh, no
your
problem.
favorite runners and riders.
Now we have you have a double stint now, and then at the end a single one. But if you want, you can also do triple.
Driver of the
it's
day,
up
I
to you.
haven't turned the wheel. I drove the stream, not into the ground. That's all Jimmy asks me to do.
Perfect.
Don't
yes.
end my
I would
career
also
with this
keep it
one
like it is,
simple
but
trick.
I didn't know if you wanted the other way around. We'll keep it like it is then. Okay. You do two and then one at the end.
Quite early on, actually, in his
Perfect.
second group of stints in the car. Once he got back in, and I'm afraid they are out. However, Team Redline still have
no problem.
a dog in the fight, and very much in the fight in the GT class as we watch the car that started on pole
we've got
in GT, the Red Bull
about an hour.
That car fighting back after.
So I've got up early. I got my coffee.
Because of picking up
Yeah,
a
man.
6-minute penalty.
So if you're still got something in you, you're free to hang around. If not, you're free to. I'll release you into the wild.
Please, sir. Please unlock my cage. I'll hang out, man. I'm riding on caffeine and fucking sugar at this point, so maybe I'll bring you up to my level.
Ooh. Just get into the car screaming. I just completely forgot that I've not made a new bit.
Were actually on our pit wall, weren't they? And actually our pit wall,
For the next part of it.
Team WRT, and we talked about them
Did Haven say lots of gymmers on our wall? Am I going fucking insane?
and all his Belgian cohorts.
I don't even know.
The team, of course, based just outside Spa-Francorchamps, so famous for being associated with lots and lots of GT racing success for Audi. That is probably going to continue. Winners of Le Mans in
Bailey again.
Say he often races like he's going backwards, but now he's putting it into practice.
They announced the signing of some young Italian motorcyclists.
Jimmy and I did get a chance to co-commentate a race once. It wasn't an esports race though; it was just for fun. There was no money exchanged hands. But
Oh,
anyway,
was that Hockenheim?
that was Hockenheim, yeah. Where Jimmy was like, he'd been up for like a day or something. He was really tired. I think it was after the last Le Mans race. And I was doing my usual thing, and we were just, you might have had a little bit to drink too, so you were both tired and slightly drunk, and we were just having a hell of a time watching Mushroom Trophy together, you know, picking on the weebs and the non-weebs, blaming Bailey for every incident he wasn't even involved in. Yeah, it was a great time.
I was goddamn high up here, man.
Jimmy was, man on the chopper. The chopper Jimmy up there, what do you see?
Holy shit, man.
You can have those seasons where the bad luck just follows you everywhere you go around the world, and no matter what
Oh
you
shit,
do,
yeah, that's good.
We should get wasted another time and do some
Yeah. Back in the day, me and Reese Gardner said we should do that. Just get absolutely fucking wasted and just commentate like a bottom split race.
Yeah.
And it would just be great, but we never did. For some reason.
So,
that's brilliant.
So the next time I see Vincent Vos, I think I will feel his presence before I see his presence. I feel
Is the Alex Palou car still in the race chat?
With you in this race, Max Verstappen, and then we just saw the 92 Porsche as well. When you've been up here on the
but Ben's broken cars while we've been asleep.
Well, I mean, you've broken some cars fighting for race wins.
You need to know the Palou. It's for thumbnail that I'm doing.
In a rush, possibly.
Oh, are we 15th? 35th?
Yes.
Virtual marker Doom out for
Get fucked.
LMP car.
Ah, slow and steady.
And which has now returned to the race. So, although it is marked as gone, we do need the virtual Tipex of redemption to put it back in the race. I have to remember when we go down the lack of runners and riders. Although actually now the timing screen has dropped all the no longer.
Where would we be if you took 6 minutes off our time? Just wondering.
Give us almost 2 laps back. Where are we?
Don't come back to me and say 15. So here's my thumbnail. What I've done is, because I haven't got any more screenshots, I've slightly amended the thumbnail that I had before, just to subtly suggest what's happened there in the race.
One of our new teams, that car number 25, out.
Oh, look, I mean, you did go to art school.
Yeah, I tell you what.
You did go to art school.
There you are. There's the opportunity,
so we'll have to send him over there tomorrow, and we can get.
And we can humiliate him by playing one of his laps. Williams.
You can hear Tim. No, I can't, but I can.
Out. Axel Sports number 61 Porsche out. ARC Bratislava.
Am I right? You didn't have a Photoshop class in school, did you?
I did actually. Is a whole unit.
Oh, okay.
Bro, Bram's just asking if he can sleep. Yeah, man, I can hear him. Go sleep.
In the same lap by the same car that was having
Bram.
connection issues as and the 61 Porsche.
Okay, yeah, because Tim is not on Discord, so that's why.
Yeah, okay, I've got it unmuted now, so I can hear him if he's struggling.
Perfect. I'll be back in about 2 hours.
Alright, mate. Try and get some sleep.
Yeah, good luck with your stand, man.
Yes, dude. See ya.
I'll take over your seat. See you.
That car, Mercedes AMG.
That's always the scary one, with the guy's like, yeah, I'm going to try and get some sleep. I'm in after you, so I'm like, oh.
Oh, that's, yeah. No one sleeps like a small amount of time, really.
All-female crewed car, another one of our Le Mans only entries. Unfortunately,
Poor Bram. What a hero, though, for just staying up when no one else is here.
Didn't get to start the race, and so the game was not able to accommodate them. So, unfortunately, 35 cars in, 15 have gone out of our initial 50, and we've got through 18 as we are sort of still.
So does this mean that Alex Palou is the best driver of all time?
Okay, Tim, I will be away. Jimmy can hear you. So just start
we know how
talking,
definitive
and
these races are. So.
He'll come into the car.
Okay.
Otherwise, I'll leave everything on. I'll be here half an hour before stuff happens to check in, and then
nearly a third of the race left.
sleep all back to the bed again.
8.2k likes? Yeah, 8.2k, that, you know what I mean.
Okay, good luck, bye.
8,200 likes. Cheers. I can speak.
That's a lot of likes.
It's a long video, to be fair, but yeah, it's a few. I only had to beg a couple times.
Right. He'll beat me when he comes back.
I begged to get 6.9 at least.
I mean, that would be... That's the best part of the day, isn't it?
I am a trained professional. I went to school for that.
That was at your class.
The teacher just wrote 69 on the board and just circled it. Always get close.
And every student stands up and just applauds like straight away. Like,
are you taking notes?
420, 420. I thought, yes, that too. Sorry, chat. I'm just like ignoring you right now whilst I'm doing my art.
Well, keep doing. I mean, you can't rush art.
I'll do it for 6, or switch him over fairly soon. It's about an hour, didn't he? Maybe I'll do
10 past 6.
So for instance,
quarter past.
3 GT cars out because one car was having lag issues. You know, that is a very, you know.
So are there any highlights of the what's happened over the last how long it's been?
They've been showing highlight packages every now and then, so I'm sure you'll catch one soon.
Random acts, if you like, of the way that.
Translates as I've fucking been watching Jimmy.
Well, I've been looking at the chat almost exclusively. Like I didn't even notice the sun was up until about 20 minutes ago.
Fuck's sake.
But the other ones,
people are still fucking like hosting it on Twitch and shit.
Racing incidents where a GT car has strayed back online into the path of a quick LMP car going.
Right, so I've done that. Then I've got to go back to. So I've figured it out. You can do that live doohickey where you switch it over to the
So they've been much more
to the other stream, like sort of auto host your stream. Coming
Oh,
next.
really?
Yeah, it's like.
Well, that saves a lot of the viewers then, because other times it would be such a huge like delay and hitch from one to the other.
I mean, it still sort of is, but it's better.
Opposite to what's happened during the Le Mans Series Virtual so far. It has rarely been.
Oh, right. I will put that down. Yeah, I'll put that down, and I can do the rest of my laptop. He says, thinking, cool. Right, this is just have coffee and adjust time. This is Jimmy time now. I think have coffee and wake up. Right.
How to build a Jimmy in the morning.
A relative overlay. Oh, thank you, Emily. I think it's a little bit late for me to be installing shit into RF2 now. But I do appreciate it anyway. What I do need to do is turn my if you're looking at the game now, Bacho, you think in about 50 minutes, you reckon the sun's going to be up a bit so it isn't in your eyes?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, so I'll change my yesterday I was like, okay, I'm going to turn the gamma up so I can see what's going on, you know, at night. And then I got in the car early because Rene forgot to put fuel in the car. I was going down the straight towards Indianapolis. It's like, bottom of my eyes! Like,
Yeah, I think now that it's up, it's bound to be shown on the circuit more through certain wooded bits.
Oh, we have some donations that I missed. Very sorry. Thank you to JT Laser, who said, see you later, Bacho. Thanks for hanging out. He's not going just yet. I mean, I'll open the cage in a bit. You watch him like bound free. Majestic.
Just rattle like a spoon across the cage.
Thank you, Liqui, as well, for the 55 sex. A nice bit of sex. Thank you also, Mr. Self. Thank you for the $50. You mad shit. Thank you, man. I've actually come back and moaned about being tired, and you're like, $50. Thank you, man. That's very kind of you. Hope you're enjoying the race, and hope you enjoy the rest of it. Still a long time to go. Still 7 hours. Actually, it feels quite nice because this race ends at 1 PM for me instead of like 4. So usually I'm used to waking up and seeing like 10 hours. So it's nice to see 7 in a bit. Thank you, Q, as well. Started watching content yesterday. Thank you. You've picked a good weekend to join. And thank you, Mr. Self, again for another $10. I should probably be in bed, but whatever. I must simp for Jimmy. That's healthy, man. Healthy relationship. Thank you, dude. What was I going to look at? Oh, I was going to see if we managed to break the 770k or not. We were very close.
And retains the lead of the race.
Oh God.
And that is what
I nearly dropped my incredibly hot coffee all over myself there. Thank you so much, Ben Pike, for the £50. Jimmy can't race. He's it's hot here, man. Thank you. Thank you very much.
The ultimate honk.
Who needs coffee when you have honk? So,
Like he's going backwards, but now he's putting it into practice.
continues to rage, and I think
Thank you very much, dude. Chat, are you awake now? That was your wake-up call. That was the you know, the Corvette lunch horn they have at Le Mans. You know that one, Batcher? I'm not making it up.
No.
They have like, oh, we hit 770k. Thanks, guys, you lads. But they have a lunch horn they fucking set off.
Like when it's time to eat?
Yeah, it's like, I think it's in the final practice day. Everyone's like, right. It's like a.
It's like we brought a giant cowbell.
Boom.
They're ready.
That'd be one person's job on the team. Keep out of the bell. Thank you, Mr. Vows, as well. Oh, this is depressing. If no 6-man penalty, you will be P34, so gain of 1 place. But you would be 5 seconds behind the sister car. Wait, what? How did we lose that much time behind the sister car?
Was that the Pescarolo that shot by him on the inside? I think it might have been, actually.
We were ahead of them when I went to bed.
I think we did have an incident in the night with something, but again, I was barely paying attention.
Yeah, we saw them 1 lap ago.
Only the best host. Think there's a race on?
Yeah, some racing.
Well, so this is almost take 2 of that. We're going to see them now steam in towards Indianapolis, but the Red Bull team remain ahead for the time being. The Tesla car was ahead at this stage 1 lap ago. This time it is behind. Is that due to a different strategy?
No, just streaming on YouTube. Though there have been a lot of people gifting and subs and donating bits on Twitch.
Yeah, that's that's a weird. Yeah, that sort of just popped off yesterday.
Jimmy, I need to give you things. I'm just going to give to every outlet I have available.
Yeah, people are kind of a bit mad sometimes. Obviously, it's very nice and always appreciated, but it is a bit mad. I like how I got out of the chair and the crab start. I haven't gone anywhere, you shits. Oh.
They're just clipboards, just filled with crabs.
Congrats on beating Max, no worries. It was easy.
You ever think they accidentally like paste to a different window and it's crabs and then they have to explain, sorry, sometimes I spam 30 crabs.
Alright, sorry, I was
and a lobster.
It's like like a presentation for work or something. I'm sorry,
yeah, my signature. Crabs to you.
And CEO's like, perfect, it's exactly what we need. Crabs.
In a way, I think that Andre Losser couldn't, but could go out and put it on pole and could, get his elbows out and race wheel to wheel. I seem to think it always seemed to be Ben Trelier who came in.
You fell asleep listening to me. Oh, always the ultimate, ultimate compliment.
Yeah,
but you kept the tab open, and that's all that matters.
You know what I did? I think this is like the first time that I was still a little bit awake when I went to lay down. I fell asleep pretty quick actually once I my head down. But I thought I'm going to put on the stream. I'm going to have the Radio Batcho experience. And I just realised I was like, no, I'm reading the chat. Like I need to go to bed.
And knowing how it's done are very different things. And there you go. The BMW picks up the pace. Doesn't roll out of the throttle early.
Everybody in here slept with me.
And to a degree, possibly with both of these cars.
What a hussy.
Or snuggle before we go to bed.
They might just be going, okay, I'll sit behind him, I'll pick up the tow. I'm not that fussed. I'm out of the car, or I'm back into the pits, and it'll be fresh tires.
Yeah, that's still it.
In a couple of laps. It might be that they're both still actually really heavy with fuel early in their stint. I'm not quite sure when either or both.
I think Batcher and I have different vibes. I'm not sure how you'd fall asleep to me screaming at people and.
Back in front, rather, of the Red Bull Racing.
Yeah.
No, I mean after these streams I end up falling asleep too, but yeah, it's not quite the same, I guess.
Trying to recover from that.
Alex went one better. He woke up to Batcho. He woke up, he just turned over in bed, gave a screaming little kiss, and then got out of bed. Thank you, Crytek, mate, for membering up. welcome.
Not quite a third, but maybe even a quarter of that penalty if you can save a stop. You can save maybe a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Self, as well. Not only is he throwing lots of Canadian dollar dues at me, he's also membered up as well. Thank you, mate.
Oh, here we go. So Red
Very
Bull
kind of you.
to the outside, and this is going up towards Indianapolis, and they're going to go back in front. Tesla not fighting it, so this is
The merch idea. I slept with Bacho's shirt.
I slept with Bacho.
Of course, now the run to the line, albeit with 7.
I don't know, the picture is just a guy like sort of sat in the edge of the bed with a head in his hands.
This isn't the last half an hour of the race, so
sounds like regret.
If we're going to swap positions, then let's spend a little time as we can in doing it, and yeah, that's no problem with the long straights.
And the late night shows like, "What's up, everyone? Wow!"
And that is the key.
Bacho Jimmer spoons him.
Very first lap to the very last.
I just shower with your dad simulator.
It's going to cost you time on track.
We'll do a Bacho and Jimmy mods for that.
Jesus. Argue over who's big spoon.
There are other cars around.
Hello.
Have to necessarily ignore
Thank you, Voltage. Voltage odds. Oh yeah, this is Australian hours.
We talk to Josh Rogers.
I slept with Jimmy and it's covered in crabs.
Okay, well, we know what the figures are.
Oh
we
shit.
know what our strategy is, and we're sticking to it. And whether in the end that means they know that they're on a sticky wicket and they have to wait to see if something happens to the red line BMW or not, then only time.
Hey, I watch Trailer Park Boys, so I'm pretty much Canadian as well. All right.
But right now, is definitely advantage. You know, Team Redline have got a 3-goal advantage, and they're not parking the bus, but they definitely have an awful lot to play with on their side.
Yeah, I think with this battle we're seeing as well, they are wary of the prototypes that are.
There's still a lot of people really curious to know what happened to Max, and they ask it here. They don't ask in the broadcast channel.
I need to. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the. Can someone, if anyone is still watching on the Discord, link me the skill issue clip? I will just make that the max command from now on.
These two fighting away for position as well. So I think they are being wary of their surroundings whilst trying to fight for position.
No, absolutely right, and bizarrely, the fewer cars there are, and we've lost 15 out of our 50, it actually sort of, it doesn't diminish that danger of fast car, slow car, intimate contact, because everybody is getting more fatigued. The cars
Are we still in it? Hell yeah, we're still in it. Otherwise, Jimmy would go back to bed.
Race cars would be by the morning at Le Mans, you know.
Like there's a your welcome Jimmy story time clip. Was this you? Or was this the thing about Oscar?
I don't know.
Some people say he often races like he's going backwards, but now he's putting it into practice.
Who's that? Precise, thank you, mate. For the 4.99. You little cutie. You little cutie patootie.
Some people say he often races like he's going backwards, but now he's putting it into practice.
Thank you also to Logan Wade. Cheers, Logan.
Other questions on the
I slept with Patrick when I got a lousy t-shirt. You should do that.
How did he do?
Sounds insulting. I don't know.
Watch much of the race. I don't want to miss much of the race by going back and watching his part. Well, he was very entertaining on telly.
Oh, we've been talked about.
Unfortunately, his team.
They had a 6-minute penalty.
They had a 6-minute penalty as well, exactly as we talked about with the Red Bull team. Yeah. They took it very early on, so they are coming back from behind, but they are still very much in the behind mode. Their car, the 16 Project 1 car, is currently the last of our running cars. So Tim Neuendorf is at the wheel right now. They are 15th in GT. Their sister car, 57, the other Team Project 1 car, the 57 car is in 14th place and is 4 minutes.
Give us the Spirit of the Race award or something, Martin.
Has come down a little because
So we are still in coming from behind mode. Thank you, Martin. You shitter.
And his team are still in the race. And you know, with that 6-minute penalty, as we talked about, for not having 2 professional racing drivers in their 4-driver lineup, which is the requirements of the regulations, that 6-minute penalty is a pretty severe penalty. It's very, very hard to try and come back from.
He's flying the flag for the professional drivers in that team. He's the only one, hence he started the race, as was the rules. All professional drivers have to start the race, and he looked very busy on the steering wheel every time that we came to him. He was always involved in some sort of battles going on.
You agree this is like the best time for R Factor 2 in terms of day, the time of day?
Yeah, 1,000,000%. This is why it looks good here, and then it just steadily gets worse as it gets towards like midday.
Yeah, it just turns into R Factor 1 in about a couple hours.
No, and that all happens. And you know, when they came in knowing that they had that 6-minute penalty, then you are just now trying to fight for as good a finish as you
Coming
can
from
get.
behind
No
in
hope
small
is
print below, I
any
slept with
kind of
Pacho.
never mind, even a wild hope. Dame Kitness on the.
That was nice, my boy Chris backing me up. Like, pro driver. Yeah, you're fucking right.
This is flattery, but given how well I slept last night to the background of #LeMonsVirtual, it's making my eyes close on a Sunday afternoon. So she is somewhere either in the southern hemisphere or to the eastern hemisphere, possibly in the antipodes. So eyes closed on a Sunday afternoon. The commentary team all have soothing voices. Butter melting over pancakes. It's just because we're tired and we are in.
Right, the exclamation mark Max should be updated. There you go.
#LeMonsVirtual.
It's good to have Tom back.
Very thoughtfully thrown up a tweet in Vision. Unfortunately, our monitors are too far away. I can't read it.
It's the one you just
read
out.
Oh, that's the one I've just read out. Okay, I can't read it from here. I can see that there is a tweet. I can't even tell who from. So, Dame Kitness, thank you very much for your kind words.
Let's see if we can get back on the Le Mans broadcast with a tweet.
Yeah, of course I have never been described as anything other than grating, and not grating. Yeah, so there you go. So, well, hopefully we're keeping you entertained. Hopefully we're also sort of trying to keep you up to date with the live battles on the racetrack. Slenderman wanted to know, Verstappen crashed in Le Mans Virtual ? Yes, indeed he did. That was the end of the race for Max's car.
Some people say he often races like he's going backwards, but now he's putting it into practice.
And he's not been the only one to do it so far this race. And that exact corner is called out some big names.
Is it just Le Mans? It is just Le Mans Virtual. There you go.
Yesterday.
There you go. I've tweeted out. It's a good tweet, I think.
Because of red flags last year, when we had server crashes 18 months ago now, a number of cars that would otherwise have been out were able to rejoin during the red flag, and that's absolutely true. Not the same sort of number that is.
I never do these pictures myself. I just find them like on Discord.
There's a fucking profile picture there.
My only concern is like at a glance, like, oh, this guy's fucking baked. This guy's like,
You do look stoned off your tits, it's true.
There is more at play. Yes, that was a factor, and it might have rescued 3 cars, maybe. So perhaps we might have had.
Oh, I know, Neko. I know the Montoya. I was here for the Montoyas being out just before I left.
For those issues, but I don't think that quite accounts for that.
We're on a minimum.
Thank you, Joe, as well.
Guy tweet.
Pink guy. I slept with Pacho tweet, and I got was this pink guy. Thank you, Gunner, as well. I'm sorry you went through a dark patch, man, and I hope you're finding the way out soon. Those things can feel like they're everywhere, but all that shit's transient. It'll change.
And again, Team Redline.
Oh man, and I'm gonna cough.
71 BMW is still going strong in P1 in GT. It is going very strongly in P1 in GT, and again, you sort of sense that only a really, really unkind twist of fate is going to unstitch them. But unfortunately, Le Mans is becoming increasingly renowned for really, really unkind.
All right, I'm gonna back in a tick. I'm gonna brush my teeth because my mouth tastes like ass.
All right.
In a second.
Yep. So that's where it seems to have struck biggest over the more recent years.
That's what that Arctic group is good for. That's right. Yeah, we died for that.
Morning, guys. Feeling fresh.
He gets to use it every day.
It's a rather disquieting close-up he's given us there.
Lovely. He's looking as fresh as ever.
Garrett Trutman, I've been up watching #LeMans Virtual for the past 18 hours straight. Help me. Well, okay. Chris, if you can rush around there with one of our super strong.
What did I get for Christmas? Actually, I got a Steam gift card from my brother. That's very nice. I got what did I buy with that?
We're in the same boat as you, buddy. We are. We are surviving on caffeine, matchsticks, and as little.
I bought Hypnospace Outlaw. That's a trip and a half.
Is this Pescarola?
Yeah, I think it is.
Are we getting ready for a driver swap?
No.
A Griftlands, kind of a card game, and a game deck, a story-based, like dialogue tree game, and yeah, these M&Ms that my mother gave me. I still haven't eaten them all. I've done a good job of like rationing them out. And by saying that, I didn't get them on the 25th. I think I got them on Tuesday. So I've gone through like a. How many kilograms?
Right, it's a very unedifying picture.
There's quite a few. Anyway, this large party-size M&M thing since Tuesday. It's almost done.
The bit that normally faces your wall, but it's not going to be the greatest picture. And actually,
some boys' bedtime books. Go the F to sleep.
You should have believed in me, Mark.
Well, you should have filmed it yourself if you were that confident.
We were down to 35th and 15th. 35th overall, 15th in class. Last I saw.
A basic quick lean over. Everything okay? Yeah, right. Carry on, sunshine.
It certainly looked that way.
A few words in Hungarian. No, I don't.
Jack Keithley moving up as Bruno Spengler is.
But I always enjoy watching the Hungarian Grand Prix and seeing the many Finnish fans in attendance.
Straight back out again, so no driver.
I would love to go. There's a couple of places my family are from. It'd be fun to, as they say, go to the old country and have a look around.
And further up the field in the prototype, so further up in the overall.
On skill alone, damn right, Ruby.
Jesper Pedersen has come into the pits for his 20.
I feel like they're showing too much LMP class cars. I'd hope they divided it between the two evenly, but racing does often have an emphasis on the faster class, don't they?
One of them being Rebellion GPX Esports, the other being the number 4 there of Floyd by Collars Burst. Race Clutch Alpine having a very good run.
Have people stopped asking about Max yet? No, they haven't stopped. In fact, we added to it with a new link from Nightbot from Exclamation Max.
As a wild card
I drink Ball's blood. No, I don't.
Championship and not the race.
I love you too, Gautamo. I love all of you. All of you have been so sweet since Jimmy woke up too. Gosh, you're showering me with it.
Le Mans 24-hour virtual and the series in its entirety. But it's Jeffrey Rietveld who leads for Real Team Hydrogen, having a great race.
That's
so
my
far.
bloody.
Yeah, there's different fuel strategies going on with the 3 cars that are in the top 3 positions in LMP. So we haven't sort of seen them spending an awful lot of time together on track, which actually for all 3 cars
I'm in Oregon. Oregon, USA.
They're able to keep tabs exactly.
You get out of there.
Oregon.
But they're not having to fight them
for Oregon.
Being held up by them. So
it's
all
Oregon.
3 of those top 3 cars are sort of doing exactly what I talked about earlier, which is running their own race.
Jimmy looks like he just woke up, crushed some coffee, and is about to throw purples. Well, what just happened? I woke up, had some coffee, now about to go.
Not oregano. Oregano.
Watching here, Mexico Racing Team. That's our last.
You're in Oregon too. Awesome, Sean.
Oregon.
There's a few of us out there.
Non-full season entries. So Mexico Racing Team, the number 29 Orica, Memo Rojas, Luis Diaz. They are the pro race drivers. Alberto Giranella, who's driving the car now.
Oh, someone bought some merch. Thank you. You're very lovely. I definitely saw that. I think it's time to reset the stream. Let's get it done now. I know I think I've got it saying it'll be live in a bit, but I'm going to reset the stream. You are welcome to stay for a bit longer if you want, but you're also welcome to leave if you want.
Okay, I think I'll go. I think it's a nice end to a wonderful evening.
Well, in which case, thank you so much for, as always, gracing us with your lovely voice, lovely presence, and keeping everyone entertained overnight. It's a grueling job, the night stint, but Patrick fucking loves it, mate.
Honor and a privilege, and everyone was amazing. And thanks to you and everyone else, and I'll talk to you all soon.
What a cutie. Love you, Batcher. Thank you, man.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Guys, that was John Batcher, the legend. Go exclamation mark Batcho in chat. If you haven't done so, go follow his Twitch. Go give him some love. He does this purely because he loves doing it. So he's done it for many years now. So if you're interested in that sort of level of chill, that vibe, which you should be because it's a great vibe, go and give him a sub. Go give him your Prime sub over on Twitch, and go give him a follow too. I am going to reset this stream chat, so I'll be back in about a couple of minutes' time. You'll get automatically, hopefully, redirected to the next part of the stream, so you ain't got to do anything. You can sit there, and I'm going to go get in the rig and get ready to do our second to last stint. So I will see you in a bit, chat. Love you.
We were chatting to Esteban Gutierrez a little earlier on. He'll be joining, joining Alex Brundle in the World Endurance Championship.